that you read about, but then there's my child's park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program is a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Child's Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street, have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights where they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Child's Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. More to Child Park that I've seen more positive in Child Park than I have seen negative.
And my Child's Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
Hi, I'm Jeremiah with the City of St. Pete's Water Resources Department, and I'm here to talk to you about what you need to know when we issue a boil water notice. There's a few reasons the city may issue a precautionary boil water notice: due to a line break caused by pipe failure, or the roots of falling trees damaging our potable water pipes. These events could affect water pressure and could allow contamination to enter the system. That's why experts recommend storing at least 1 gallon of water per person per day for 3 days. Use this supply first for drinking, cooking, and hygiene. If you must use tap water, boil it for at least 1 minute, then cool before using. Another option is adding a 1/4 teaspoon of plain unscented bleach to disinfect 2 gallons of water. Showers are safe if you're careful not to swallow water or get in your eyes, nose, or mouth. Children and those with weakened immune systems should take extra precautions. A boil water notice typically lasts at least 72 hours. When it's lifted, run your taps, flush your fountains and ice makers, and replace filters. Knowing these things before making a decision on evacuation is important to consider as a storm approaches. To stay up to date on events as they unfold, visit stpete.org/hurricane and follow our social media channels for updates.
I think a lot of people don't realize how long we've been together and how long I have been working within the studio. Like, just because they don't see me all the time doesn't mean that I haven't been integral to the studio and that you haven't been integral to my life. Like, you've been my mentor here since 2008, and I love this space. And this is my home. And as a filmmaker, because I am a filmmaker, we always have this thing called our passion project. Like, this is the film that I have to make before I die. I'll spend all my money to make it. Like, it's one of those types of things. And I sat back one day and I started thinking, do I have that project as a filmmaker? And that project for me was the studio. I knew I wanted it with all my being and fiber and love to lead this organization, to pour back into this organization that poured into me.
You want to actually give back without even saying, I'm giving back. It's just, Oprah calls it a full circle moment. Yeah. And I just knew, and the Board of Trustees knew, that you would be a good steward of this assignment.
But also, you are still going to be a guiding light for me. You're still going to be a mentor.
It's just a natural progression, and that you were around all these years to take over. The nuance of this place is simply, well, I've distilled it to the answer is always yes.
Always yes.
Because that affirms we're gonna do this.
District 8 is located from the interstate to Tyrone Boulevard and runs north to south from Central Avenue to 40th Avenue North. I'm Richie Floyd, your council member for District 8. I'm standing along the shores of Jorgensen Lake Park, located directly behind our main public library, a place where students and residents throughout our city have visited and utilized over the decades and still frequent to this day. The newly renovated President Barack Obama Main Library will be an impressive, well-known asset to all in our community. Another major landmark in District 8 is St. Pete High. This highly rated school, built back in 1926, has served as a campus for generations of Green Devils in the Sunshine City. You haven't experienced all of St. Pete if you haven't stopped by Mazzaro's Italian Market. This true Italian market serves as a destination for lunch, fresh roasted coffee and beverages, and homemade pasta. District 8 is also home to one of our best business districts, Grand Central, with plenty of places to eat and shop. Grand Central was also the birthplace of St. Pete Pride and the Pride Parade, and still plays a role in our city's annual Pride events. If you're looking to escape the grind of the city, this district also features several city parks, including Gladden Park and Booker Creek Park, which includes new pickleball courts. District 8 has the right mix of people, neighborhoods, parks, shopping, and culture. In a lot of ways, it's the best representation of what St. Pete is all about.
Today we cut the ribbon for Bayou Courts, a mixed income apartment complex here in South St. Pete. The great part of this story is that this originally was going to be all market rate, but in partnership with Gravel Road and with the county, we were able to have 60 units here with a good mix of units that are affordable to folks making less than average incomes.
One of the cool parts about this project is it was specifically geared towards teachers, city workers, county workers, the people that run our area, the people that are educating our children. This is the place for them, and they made it a place that's welcoming, that's beautiful.
It tends to be the case that a lot of the folks that work in those jobs qualify for these projects, and most times they don't know that they actually qualify. But what we're talking about is a subset of affordable that truly serves that missing middle.
Already 21 of the units have already been rented out. So this is a great example of how we work together, how we can have affordable housing.
What we're seeing is the hard work really coming to fruition now, but also you're still seeing shovels go in the ground. I think that's the most important thing. We started to get the momentum. What you're seeing now is the ball actually rolling. We got to keep pushing, make sure that that momentum continues.
We'll persevere and make sure that we have that affordable housing that makes us the inclusive community we are.
I'm Leo Anderson, co-owner of Taste of the Island Marketplace and Restaurant, 2231 34th Street South. I'm a family man and also a minister. I've been here in St. Pete now 5 years, and I've been loving it. Life here is great. It's a great place to live, great place to rear my family. This year makes 30 years that my family is actually been running the restaurant business in St. Pete. Started into it with my uncle, who's my partner in the business, who had the restaurant already, so I kind of bought into the restaurant. The idea of the grocery store was always there. It's just that we fast-tracked it because this was empty and it was right beside. So, came in and started doing, the reconnaissance and what it would take to get the market off the ground. We have a very friendly atmosphere. We have a very, very welcoming family atmosphere. That's number one. We pride ourselves in treating people good, whether you're paying us or not. We want you to feel at home. From spices to ground provisions to just snacks. We bring in chips from Jamaica. We bring in a lot of drinks from Jamaica. We bring in spices from Grenada. We bring in fresh soursop, which is a highly sought after item from Grenada and from Dominica. We really try to take the stuff that we're used to on the island and bringing it into St. Pete and let people who have tasted it or would like to try it, they can come on over and indulge. From customer to the generals in charge of running the city and so on, we have felt the presence and we feel welcome. As I say, it's a love affair. We are here to stay, really, in St. Pete. 30 years already and we're just getting started because, as you can see, what the family is trying to do is pass it from one generation to the next. And hopefully, God tarry, I'll be able to pass it to the next generation.
My name is Joel Hostler. I'm one of the owners here at 7C Music. My father and I opened this business in 2016. I'm a Florida native. My father moved back here, retired in 2015, started doing some guitar work. Quickly found out that he didn't want to do it all on his own, and so he called me later on that year and asked if we would want to move back to Florida from California, Southern California. We literally moved here in September of 2016, and we opened the doors of the shop in October of 2016. We were in a smaller shop, and then we were there for about 4 years. So 2016 to 2020, we signed a lease here in the Warehouse Arts District and opened this location here. Expanded quite a bit. Of course, we opened a coffee shop that my wife runs. Now we're here. It's 2025, a new year. It's been good. This place has become, I think, a hub for musicians. We have a lot of times guitar players will come in and somebody else comes in and they're in the room and they just start talking and get to know each other. Then they're having coffee the next week. There's a ton of bars and a ton of restaurants that have people playing music in the corner. We knew we wanted more of a listening room type of experience where people are able to listen and actually engage in the music. Between the coffee shop, the concerts, the guitar repair shop, and the sales, I think it's a really fun place for community, for people to come and hear music, get coffee, and even learn more about guitars and stuff too.
Wardsville, that was actually named for perhaps a businessman and his wife who was maybe for a while the postmistress in town.
They took care of everybody's mail here, and we needed a name, and we were Wardsville until the magical day where we became St. Petersburg.
And speaking of that, how did it happen?
That's a great story. If you ride the trolleys, you hear a great story about a coin flip where Peter DeMenz and John Williams, who owned most of what is now downtown St. Petersburg, General John Williams, flipped a coin, right? The winner gets the name of the city, loser gets the name of the first hotel. Makes complete sense, right? The city is St. Petersburg, named after St. Petersburg, Russia, where Peter DeMenz is from. The Detroit Hotel is our first hotel, named after Detroit, Michigan, where Williams is from. Great story, but it's not true. We needed a name. And the postmaster wanted a name. Peter DeMenz had a press conference saying he was taking his train to St. Petersburg. John Williams didn't want to call it St. Petersburg. So there's all kinds of discussion. So what do you think happened after that?
I think somebody, perhaps one of the partners in that railroad enterprise, said, look, we have to name this after Peter DeMenz, and so we're going to name it St. Petersburg, and you go to the post office and tell Ms. Ward that's what it's going to be. And that's probably about how it happened, as simple as that.
It's as close as it came.
The other day I was down close to the ballpark and I stopped at a fountain to get a drink, and a woman came up to me and said, that's really the fountain of youth. You're going to turn younger. Do you have any idea what she was talking about?
Do you feel younger?
I do.
Good, it must have worked then. Our first tourist attraction here in St. Petersburg. What allegedly Juan Ponce de Leon came looking for, we have here in St. Pete. A gentleman by the name of Edwin Tomlinson came to St. Petersburg and purchased a tremendous amount of land and owned actually land from 4th Street all the way down to the water, kind of where the Mahaffey Al Lang is today. He decided one day to do some drilling because he saw a natural well and he hit it, I guess it was an artisan well. And when the water came onto shore, I think the people in St. Petersburg were going to run him out of town because it smelled really bad. It was, I think, the story I read, someone equated to a dozen raw eggs being broken open in an August afternoon in Florida set on the sidewalk. I don't know who was brave enough, but someone drank it. They tasted the water and they actually felt pretty good, and it made them feel good. And before you know it, word got out. St. Pete had this reputation of being the healthiest city in the, in the nation. People were coming and filling their water jugs and drinking the water, and everybody was feeling great. And then someone finally had to test the water, and they did, and had an unbelievable amount of lithium in it.
Oh my gosh! So
what does lithium do?
That would calm you down.
Happy water, right? So of course it was the fountain of youth. Everybody was drinking, and they were happy, and they were great. So finally it got shut down and capped, and regular potable water came through.
Why are we drinking beer? We should have.
We should have the water from the fountain of youth. It made everybody younger again.
When we talk about the Indian mounds, and Rui, you may think of it this way too. I think of that big sign out on Park Street that says, Panfilo de Narvaez landed here.
Everyone assumes that they landed somewhere on the Pinellas Peninsula when you can't really say exactly where. There were probably Indian mounds that covered the city from the Coffee Pot area all the way around the peninsula, up the west side of the city to to where Seminole is today, because there's still traces and evidence of them.
So there are a couple that remain here and there, but what happened to the rest of them? How come we don't see them in more spots around town?
When the automobile arrived in Florida and into St. Petersburg, imagine having an automobile with a tire that's that wide trying to drive up down Central Avenue and around downtown, getting stuck a lot in the sand. So a lot of those Indian mounds were used by city leaders. They used it to actually pave the streets of downtown St. Pete.
That's what became of history in that regard, huh?
Exactly. Wow. So every time you Central Avenue and 3rd Street, when you cross Central Avenue, you say hello to some of the Indians that may still be there. Who knows?
Who knows?
Dear reader, you are loved, more than you know.
Keep smiling and shining and being who you are.
The world is lucky to have you.
Happy Pride to you. Celebrate like you should.
Life would be dull without you in it.
Keep shining bright.
Sunshine face.
You are so loved. Do not let anyone ever tell you different.
St. Pete loves you.
We need you. We appreciate you. Thank you for being you.
You are beautiful just as you are, and you make our city more beautiful because you are a part of it.
You make the world more colorful.
You make the world brighter.
Never give up. You are loved for exactly
who you are.
I promise. The world needs you in it.
What do you know about the Coliseum? That was a boom time development, wasn't it?
It was pretty much the place where people went.
Sure.
For entertainment. I mean, you hear some of the stories of the bands that played there, and it was amazing.
Most of the big white swing bands, I think, played there. And because it was in the segregation area, the counterpart in the black community was on 22nd Street South with the Manhattan Casino.
Right.
And of course they had all the big name bands come there and play as well.
The Coliseum in the 20s and 30s was kind of like the Amalie Arena of today, where everybody who was anybody musically performed there. But didn't some of the acts perform at the Coliseum and then that same night leave and go play at the
Absolutely,
Manhattan?
they sure did. And sometimes they would gather for impromptu jam sessions in people's houses, I'm told.
That's very cool.
Yes, it is.
I
started this company almost 20 years ago out of my parents' garage. Growing year after year after year, you eventually, can grow out of a garage space really quickly. Scooter Cardoza with Trinity Graphics. I'm the owner here, and we do screen printing, embroidery, and promotional products. One of my long-term goals was to have a brick and mortar space. It took us a little over 12 years, but we got this space. Talk about a, kind of like a life-changing moment. We print lots and lots and lots of t-shirts. And then as far as like on the embroidery side, anything you can think of, we can accomplish with putting a logo or a brand on. One of the aspects of screen printing is reclaiming the screens, so you can basically reuse the screen over and over and over and over again. We had about 150 of the wood frames, and thought it would be really cool to do a screen wall. So each screen has some sort of sentimental, meaning behind it. We love what we do, so we're just going to continue to put out, a great product that we stand behind. It's really cool to have a team that believes and has the same passion and will, go the extra mile to do whatever it takes to get the job done. There's been a big push for keeping St. Pete local. It's been amazing to feel that love from the community and local businesses that will allow us to thrive in the community for another 20 years.
Camp Ignite is a 3-day program where aspiring female youth between the ages of 13 and 18 are able to come to fire rescue and experience what it's like to be a firefighter.
The girls will be learning a lot of hands-on skills within the fire department. They'll learn about the importance of teamwork and mentorships and building lasting relationships.
18 starts! Together we ignite!
We want to leave a lasting impression so that when it is time to figure out what their career is, they keep in mind that St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is here.
Last year, we provided opportunities for about 12 campers. This year, we were able to expand that capacity and actually double those numbers through continued partnership with Pinellas County Urban League, partnership with Parks and Rec, and our local union, Local 747.
This type of program is important for us in the community and the city. I want the girls to be enlightened about all of the opportunities that they have available to them here in our city, that the Urban League is there to support them in ways that they could not imagine, to make a selection that best fits what they want to do with their future.
Growing up, you don't see female firefighters as much as you see the males. So to see a female doing this is great for girls. So I think this is an excellent opportunity for young females to get involved and see what they can do.
It's very rewarding to see children get excited about our job. So being able to mentor those individuals in the right direction and stress the importance of physical fitness, nutrition, and establishing mentors is huge.
We want to make sure that we are getting the best. And this is an opportunity for them, if they do decide to become firefighters, they can be local heroes. And this is a great career. And we want to make sure that we continue down this path of ensuring that we provide the opportunities for them.
open night is being a firefighter.
They're just giving us new experiences of what the firefighters actually do.
They're trying to inspire young girls to want to try and be firefighters.
I think my favorite thing to do was probably saving the baby, and you have to like go through the smoke and crawl on your knees to try and find the baby. I think that was pretty fun.
I really liked going up in the ladder truck because they took us like all the way up. It was like 100 feet. It was really fun.
My favorite thing was when we went in an ambulance, we got a thing on the radio that said there was an alligator attack. It was like cool to feel like the adrenaline and try to like save them. It's inspiring to see females doing firefighting because like when they do it, it means that I can do it too and so many other women can too.
They have taught us a lot and they have brought different perspectives of being a female firefighter to us.
Girls feel like that they can't accomplish the same things as men just because of the standard. But really, there's like some really strong women out here and it just inspires you to do what you think you can do. I think they are all amazing women and they do such a hard job. And I think it's very inspiring and it really encourages like girls like me to really like want to join this force.
18 sparks, together we ignite.
18 sparks, together we ignite.
18 sparks, together we ignite.
18 sparks, together we ignite!
We'll go ahead and get started. Thank you all for joining us today. I'd like to thank our Council Chair Copley Gertis, who's with us, and he'll say a few words. Also here our Vice Chair Lisette Hanowitz, Councilmember Deborah Figgs Sanders, our entire city team. Thank you all for being here. Also Dr. Byron Green Kolish from St. Pete Pride, the president, who will be speaking here shortly. I also want to recognize Terry Lipsy Scott from the Woodson African American Museum of Florida. Your presence here reflects who we are as a city, diverse, inclusive, and committed to our shared values. When I'm asked why I've chosen to serve in local government for the entirety of my service in elected office, the answer is simple. It's because local government is closest to the people. This is where we can make the greatest impact on our community's quality of life, where we can intentionally focus our work to create a stronger, more equitable, inclusive community based on our shared values as a community. And so it is always troubling when state or federal politicians attempt to usurp our local values and priorities and instead mandate what our values should be. We have seen repeated attempts to silence our voices, to change the definition of terms from climate change to DEI, even banning the recognition of Black history and the LGBTQ community. We have seen the attempts to stifle our ability to express and celebrate our community values. Yet time and time again, our community has risen to the occasion, and this latest challenge will be no exception. Today, we are here to address the latest example of politically inspired state preemption, the ban on our painted street murals. Again, this is not an isolated act. It follows a pattern that we've seen with DOGE, with attacks on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and redefining what that even means. The takeover of university leadership and other calculated efforts to legislatively mandate the culture and values of cities like ours to align with those of Tallahassee and Washington politicians. When FDOT informed us that our non-standard surface markings, our street murals, had to be removed, we pushed back, utilizing every viable tool available to us. We submitted the requested inventories. We requested exemptions. We consulted with our attorneys and spoke with our stakeholders. We also provided data that shows that the markings actually increased safety based on historical data before and after the installation of the subject art. And we made it clear that these murals are more than paint on pavement. They are expressions of our community identity and values. But through meetings and correspondence, FDOT made their position clear. And the U.S. and they have the authority, backed by the governor and the U.S. Department of Transportation, and they threaten penalties that would jeopardize millions of dollars in state transportation funding and potentially tens of millions more in broader state funding in other areas. As the mayor of our city, I will not risk these essential investments in a fight that I don't believe we can win. That would be irresponsible leadership and detrimental to our city in the long run. But make no mistake, this is not the end of the story. Our response will be strategic, not reactionary. It may not be as emotionally satisfying as a street brawl, and as a former Lakewood Spartan lineman, I love a good street brawl. But I've done this for a long time. Over 20 years, I've dealt with preemption. And it will serve us better in the long run to be strategic for our community. We will build back stronger, and we will create new, even more powerful expressions of who we are. Expressions that cannot be erased. The state can remove the paint from our streets. They can remove those symbols, but they cannot bind the spirit of the city of St. Petersburg or silence our voice. When we say we are St. Pete, that means all of us, and we will stand by that. So our murals will live on city and privately owned properties, on flags and banners and other installations. Whatever is taken away will be replaced in new, more impactful ways. And to those who think they can silence St. Petersburg, all you have done is amplify our voice. Our message will now travel farther and louder than ever before. Let's remember what's at stake here. The Progressive Pride mural in the Grand Central District, created in partnership with St. Pete Pride, a vibrant symbol of our city's diversity and inclusion. The Black History Matters mural in front of the Woodson Museum, reimagined in 2023 to celebrate Juneteenth and the enduring contributions of Black Americans. The Common Ground mural at 5th Street and Central, our first intersection mural which reduced traffic crashes by 70%. And became a model for art-driven safety. The Fluid Structures mural on the USF campus, created by students to reflect a new generation's vision for St. Pete. And the Crossway Crux mural in Childs Park, a bold expression of neighborhood pride and unity. These works were born from collaboration and a shared belief that art can transform spaces and spark dialogue. They represent us, and they will continue to represent us in new and resilient forms. For our LGBTQ community, our Black community, our USF students in Childs Park neighborhood, the artists, and everyone who has found meaning in these particular works of art, we stand with you just as we always have. You are our friends, our neighbors, and our family. This city will never abandon its commitment to intentional inclusivity and principled progress. Those values are non-negotiable. Now, we've already begun conversations with community stakeholders about how we move forward. Those conversations will accelerate in the near term, and together with council, with community, with all stakeholders, we will craft the next chapter of St. Pete's story of inclusion and resilience. And now I have a call to action for our residents. Over the next few days, visit the mural sites, take photos, share them with your friends and family. Use hashtags like We Are St. Pete, Our Streets, Our Voices, and Can't Erase St. Pete. Let's show the world that these works are more than art. They are part of our soul as a city. I'm gonna go off script and say, obey the law, don't take the bait, be smart about how we take these next steps. And keep an eye out for what's next. Flags, banners, and installations that will carry these messages of inclusion and diversity to every corner of our community. To the people of St. Pete, this is your city, your voice and your story. And no act of preemption, no mandate from Tallahassee can take that away. Together we will continue to build a St. Pete that is resilient, inclusive, and true to the values that make us who we are. And now I'll turn it over to our council chair, Copley Gertis, followed by St. Pete Pride President, Dr. Byron Green Kolish. Thank you all for being here today. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Thank you, Mayor, Byron, Terry, Thank you for joining us. And then we've got two other council members. We've got Vice Chair Hanowitz here with us this morning, and also Council Member Deborah Fig-Sanders. I just want to thank them for their support this morning. You know, about 10 years ago, I took a leadership class. Yes, I did take a leadership class. And they talked about difficult conversations. And in that class, they talked about you have two parties in that conversation. And hopefully both parties are acting with and speaking with rationale. But when one is speaking with rationale and one is speaking with emotion, that conversation never goes anywhere. And that's what we're experiencing today. We have been data-driven. We've been intentional, forward-thinking. We are trying to use rationale. Unfortunately, our partner in this conversation is not. And so we're never going to see eye to eye in this conversation until they start using rationale as well. The mayor said it best, and you're going to hear a lot of resounding themes between my comments and the mayor's. We need to be strategic and not reactionary. Strategic is reminding ourselves there is much more to come with this story. These murals are just one of the ways we outwardly display our culture, our history, and our true values. No one can take these things away that we hold so dearly here in the city of St. Petersburg. So the question becomes, what do we do next? It's what we always do. We rise above. We find new and innovative ways to say, this is who we are, and this cannot just be painted over. This is just the beginning. Just months ago, I talked about a musical that's fond to my heart, the musical Rent. It's still true today, and I added a couple of lines for even more context because I think it's even more important. In one of the songs, there is only now, there is only here, give in to love or live in fear. No other path, no other way. Just like I said before, St. Pete will continue to give in to love. That will not change. I have no doubts about that. We are going to lean in. And there is no other way. That is who St. Pete is and who we will always be. So thank you for being here this morning, and we are going to continue to find new and innovative ways to show our history, our culture, and who we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doctor? I want to thank you both. Always have this moment where I'm like, we probably should have coordinated because you're going to hear a lot of the same, but I can never quote Rent quite like the council chair, which is also one of my favorite movies, so thank you. Hello, friends. My name is Dr. Byron Green College. I happen to have the pleasure of serving as the president of St. Pete Pride's board of directors. I started this morning off in gratitude, which may sound strange, but yesterday was Marsha P. Johnson's birthday. Marsha P. Johnson, for those of you that did not know, is a black trans woman that is credited with the starting of the movement of what we now know today as Pride. And in that moment, it was a reminder both of the resilience of both of the communities that Marsha represented, both as a black woman and as a trans woman. Where do we find ourselves here in this moment? That both communities are born of fight. Both communities have a deep-rooted history of being able to bounce back better, stronger than ever before. And in this moment, a reminder of what our ancestors have done and that we stand on their shoulders. In that, I recognize that this moment feels heavy. Getting calls about the Pulse Memorial being painted over, getting actively involved in this fight to save art, which we recognize has always been a central part of the resistance and a beautiful part of what makes this city who we are. The rainbow imagery outside of our streets, the Black History Matters, the other fantastic murals that we have a part of this city make us who we are. I've had the awesome opportunity to talk to community members across the board, and they told me their stories about why they care, why they showed up in those moments. I've had the opportunity to talk to tourists that say, like, I came to St. Pete because I wanted to see this mural. I felt more welcome before I had the chance to talk to a single human. And for those of you that don't know, I am a classically trained researcher. That's my day job. This is my volunteer job. So having conversations about the data, and I asked very candidly, what is the data on safety in this moment? And was provided with that data that our murals have increased the safety measures. And I think that's important to have that conversation. And what Council Chair said, that we want to be a part of this conversation and lead with facts and not feelings. But both exist in this moment, that our community does have very strong feelings about saving this art, and there is the data to back up why these things increase safety. The ban on artistic expression in public crossways, specifically targeting rainbow imagery and the experiences of Black folk across the board, is all about inclusivity. And whether you want to be a state that pulls people in, that holds people together and reminds people why we have the ability to be the greatest state in the nation, or to push people away. I want to say that St. Pete Pride as a community, we are not going anywhere. Queer people have existed, Black folk have existed, students have been a part of the change for social justice for years. We want to continue to fight and show up, but I am reminded by our founding documents that we, the people, give consent to the governed. How we show up in this moment is way more important than in any other time in our history about fighting back and saving art and saving visual representations of inclusion. I want to say one more thank you to the council people and to the mayor for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate it. All right, we'll take a few questions if there are any.
Can you share any of the ways that you guys have briefly talked about, what other ways that you might kind of show support and replace the murals?
Well, I think it's a blank slate. This letter from FDOT is 3 days old. We got it on Friday. But we talked about banners, poles, new art installations. The conversation is just starting. And that's really what's so exciting. We can put all the creative minds in our city together on how we can build back even stronger and bolder in terms of expressing who we are as a city. So I think everything's on the table. We want to adapt to this new reality of what we're seeing in terms of enforcement on our roadways. So we have to find a different path there. But I think the conversation's just started.
Mayor, if you must hire legal resources to fight this, why not call for an administrative hearing?
Well, if you read that letter from FDOT on Friday, they make it abundantly clear, and I saw some misinformation online. And this is from the letter on the 22nd. So last paragraph says, you are further notified that you may file a request for administrative proceeding pursuant to Chapter 120 Florida statute, which is set forth in the enclosed notice of administrative hearing within 14 days. Goes on to say, please be advised that the hearing will not involve a request for an exception or waiver to permit the non-conforming pavement markings to remain in place. The department has already reviewed the pavement markings at the locations mentioned and determined that the pavement markings will not be allowed. So why do an administrative hearing? It's not going to result in us keeping those markings.
Kind of legal action?
We looked at every option. We talked to our attorneys. We did not see a pathway through litigation to keep those street murals.
Mayor, FDOT themselves is going to remove the murals. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you know when? September 4th is the deadline.
We don't have a date, but FDOT will be removing the murals.
Are they going to do it
that
with
decision,
notice?
Mayor, to have them do it instead of us, and will they charge?
It's their I think flawed interpretation of the safety impacts. It's their decision, and I wanted them to remove it and not have City of St. Pete folks remove it because it's not our decision. We disagree with it, and so FDOT should be the ones removing it.
Are they going to give you a heads up when they're coming to do it?
I believe they will.
Will you give us a heads up?
It's all public information. When we know, the public will know.
How much is this expected to cost to remove these flags?
We don't have a cost figure on it yet.
Do you know what bucket of money it would come from, or what funds would be spent?
No, I don't.
For the utility boxes, are those included?
My discussion is that those are exempt. Evan, am I right on that? So the utility boxes will not be changed.
Also, I saw a report that Highway Patrol was guarding
Yeah, and that's why I kind of went off script for a minute and said, let's obey all the laws. We can express our views, we can protest, but you cannot block an intersection under new state law. We can give you more info on that. Chief Holloway is here. We've discussed that. So we want folks to protest, exercise their First Amendment rights, but do not break the law, do not block the intersections, or I think that's why Florida Highway Patrol state troopers are in Orlando right now.
Mayor, you mentioned in your speech what the city risks by pushing back even further. Can you summarize that again, the millions of dollars?
Well, the threat was all FDOT funding, and that's a huge pot of money. And there was another phrase that said state funding, so that's not limited to FDOT under that interpretation. So look at everything FDOT is doing in our city right now, whether it's the express lanes on I-275, the work that was done on Fifth Avenue. We depend a lot on FDOT in that partnership. I did not think it was worth risking that when we're probably have no chance of winning in court. Yes.
If they can revoke state funding for the roads, are you concerned about them threatening to revoke any other state funding for rainbow flags and other city government places, libraries?
We are actively engaged every year. As you know, every year there is a proposal in Tallahassee to stop us from raising the pride flag or the Woodson flag. So we're engaged with that every year. I can't tell you what they might come up with next, but we'll be engaged and we'll fight for our home rule. One more question?
Well, Mayor, I just wanted to clarify something. You mentioned that there's potentially tens of millions more broader state funding that would be at risk. Is that something that was verbally told to you? Is it something that you're just interpreting on the documents?
Yeah, you probably missed when I just covered that. There are parts of the letter that specifically say transportation funding. Then there are parts of either that letter or another one that just says state funding. So it doesn't limit it to transportation. So
Okay, so that's just you reading into it.
that's me reading what they wrote and watching their actions.
Okay, you also referenced several times in being mayor, intentional equity, referenced John Lewis and good trouble. Is this an opportunity for good trouble?
I think this is the definition of it.
So, and that is just having the state painted over and paying for it with city funds?
Not understanding your question.
I'm just saying, what exactly is the example of good trouble in St. Pete?
When we build back better and stronger.
And that is just working with artists and putting out art on the street?
We're going to do it St. Pete's way, and I think what's going to come out of this is going to be much more bold and much more impactful than those 3 or 4 targeted murals. Yeah, please, Doctor.
I think to add to that, we've been in active communication with community members for the last few weeks about what does the fight after this look like. And we've been in conversations with the mayor's office and with city council, both with ideas that are coming to us from individual community members and organizations across the state. And what does that fight look like? We have so many people excited to join our fight here, recognizing that Florida's the playbook for what will happen across the country. So being able to get into some of that good trouble with the mayor and city council's help is what our residents are really excited about.
Thank you, Doc. All right, thank you all. We appreciate it.
Campbell Park is a beautiful community. It is rich with culture.
All right, Campbell Park is located right across the street from Tropicana Field, where the Tampa Bay Rays play. Right across the highway, you got an overpass right here that you can walk over. It's right down the street from the local skate shop, Anchor. It's in a pretty dope location, honestly.
What I think is unique about Campbell Park is you can have a yard, you can have green space, you have this beautiful park across the street, and then you just go a little further and now you're into the density of downtown, which is really exciting to have an actual residential corridor with yards so close to a really booming downtown area.
We are one of the more accessible communities when it comes to traveling, as far as going downtown, interstate travel, any of our shopping centers. This is the perfect place to be when it comes to all of those things.
You can skate anywhere in St. Pete just using the trail, and you can just hop off the trail, walk across the Trop, and then hop right over the highway and you're here, and you can just shred. It's a dope park.
I love taking my dog for walks into the skate park. I love going there and seeing all the energy of everyone using the skate park.
The skate park has brought an environment for diversity, and so our children are able to attend the skate park and have a safe place to skate without being on our roadways.
I definitely think that the skate park is going to help change some kids' lives out here, for sure.
I live right across the street, so I just come right across the street, come skate, you know, blow off some steam, have some fun. That's what it's all about, like having fun. That's what I say skateboarding.
Back in the day, growing up skateboarding, skateboarders and BMX bikers never got along. To see BMX bikers and skateboarders getting along so well together in a skate park is really transformative, because if BMXers and skateboarders can be in harmony, then everyone can be in harmony together.
Nobody's gonna be like, oh, you're too short to do this, you're too tall to do this, you know? It's more of a, you just come here and you get to do what you do, self-express yourself through the park. Definitely, since the skate park's been built, there's been a lot of more little kids like on their sidewalk, like practicing how to skate. You see kids riding down the street on the way to the skate park. Since I've lived here, like a lot of the areas have been cleaning up, you know, moving towards a more positive direction.
Everyone has kind of come together and worked hand in hand in improving things for everybody. Something where you create positive activity throughout the day has such a spillover effect on pushing out crime, which has been amazing.
All walks of life can come here. Like, skateboarding is one of those things that's just like, it doesn't care what color you are or how much money you have. Like, if you have some wheels, a board, and some shoes, like, you're part of the crew, you know? Like, you can shred. Everybody's welcome. The neighborhood has changed over the years. It was beautiful when I was a child, but it's beautiful now that I'm an adult. I'm blessed to have been able to see all of those changes over my 46 years here in the neighborhood.
Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Ken Welch, District 1 and Council Chair Copley Gertis, District 2, Brandy Gabbard, District 3, Mike Harding, District 4 and Council Vice Chair Lisette Hanowitz, District 5, Deborah Fig Sanders, District 6, Gina Driscoll, District 7, Corey Givens Jr., and District 8, Richie Floyd.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the November 6, 2025 City Council meeting. Could we do a roll call, please?
Harding. Here. Hanowitz.
Here.
Big Sanders.
Here.
Driscoll.
Here.
Givens.
Here.
Floyd. Gertis.
Here.
And Gabbard.
Here.
Thank you. Okay, we will now have our invocation given today by Pastor Kevin Loughran from Grace Lutheran Church. Then please remain standing for a moment of silence to honor our fallen first responders and the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me in standing. Pastor, welcome.
Thank you so much, and I do bring greetings from Grace Lutheran Church and School, particularly our 8th graders who I was just teaching prior to coming here. Let's bow our heads for a word of prayer. Dear God, our Father in heaven, we give thanks and praise to you for this day, for the body gathered here, for living in a country where we have so many great freedoms. Lord, these freedoms give us the opportunity to thrive, to grow together, to gain a sense of community with people who are different and yet wonderful and glorious in the ways in which they knit a fabric. Lord, I pray that you would be with this assembly today in the decisions that they have to make. I pray that you would keep safe our firefighters, our police officers, our first responders, that you would be with the families of those who are fallen as well when we commemorate them. Lord, bless the work done here today and always. In the name of your Son, Jesus. Amen.
Amen. Please join me in a moment of silence for Officer Jean A. Bissett, end of watch, November 10th, 1961. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Pastor, thank you for joining us, and thank you for that beautiful invocation.
God bless everyone.
Thank you. Back at you. Okay, council members, we have an agenda in front of us. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the agenda. Seeing as no council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve the agenda passes unanimously.
Thank you. Okay, council members, we have a consent agenda. Clerk, do we have any cards?
Cards, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have a consent agenda, council members. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second on the consent agenda. Seeing as no council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve the consent agenda passes unanimously.
Okay, we're going to move into open forum. Clerk, could you please read the rules?
If you wish to address City Council on subjects other than public hearing or quasi-judicial items listed on the agenda, please sign up with the clerk. Excuse me. Only the individual wishing to speak may sign the open forum sheet. Only city residents, owners of property, business owners in the city, or their employees may speak. All issues discussed under open forum must be limited to issues related to the City of St. Petersburg government. If you are speaking to an item on the agenda, you may only speak once during the open forum or when the items come up on the agenda. In order to provide an opportunity for all citizens to address council, each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after which the microphone will be muted. If you wish to address City Council through the Zoom meeting, you must use the raise hand feature button in the Zoom app or enter *9 on your phone at the time the agenda item is addressed. When it's your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and asked to state your name and address. At the conclusion of your comments or when you reach the 3-minute time limit, you will be muted. All raised hands will be lowered after each agenda item. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules apply, including the 3-minute time limit on comments. the requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted in advance of the meeting, and the rules of decorum. If live public comment is disrupted by violations of the rules of decorum, the chair is authorized to accept public comment by alternate means, including by email only. And Mr. Chair, we do have speakers.
Okay, let's call two at a time, please.
First two speakers, Dr. Perry Washington and Brad McCoy. Please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council. Washington, do you need the cordless mic or you okay?
I need that mic.
Okay.
Why do we need that? Both of us?
Okay. Gotcha. Stand here. That's up, well, up. Up here. Testing.
Go ahead, Dr. Washington.
You said my name. I live in St. Petersburg. I'm here to address Corey Gibbons, Jr.
Dr. Washington, please give us your cross streets.
Fifth Street North and 2nd Avenue.
Thank you.
I will not give you my living address. Never. Corey Gibbons, I've been here every month that you've been in office. You not called me and addressed the OPP problem I have with the city police. You never called me. You never sent me a letter, but I'm being here. You took my money and you bought new suits. You get rid of that scary curl in your hair. All that glitters ain't gold. Open your mouth, we'll see. It shine silver. Obamacare took care of that for you. You have never addressed the problem with the city police. When are you all gonna do something? First, you need to search for information, but I brought it to you. You need to translate it. Then articulate it. You're sitting in the building I designed and built. But not named, but not on it. But no one knows what I know about this building but me. I was put in jail 12 hours for my 67th birthday. But I stood. 7.5 months later, I told 3 attorneys, tell them to drop it. Guess what they did at the final hour? They dropped it, but you never called me. How you doing, Mike? That's the only man that spoke to me on his own.
Thank you, Dr. Washington. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Brad McCoy, 1856 Almeria Way South. I stood here last year warning this council that the city's public records practices were out of compliance with Florida law. I have read your employee handbook, administrative policies, Florida statutes, Attorney General opinions, and relevant case law. I've also filed hundreds of public records requests and documented the failures firsthand. Since last year, the situation has become dramatically worse. Requests now sit open for months and even over a year. Records marked complete are missing documents. I'm routinely told records don't exist, and only after I push back, cite state law, or point out contradictions, the city suddenly discovers records and then tries to charge me extraordinary fees to retrieve them. Councilmember Deborah Fix-Sanders states certain text messages about official business do not exist. That is a flat-out lie. After I challenged that denial, the city clerk stated that the records do exist and informed me that I would have to pay for them. That is not a misunderstanding. That is a violation of transparency and a violation of Chapter 119. Just this morning, the city clerk sent me a payment request for redaction without knowing exactly how many exemptions exist. How can anyone calculate redaction time without knowing how many exemptions exist? It's illogical and it's unlawful. These repeated violations are not clerical errors, they are systemic and deliberate, and they raise serious questions. Why is the city working so hard to avoid transparency? What exactly is being hidden? Even the mayor refuses to provide the simplest of records, his schedule, his emails, his communications, and even basic expense details. The refusals are constant, the delays appear intentional. The fees are being used as a deterrent to keep the public from understanding what is happening in City Hall. Now we have a senior staff departure, Brian Caper. While the city has no functioning archiving policy for text messages and other digital communications, I have already requested his text of official business. Based on the city's pattern of behavior, I expect that request will be ignored or denied as well because you don't properly archive them. Let me remind you, knowingly violating Florida's public record laws carry penalties, civil, financial, criminal. Falsely denying the existence of a record is a violation. Charging excessive fees is a violation. Failing to preserve public records is a violation, including text messages. It's all a violation. And the absence of archiving policy for these communications is another violation. Last week, I filed what will be the first, or maybe the first, of many lawsuits. The case addresses only one of many violations I've documented over the past 18 months. I will take every action necessary to compel compliance with this behavior. You can choose to fix this now or continue towards more lawsuits, more public embarrassment, and more erosion of trust. I'm demanding this council take action immediately by reviewing all city policies against state law to identify contradictions and gaps, create an archival system that allows easy retrieval of records, analyzing all denials and all requests marked no records exist, establishing a clear and lawful standard for when and how fees are assessed, and creating a mandatory archiving policy for all records, including text messages. We deserve more from this government, not hiding, delaying, or deceiving. Thank you.
Thank you. Next two speakers, please.
Next speaker, Mr. Chair, and final speaker, Peter Belmont.
Thank you.
Mr. Belmont, please go to either podium. State your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, Peter Belmont, 103 Wildwood Lane Southeast, and it's nice to see you all again. We know that we're a very pedestrian-oriented city, and I just want to briefly raise an issue that I was surprised at. We've won many tree awards for our city, and as I was walking downtown, I was just somewhat struck and dumbfounded, actually, when I looked across at the big new 400 Central building in the streetscape. And it's such a stark contrast between across the street and the oak trees next to the Snell building and the new 400 building and the palm trees. And so I would just ask, can we do better? I think as summer rolls around and people have a choice which side of the street they're going to walk down, it's going to be the shady side, not the side with the small palm trees. So thank you, and let's do better.
Thank you. No more speakers, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close open forum, and we're going to move into I-1, and I'll turn it over to McCall. Sorry, McCall, I was looking for you up here.
Yeah, good afternoon, council. So we're here as part of a procedural process for projects seeking tax-exempt bond financing. So the city has a health facilities authority. We created that authority back in the early 80s. The authority conducted the required TEFRA hearing on October 21st, and they requested that city council approve the attached resolution before you. Section 174F of the Internal Revenue Code requires that tax-exempt private activity bonds require your approval where the facility that the improvements are going to occur is located. So these improvements are going to occur at Johns Hopkins Hospital campus at 501 6th Avenue South. We're looking to spend about $70 million. They're going to be doing a pathway expansion for the emergency room department. an expansion of the current surgery platform, the addition of a permanent MRI imaging department, and the placement of a steam line running from their central plant to the main hospital. And with that, the authority would, request your approval solely for the purposes of 174F of the Internal Revenue Code, the issuance by the Maryland Health and Higher Education Authority's facility. They will be the issuance of the bonds. The Johns Hopkins Health Facility System Series 2025, in order to finance and refinance the acquisition, the construction, the expansion, the renovation, and the equipping of the Johns Hopkins All Children's Campus here in St. Petersburg.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I wasn't sure which button you were. Go ahead, Vice Chair.
I just, for those, McCall, thank you for the explanation. Just to make it clear for those that may not understand what's happening, we're not paying any of this money.
Correct.
This is something that we have to do, and we just have to approve.
Correct.
That's all I wanted to just put out there in very simple
We're
and
100%
terms.
correct. And
That's
I did want to mention that we have representatives from the hospital and the authorities, bond counsel, Bryant Miller Olive. We have representatives there too.
Right. No, it's fine. I just wanted to make sure that the public understood that. Thank you.
Thank you. Just quickly, very excited for all the Johns Hopkins All Children's staff in the room. Very excited for this expansion. I've seen renderings. It's going to be a beautiful addition to the hospital. So thanks for continuing to invest in St. Petersburg and our kids here in the Tampa Bay area. Okay, we have a motion and a second on I-1. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item I-1 passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, McCall. All right, we're going to go into E1. Clerk, could you please read the title?
Sir, proposed ordinance number 141HL, an ordinance of the City of St. Petersburg, Florida, designating the First Church of the Nazarene located at 1225 9th Avenue North as a local historic landmark and adding the property to the St. Petersburg Register of Historic Places pursuant to Section 16.30.070 City Code and providing an effective date. The public hearing for this item is on November 13th, and we do not have any cars, Mr. Chair.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second on E1. Seeing as no council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item E1 passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to go into E2. Could you please read the ordinance?
Proposed ordinance number 623H, an ordinance in accordance with Section 1.02, subsection C, subsection 3 of the St. Petersburg City Charter, authorizing the grant of a public utility easement to Duke Energy Florida, LLC, a Florida limited liability company, DBA Duke Energy, within city-owned property located at 1160 62nd Avenue Northeast, St. Petersburg, Florida, authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute all documents necessary to effectuate this ordinance and providing an effective date. And the public hearing for this item is also on November 13th, and we do not have any cars, Mr. Chair.
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second on E2. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item E2 passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move on to E3. Could you please read the title?
Proposed ordinance number 621H, an ordinance enacting year-end appropriation adjustments for fiscal year 2025 for the operating budget and capital improvement program budget and adjustments to the fiscal year 2026 budget and providing an effective date. And the public hearing for this item is scheduled on November 24th, 2025, and we do not have any cars, Mr. Chair.
And council members, we reviewed this today at BF&T, and I told Liz that we did not require a presentation because chances are the numbers will change by the time second reading comes along, so I just wanted to give you that heads up.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second on E3. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item E3 passes unanimously.
Thanks, Liz. Okay, we're going to go into E4. Please read the title.
Proposed ordinance number 1175V, an ordinance approving the vacation of an unimproved, isolated 25 by 60 foot dead end right-of-way on the southern side of Block 1, Lot 1, in the Maximo Woods Unit 1 plat, generally located at 3010 58th Avenue South, setting forth conditions for the vacation to become effective and providing for an effective date. And the public hearing for this item is on December 4th, 2025, and we do not have any cards, Mr. Chair.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on E4. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item E4 passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move into E5. Could you please read the title?
Proposed ordinance number 1176V. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
All right, it's a lot of them. There's no judgment.
An ordinance approving the vacation of a street corner easement at the southeast corner of Lot 1, excuse me, in the Powers Central Park Block 16 partial replat, generally located at 3601 First Avenue North, setting forth conditions for the vacation to become effective and providing for an effective date. And the public hearing for this item is also scheduled for December 4th, 2025, and we do not have any cards, Mr. Chair.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second on E5. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item E5 passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. All right, let's go into E6. Last but not least, could you please read the title?
Proposed ordinance number 624H, an ordinance of the City of St. Petersburg, Florida, amending City Code Chapter 8 to add a new section 8-38, milestone inspections, providing definitions for milestone inspection, qualified building, and substantial structure deterioration, providing for an inspection schedule, providing for consistency with state law, prescribing timelines and penalties to ensure compliance, amending, amending section 12-6 to add milestone inspection fees, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. And the public hearing for this item is also scheduled for December 4th, 2025, and we do not have any cards, Mr. Chair.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on E6. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, please open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Councilmember Gibbons.
My bad, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
It's all right. Thank you. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item E6 passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. All right, now we're going to move into reports, and this is F1, your neighborhood produce store. This is an item I brought forward, although I will apologize to Councilmember Givens because it is in his district, but I drive by it every day. And so I wanted to invite Kelly Casto, the founder of your neighborhood produce store, to come and just give us an update on what she's got going over there and all the cool stuff that's going on.
Oh, okay. All right. Can I just talk, or do I have to do this? Can I just chat, or do I have to follow this along?
You could do
Okay,
both.
yeah. So I'm Kelly Castro. I'm the founder of Saving Our Seniors, which is a local nonprofit. Have given out over 96,000 seniors fresh produce. I don't believe in donated food. I believe everyone should have the basic right to be able to choose what they want. We run free markets around town. After the hurricanes, I started helping local families to get fresh vegetables and different items. And through that process, I really saw that there was a need for affordable fresh produce for people to come and shop at. So I guess I prayed to God and asked him where I should go. And I landed on 132 49th Street South. I think it's a great area because I have Gulfport, I have St. Pete, I have various areas, and I have a lot of individuals and families that are struggling to put food on their plates because they just can't afford it. So I did a video the other day that a family of 3 can come and shop at my produce store and get 8 meals for less than $27. I don't know where else you can do that. I know you can't, but if you want to maybe go against that that it's not true, please send me your information. But I have seen in the last 7 months of opening a produce store a lot, and I have learned more things than I ever thought I would learn. My background is in occupational therapy, so you have a stroke, I can make you better. But learning families and issues that they might have, families come in and they're like, I don't even have a working stove. And I'm like, I didn't even think that was a possibility. So I'm like, well, I can't cook either. So you can eat most of this stuff raw. We would have like an overflow of produce, even though we're still doing our free markets in the community. I was like, I'm wasting money that I don't have. So I launched a cold pressed juice line. Took that from literally, it was the worst juice I think I've ever tasted to something phenomenal. I sell 250 to 300 juices a week. I just got into Duckweed grocery store. I'm in different gyms across the area. But then I was like, there's still like an overflow of some like zucchini and potatoes and this and that. So what do? I asked my friend ChatGPT, what can I make out of this? And next week I'm launching a dehydration line of fresh soups, spices, snacks, and healthy snacks. So that's what I'm launching next week, and it will be called the Healthy Pack. I've learned giving out fresh vegetables that are non-donated, I look like the non-traditional food bank, but I think food banks and things serve a vital purpose when you're in a crisis, but I think we lack sustainability in our community. I would love to offer like wellness nights to have families come in, and sometimes they don't even know what to do with the food, right? Or it's just overwhelming for them. They're working multiple jobs and they're just not sure what to do. But I will say I worked 115 hours last week, and I'm not sick and I feel great because it's what I eat. I drink my juices that don't sell because they should be expired, and I eat my vegetables that should be composted. So I know that our produce store is a new way. It's not the traditional, but I know that we can serve so many people with dignity and choice. And I think no matter where you're at financially, you can come to our store. I never hear anyone say, oh my God, I can't afford this, because they're typically like, are you sure? Like, did you ring it up right, Kelly? I'm like, yeah, I rang it up. Like, just, I think we're just a difference, but we are what we should all be doing. There should be a neighborhood produce store in every district because everyone deserves the same access. And I just think that we'll be self-sustainable. I mean, I will say the last 6 months has been challenging, but we are going to get there because I have the grit and the community drive, and I see the neighbors that I help on a daily basis. A woman, Brenda, that was my mother's name, and I always say you never meet a bad Brenda, and she passed away a few years ago, and this lady came into my store. She drives the Sunrunner down, and she pops off, and she came into my store, and she only bought like one lemon, and then she walked out, and I was like, well, that was weird, but okay. So then she came back later that day, and then she came back again, and now she's like my best customer. And she was actually in my store today, and I said, oh, I'm gonna go speak to city council, like, what should I say? She was like, you gave me hope. She couldn't afford, she made too much money for a food stamp to get EBT, but she didn't make enough to really survive. And she said, like, you make me feel good. And I love the energy. I have homeless individuals that come in, and I would have never known they were homeless, but they were breaking barriers because I'm not gonna not help them. Like, if they can't afford the food, I'm still gonna give it to them. And that's like through our Wellness Night initiative, is to have families come in and get like a $40 voucher and shop at our produce store, because I've gotten, like, people have given me food before, and I'm like, I don't even know how to eat that. I'm going to throw it away. I don't even want it. And then, giving them that ability to choose what they want to, like, feed their families is going to make them healthier. It's going to make them happier. Families are like, oh, this food makes me feel good. I feed my kids this food. Picky eaters, we launched a little squeeze line too. So we have a kids juice line also. And I just think, and we finally got a little corporate sponsor, a little one, for our workforce. We wanted to turn our trailer into a commercial kitchen because I currently pay for one, and I'm like always over the hours. I never knew juicing was so involved. Like, I feel like I'm getting carpal tunnel from pressing so much. but it's okay. It's for the community. Yeah, so we're starting a workforce development program that will be for like at-risk youth kids, developmentally disabled. Like after they come age out, like have something to do. We want to give them certifications. They can either work at, with us, or they can go on to something bigger and better. So that's kind of me in a nutshell. I recommend coming by and stopping at our store. I did bring like a bag. Like this is like the bag of produce that you would get for the $28 for the family of 3. But that's kind of me in a nutshell. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Harding.
Kelly, you've made my day.
Oh, good.
My day. And I got to be honest with you, I don't think I'm special. I think you make a lot of people's day.
Yeah.
First and foremost, will you say your address again?
Wait.
Your address.
Oh, my address is 132 49th Street South. And I'm like, I always get confused on East and West. I'm not from here, but I've been here. Okay, perfect.
Everything you did is scary. Starting a business is scary. Being an entrepreneur is scary. Having people that work for you are scary. And then not having a giant revenue stream because you're giving it all away is scary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. It's so good to see you again.
See you.
So first of all, I want you to put the picture at the end where it says thank you, and you could see your store because you had the presentation, and that's her store. It is super cute, and the produce was amazing because I bought produce there, and it was absolutely wonderful. And then you also had some other items that were there. I got some guava.
Yeah, that's from a 94-year-old lady from Bushnell. She makes that. So I support local senior. Like, I know she's not local, but she's 94. Her stuff is great.
Yeah, so you have some like just freshly made items that I thought were just fantastic. And so I had that. That was great. And your energy that you showed here, that's the energy you get when you visit her store, which is also fantastic. She's wonderful, engaging. The community that comes in and everyone that comes in, you were there helping people, and I thought you were just fantastic. So however we can help, let us know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
God, you made my day.
Councilmember Gabbard, we're not over yet. Kelly.
Oh, we're not over. Oh, sorry.
Not done yet. Well, Kelly, thank you so much. It's so great to see you. Popped in and saw you back in June, and I echo everything that Council Vice Chair Hanowitz said. Like the product itself is just such high quality, and you would never know that you are in a community store, right? Your produce and all of those other items that you source. I got some of the pickles. I think they were made by an 80s.
They're made from the same lady.
Same lady? Okay. Well, her pickles are phenomenal too. Took them home and fed them to my 14-year-old, and he was very happy. And so I just really want to thank you, not only just for what you're doing for the community, but on a personal level, the education that you gave me that day. You taught me kind of about how you use I think it's the Florida Fresh Bucks, and you can really take that additional, benefit and really help people spread, like you saw with how much you can get.
Yeah, I'm with this. I take SNAP, but then I'm also like Fresh Access.
Fresh
Somebody
Access.
comes in and they get like a $12 honey, they can get $12 worth of Florida fresh produce. And a lot of families are like, I don't even think about getting honey because it's out of my limit. So it just is great to be able to offer that service.
So I just want to thank you for everything you're doing for the community. And I agree, we need a Kelly and a store in every single district in this city. So let's brainstorm. Let's talk about how we can expand, how we can help you. I think you can see you have a lot of support here. And we just want to thank you so much for being you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Chair. Well, you are in my district, Kelly. I'm very fortunate to have you, and I'm so grateful that our paths have crossed and that you're working so hard. We had the conversation, and I talked about food banks and food pantries, and you told me, you made it clear. You said, Councilmember, I am the non-traditional food bank model, and I love what you do. People don't realize it, but you're a business on wheels. You're out there delivering groceries to those folks who, you know, in the middle of this federal government shutdown, who do not receive EBT SNAP assistance. You are making sure they have access to healthy and nutritious food during these uncertain times. So I thank you so much for your labors. They are not in vain. You know, to Councilmember Gabbert's point, I'm already thinking outside of the box, you know, and I'm looking back there at my friend, Mr. Lundy, and I'm thinking about how we can get her over there at some of our properties with the St. Petersburg Housing Authority, you know, to be able to teach those families, some of those seniors at the Legacy Building, how to eat what you grow, you know, in the gardens that they have there. I really see you taking off from here. So through the ups and the downs and all the growing pains, stay there. You got this, girl. So I appreciate what you do, Kelly. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Fix Sanders.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I just have to say you are a breath of fresh air. Your whole personality, your whole light, and I find that to be a part of your personality and your characteristics of someone that cares, someone that gives back without expecting, and those are my favorite people in the world, and especially those that take others with you. So as you say, your 94-year-old, your local entrepreneurs that you actually support, the whole goal, the whole mission that you've set out on, trust me when I tell you, you're going to keep glowing. You know, now that we know who you are and where you are, I'm going to have to come by 132 49th Street South.
And
especially when you say honey.
I leave at 6, like, I'm gone.
Well, that's okay. You don't have to worry about that one. You especially got me when you said the honey, because I use honey for everything. So when I think about your mission and what you are doing, $28 for that whole bag. Now, mind you, I'm commending you because I appreciate the value. I don't cook, right? So that's nothing that I do, but I will support you in other ways. I will support you. I'll buy some broccoli and whatnot, but I just have to say thank you, because it takes a certain person to want to help others as you're helping yourself and not gain anything personally other than the satisfaction of knowing that you made an impact. So with that, I say congratulations and thank you. I am going to come by and see you, and you don't have to worry because it's dark at 6 o'clock. So I would do that prior to, but then you talked about your compost. I do know that they do accept some compost at our St. Pete Youth Farm. If you don't want to eat everything that you did not get rid
Well, now
of.
that I have the other program starting, I probably won't have like any waste. Like, I will have no waste.
Because I don't want you to waste it, because
Yeah,
we
no.
can definitely use it at the youth farm. But other than that, I applaud you. I have a cousin out in L.A. who's doing just what they call it the prosperity market.
Oh, okay.
So she's doing the same thing. So if we have more people like you making a difference like that, just imagine what type of world this would be. So thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation and for bringing so much sunshine into the council chambers today. It's wonderful, refreshing, and I'm really grateful for all that you're doing for the community. In the presentation, under what your current needs are and what you're looking for here, you talk about city partnership and support, and I'm wondering how this can kind of dovetail with the efforts from Healthy St. Pete and Kim Lado's work that she has done. Wondering if you've connected with her.
Yeah, I was doing some of the like city employee wellness. I was doing like through our produce pack, but we just really couldn't get it like off the ground. I think a lot of people don't cook, right? So I think we're trying to like redo our pack program, kind of more with our cold pressed juices and our our dehydration line, and then like fresh fruits and vegetables in that sense. I was speak with the Healthy St. Pete a while back about doing some like pop-up markets, but we just never could, with the hurricanes and everything, we just never got it off. And then I opened my store, so now I'm trying to realign and get back out there. I would love to see more families to be able to come in and shop, at our store somehow, being able to get some support through there, because I know like on Fridays we do a senior day, so I allow the first 25, they come in and shop for, it's like at $12 because they're one person, so they don't need as much, but typically they're like, oh, I don't need that, so you can get like a lot at our store for very little.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I'm thinking that a Healthy St. Pete could be the angle and maybe a renewed effort
Okay.
from the city to partner in that way.
Because our little squeeze line too, we were trying to get with like the kids that go home on the weekends and they get their snack pack, like offering on them like our 6-pack of cold pressed juice and some healthy, just to give them some healthy options. I know when I eat better, I feel better. So their tummies would feel better probably too.
Yeah, and it's even more important for the children to have what they need. You listed collaboration on site identification in underserved areas and include small business and CRA support for neighborhood expansion. And yes, it would be great to have one in every district and in all of the areas that need it. There could be some opportunities there, and I'd love for the administration to explore that.
Or just maybe like a mobile me too, popping up on certain days.
Yeah, but there are a couple of developments in the city that have struggled to find a grocer. That this could be another way. I really love that you have that it's actually a place to shop. I think there's real dignity in exchange.
Yeah, like the seniors, like that was kind of because I know that they're my people, right? So we're besties. They text me all the time, and I'm like, let's start this new program and see how it goes. And in the last 3 weeks, they're like, oh, this is just amazing. Like no one ever gives me the option to shop. Like at my free markets, like they can shop, but I pick it out for them but it's all fresh. But they've never complained. But to giving them the option to choose the onion or the orange is like amazing to them.
Yeah.
So it's just that I don't know, just makes, I guess I want to choose my own stuff too, so.
Right. So the big question is what can we do to help get more of this going? So let's keep having that conversation. I'm hoping that the administration will follow up and maybe put a plan together to see what your goals are, what you're looking at doing, and how we might be able to help.
Okay, great.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
So I'm sitting here and I get a text from one of the neighborhood presidents basically saying, how do we get one of her produce stores up here? She's amazing. And I had to share that with you. And I can't agree anymore. When we're talking about partnerships, I see Mr. Lundy from the St. Pete Housing Authority here. And there are other people out there where I'm sure you can find some great partnerships. And like I was thinking just of the neighborhood, and they were telling me, well, they're going to be doing a market maybe for the holidays, and maybe that's a way also you can get the word out, And so I just want to make sure that this is going to, I think, open up opportunities for you in different ways. And I'm hoping there are things that you didn't even imagine. So the last thing I'm going to say is for those that are watching and want to reach her in the presentation, it's theproducepack@gmail.com. Is that your
that's
email?
it. Yes, or that cell phone number.
Or the cell phone number.
I'm better at the cell phone.
Okay,
'Cause I'm always
that's the way that they should reach
just
you.
text me.
Okay, well, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Kelly, this is what I was hoping when we invited you here, is that
I didn't know what to expect.
One, you'd have 7 more one-on-ones to have, and also just the brainstorming of opportunities. When I walked in, I was blown away, and so I'm just so thankful to have you here in St. Petersburg. Thankful for all the work that you're doing, and I'm thankful to my colleagues too, because I know they're excited, and I think my guess is you're gonna have a few text messages after this for some brainstorming. And so just super excited for you, and we're going to continue to support you however we can.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right, council members, we're going to move on to F2, and we're going to talk things Tampa Bay Ferry. Evan Morey, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Raise this. So that's a tough one to follow.
We're smiling already.
Yeah. I've got jokes, but
I was trying to decide whether to put that at the beginning or the end.
I wish you would have put it at the end, but it's okay.
Do we start out like that, or do we end?
That was great. The ability to take a serious matter and make it entertaining is a true skill. So, but this is an exciting topic too. I'm Evan Moore, Director of Transportation and Parking Management. With me today are our ongoing partners and hopefully soon to be even better partners. I'm joined by Brad Miller, CEO of PSTA, Chief Planning and Community Affairs Officer Darden Rice, and then we also have here in the front row Tara Hubbard. She's the CEO of Hubbard's Ferry. Your clicker. So here's a picture, I'm not sure if you all remember, but the Cross Bay Ferry was actually docked at the Pier Approach for the pilot season, and here's a picture of it. You can see the Vinoy in the background. The initial investment for that trial was $350,000 per local government partner, and there was $300,000 in passenger fares that were collected that also helped pay for the service. Almost 41,000 trips were taken, and riders gave the service very high remarks. The pilot demonstrated that there was a good demand for ferry service between St. Pete and Tampa. So what did we learn during the pilot? We learned that most customers were area residents, not tourists. We learned that the ferry was good for local businesses. Specifically, people would spend over $40 when they would visit. And while the ride can be part of the experience, that was only the main reason for 1 out of 5 people surveyed to take the trip. 2/3 of rides were induced trips and 1/3 were replacement trips for other means of transportation. So that means 1/3 of the time you're reducing car trips, the other 2/3 of the time you're stimulating the economy. Fare payment data showed that riders came from almost every zip code in both Pinellas and Hillsborough County, so we had widespread usage. And after the pilot's conclusion, St. Petersburg continued being the lead government agency overseeing the ferry from 2018 through 2021. Then Hillsborough County took over as the lead because there were plans for major expansion in Hillsborough County. However, those plans did not come to fruition. And here in this picture, you can see the ferry once it moved over to the temporary dock by Bayshore. Looking at another year that is not too long ago, we had a 9-month-long season 2 seasons ago, and over $750,000 was collected in passenger fares with a 9-month season. 63,000 trips between the convention center in Tampa, which you can see pictured above, and Port St. Pete that you can see pictured below. And here we can see the ferry encountered some rough waters earlier this year. In 2024 and 2025, it was supposed to be our first full year-round service. However, the operator went through bankruptcy, restructuring, an ownership change, and eventually lost control of the vessel, and this resulted in a default of the contract with Hillsborough County and an early end to the season. Last year we had some assistance from Forward Pinellas. They commissioned a market demand study, and the results showed that 83% of the statistically valid survey, 83% of the respondents were somewhat or very likely to use waterborne transportation services. And while we know that some people like to use the ferry to attend events such as hockey games or baseball games, the majority of people were using it as a true transportation service between the two cities to conduct all sorts of different activities. Also through this survey, we learned that the sweet spot or the best rate or fare would be $10, and recently we've been charging $12. So if we lower the fare by a couple dollars, we can expect more ridership. So the exciting part, we have a new approach, a new day for the ferry, and we're proposing that instead of having City of St. Pete or Hillsborough County or any of the local governments from county or city perspectives oversee it, let's have the transit operator oversee it. Let's have it the award-winning PSTA oversee the ferry service. And that brings a lot of advantages to the table. First off, they've already been able to acquire an almost $5 million grant to buy a ferry vessel or two. And in coordination with the cities, PSTA recently conducted a competitive RFP process. There were 4 proposals, and Tampa Bay Sea Taxi, which is part of Hubbard's, was ranked or scored with the most points. And Hubbard's Marina and Tampa Bay Sea Taxi, but the Hubbard's group is a local company. They've been in the maritime business for almost 100 years, and they've run thousands and thousands of successful ferry and fishing trips. Another more sustainable and straightforward aspect of this new approach is having only 2 funding partners, City of Tampa and City of St. Pete. And I'm pleased to say that City of Tampa approved this same local agreement this morning. So we're leading, but they beat us to it by just a few hours. And even though there's only two funding partners, it's still affordable for the cities because of the way that this is set up. In all, we have a 4 times better financial proposition in front of us today now compared to when the service first started for the pilot. And in addition to having year-round service instead of half a year, we anticipate a 20 to 25% increase in the total trips offered. Also, operating expenses will be offset by new revenue streams. We have 50% of the charter advertising and concession revenues can go to help pay for the service, whereas in the old model, the operator kept all those revenues. So in addition to bringing $5 million in federal funds, we can also look to the PSTA to report trips in, and once those trips are reported to the FDA, they'll send revenue back to PSTA for those trips taken that can be reinvested in maintenance and also capital. So that will help in the long term, keeping the subsidy down and the service up. So next steps and current timeline, as mentioned, City of Tampa passed this morning. If City Council approves the item today, then it will go to the PSTA Board Finance Committee on November 19th, and ultimately to PSTA's full board for consideration and approval on December 3rd. Some additional steps required before we can get started. Immediately after approval, they'll get to work on finding out what's the best ferry boat, or boats, or vessels I should say, for this area. And a few additional steps are required, including requesting approval from City Council for license agreements. As we've done in the past, we're going to bring those back to you in a coming meeting. And the priority is providing a temporary dock in the North Basin along Bayshore Drive, followed by a permanent dock along the pier approach. First, we need to go through the steps necessary to amend the city's comprehensive plan, which currently doesn't allow for further marina development in the North Basin. It's our intention, however, to move through that process efficiently so that we can bring back that change in advance of the new ferry vessels being ready for service. And as a last resort, the interlocal agreement does allow us to use the Port St. Pete, but that's really just that's a backup plan. And finally, I wanted to share with you a short email that was forwarded to us from Hillsborough County when the ferry was in the process of ending early. And of course, many St. Pete residents or Tampa residents who are currently missing the ferry can just drive their car, pay for an Uber. We also have people like this St. Pete resident who had their mobility negatively affected, and I'm excited for the potential of bringing back the opportunity for people, however, or for whatever reason they want to ride the ferry. And so today we have that opportunity to right the ship and get it back on course. Indeed, an even better course.
You did there.
With that, we'll wrap up, and myself and others are available for questions.
Evan's so excited to talk things water. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Evan and Brad and Darden. We had a meeting already, kind of a 1-on-4, I think it was. So I don't have any questions today. I just continue to remain, fully in support of the ferry. I have, been here, I think, through every reiteration of this now, and a few of us have, and it has certainly been a journey. I love the slide that said lessons learned, because we have certainly learned a lot of lessons, but it took all of that to get to where we are today. I still believe in this vision of being a coastal community, a coastal region that utilizes waterborne transit to efficiently get around as another mode of transit. And I know we're going to get there. I know we are. I just think the difference now is that we have the right partners on board. And so with PSTA being the steward, Hubbard's. I mean, Tara, I never really shared this with you before, but I've been on several fishing charters with my family and your family's establishment. And I just know the kind of business that you run and the high standards and the high, just love that you all have for what you do. That is going to pour into this project as well. And so I just feel like we are finally on that path to that year-round service, the permanent dock. I mean, all of the pieces are finally starting to come together. Anybody who doubted us, it's going to be their loss, right? Because we are going to make sure that this happens and that this is successful. We're going to be able to look back on this many, many years from now and say, look what we did, and I'm so glad that we persevered. So, Evan, that is much in part to you. You have persevered, so thank you. I'm very, very excited to support this today, and so with that, I would move approval.
Second. Okay, Councilmember Fig Sanders.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, first of all, Evan, you know, I'm true ferry champion and also as being the chair for those that don't know of PSTA. This was not an easy end to obtaining this ferry. Please know it was not. And I have little bullets here of so many reasons why we should. Hopefully I don't have to read them all, but as to why we should have the ferry. But I also want to make sure that everyone knows there was a lot of attention played in getting to where we are with this interlocal agreement. There was a lot of conversations that actually had to be had, and so I'm glad that all of my colleagues had those one-on-ones. But I still want to remind everyone we still have a few more steps to go. We have to look at the comprehensive plan that will be coming back to us. We met the hurdle with the Tampa City Council this morning, but we still have to pass PSTA's Finance Committee. That's going to be, I'm not on the committee, but I'm going to show up that day on November 19th, as well as the full board on December 3rd. So I know that in the conversations that we've had at PSTA, there's something that I want to ask my colleagues for, if they will entertain me. I know we already have a motion and a second, but a part of the resolution that we have, I would love to offer an amendment to your motion to add something that's in the interlocal agreement into the resolution, asking administration to consider the first choice location for the dock at the North Yacht Basin. That was a part of the major conversation, and I want to ensure that when we take this and present this to PSTA, that is in our resolution, so we can show a strong intent of partnership. And McCall is here to answer any questions. Did we pass these out, McCall?
We did not.
Okay.
I'm happy to quickly.
Because I want to ensure that we don't miss any opportunities to ensure all of our partners the true intent to make sure that we're going to do right by our colleagues, by our constituents. And so you're getting ready to get the underline. Look at that, Brandon, because you made the motion.
Okay.
It's the piece that's under, and it's already in the interlocal agreement. It's already in the interlocal agreement. But I want to be able to do it.
You're just adding it to the resolution.
Yeah, I'm just adding it to the resolution.
Just add a whereas clause, council. So it's
Yes.
on the second page, it's underlined, just to kind of take the language from the interlocal that says the city's going to prioritize providing the vendor use of a docking location in the North Vinoy Basin by first providing a temporary dock until a permanent ferry dock near the pier can.
So we're just taking the language from page 4 in the interlocal and adding it to the resolution?
Yes.
We are.
The intent would be, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Councilmember Fig Sanders, is just copying that over to highlight that in the resolution
So
itself,
when we
rather
print
than
to
it just
PSTA.
being in the
Yeah.
interlocal.
So when we present this to PSTA, we have a little stronger, leg to stand on.
Yes, I would accept your amendment, and I will also just add to that, I did have a note here to remind myself that I know there was some conflict maybe with some Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council stuff from way back in the 80s, and as the representative to that board, if there is anything that needs to go before them at any point in time, I would be happy to do so. So just wanted to kind of clear that up as well. So yes, I accept that amendment.
Yeah, second, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it here.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. I'm so glad we're finally at this point. It's been quite a road we've been on with this, but it is a way forward that really sets this ferry service up for greater success than we've ever seen. And it was quite successful before. I cannot wait to see how this performs, how the experience is elevated, and how it grows under the stewardship of PSCA and the Hubbard's folks. We've got the right team in place. We've got a vessel that I'm sure will be on the way soon. And we have an interlocal agreement with our friends from the city of Tampa that we can rely on. I think that it is in the best hands now with just the cities involved. It just makes for better relations between the two cities and removes some of the bureaucracy that's involved when you do have changes. So I'm thrilled about that. I'm very happy. Thank you, Councilmember Fig Sanders, for bringing up the North Basin. That really does have to be a priority, and I'm so glad that we're, making sure it's emphasized in the resolution that we have. The setup there will have two parts to it. And of course, our next item will be talking about the next steps in the permanent ferry dock that will be in the North Basin at the base of the pier. But in the meantime, we've got a temporary dock that's in the works. And can you please give us a quick update on that process?
Sure. So we have our Army Corps permit for the temporary dock along Bayshore, and we are just needing to make the same plan to change to the comprehensive plan that we need for the permanent dock in order to put it in. And we also want to, pretty soon we're going to know a little bit more about what vessel or vessels we're going to bring. We just want to make sure that final design accommodates the vessels. You know, there's side loading vessels, there's front loading vessels, there's 80-foot vessels, there's 100-foot vessels. We're not sure exactly what we're going to get yet, but we've been working, behind the scenes to try to get that as ready as possible. And once that hits the streets, hopefully we can bring that in a matter of just a few months.
Oh, that's great. That's great. That part has been, it's the biggest issue really that I've heard from people is, why is it at the port? Why can't we, bring it back down to near the Vinoy? So it sounds like we'll be able to meet those expectations. What kind of a timeline are we looking at here? When this passes, and when it passes through the two PSTA rounds, what can we expect next?
I think I'll ask our partners to come up because they kind of steer the next part of it in terms of the vessel acquisition and launch, if you don't mind, Brad.
Good afternoon.
Captain
Fellow
Miller.
Captain. My first mate, Evan. As you said, Evan has been along for this ride and pushing even me along this for a while now. But it's been very great to work with him through all this. And as Councilwoman Fig Sanders said, it's been a road to get here, or a smooth, not totally smooth seas, I would guess. But we're here, and we're very grateful to be here. As far as the timeline goes, I mean, I have given out my vision to the Hubbards and to Evan that if this is all going to go perfectly well, Tara and her family is going to go find two awesome vessels, ferry boats, in a very short time. And they're going to be perfect, and they're going to be, maintenance free, and they're going to cost less than the $4.8 million federal grant that we have. That is the optimal scenario, and then we will obviously have to get those to the Tampa Bay area. and then we can start operating the service. And then in the parallel, as Evan has just described, we can hopefully work with you on ensuring that we get the approvals to get the docks installed in the Vinoy Basin. So best case scenario, maybe this spring or late spring, we could maybe, if we can do that. There may be the need to start out with one vessel and then go to two ultimately. We'll just have to see. But hopefully in the next year, we'll be up and running again. Is my goal, at least.
Excellent.
Yeah.
That's great. And I also want to just compliment everyone who's been involved in really finding the facts around who rides this and why, who uses the ferry and why, and has really, I think, eliminated that idea that this is just like a joyride thing for tourists. It is so much more than that. And with this operating year round, with us having, if we have two vessels and we're able to increase frequency and really build on this the way we have always wanted to, it's going to serve many more people in many different ways. So we already, many of us already knew that this was more than just a tourist attraction, and the way that you have this set up now, it's going to be become more and more thought of as just a practical way to get across the bay. So thank you for and thank you to Ford Pinellas for all of the work that's been done to really establish those truths. So congratulations on a lot of hard work and a fantastic agreement that you're bringing forward. I'm super excited to support it now and also when it gets to PSTA. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Evan. Thank you, Brad. Tara, the entire team for your hard work and your dedication. Just to end on a high note, although it's still early, I definitely appreciate you all literally riding the wave out, enduring the highs and the lows of the tidal waves that's come, and that will come. But I'm certain that, we have the right people really steering the ship. So I appreciate all you guys and your hard work. I look at this as an opportunity for us to really reduce the cars that we have on the road, for us to stimulate the economy. There are a lot of us who aren't tourists, who are residents that rely on the ferry to go back and forth from here to downtown Tampa, Channel Side, and this is a great opportunity for us to really support businesses on both sides of the bridge, and I'm excited to see that happen. A great opportunity for us to really support a business here in our community that's been around for longer than a century, and I'm excited to see this really take you all, Tara, to the next level. I do want to bring up something that we mentioned in our one-on-one, Evan, and it's something that has been a concern of mine and others in the community. Ever since the Clearwater ferry accident, safety has been a primary concern of a lot of folks who are out there on their boats. So with that, have we considered insurance, liability concerns? Can we talk about that a little bit? What extra measures are we taking this go around just to make sure that the city's eliminated any liability or risk?
Sure. Let me first, I think we've mitigated the risk in two main ways. First is myself and other people on the valuation committee really looked at the proposals for what's the safety plan, what's the track record, and one thing that Hubbard's brings to the table is a very good safety track record. They've never had a major incident. And I thought to myself, you look at the risk profile for what Hubbard's does and what we're asking them to do and what they do with taking people on overnight trips 80 miles out into the Gulf of Mexico and bringing all those people back safely year after year after year, right across the bay is nothing compared to that. It'll be, from a risk perspective, they can handle that in their sleep. And then secondly, PSTA really tackled the insurance and indemnity very well. The insurance requirements are high. We had our risk management folks look at it and they were satisfied, maybe more than satisfied. So I think from a contractual perspective, and thank you to the city attorney's office for that. I mean, if we're gonna say thanks for the hard work, we can't forget the city attorney's office and McCall Dyer and other attorneys who've worked really hard on this. we're ready for the September meeting. It took a lot of work, but I think we have everything covered very, very well, Councilmember.
And to your point, that was what I was trying to make, is I think you guys have covered all the bases. I think Hubbard's has a great track record. If you look at risk profile, you all have the experience. And so if there is anyone who is credible and eligible to operate this ferry service, it's Hubbard. So thank you so much, Evan. Thank you all for your hard work. And I'm excited to ride again. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before I make any comments, are there any more water puns? I thought I'd check in.
I have some.
Back to you.
Well, Evan, Evan, thank you so much for getting us to this point. Thanks to PSTA for being a fantastic partner, and thank you to Hubbard's. And Evan, thanks for talking about kind of the differences in trips that Hubbard's is used to doing. The only thing I might add is not only do they go 80 to 100 miles out, then they'll stay for 36 hours out there. And so it's a different animal for sure. And so the other thing I wanted to point out really quickly about Hubbard's is, and I don't know if it pops up into my feed or anybody else's, but what I think they do really well here in the Tampa Bay area is market. They have podcasts, they're on the news, they're on the radio, they're talking about all the things they're doing. That is only going to enhance the ridership on this. And so I know I'm echoing everything that everybody else has said about having the right partners, but there's so many levels to it, layers to it, that I just wanted to bring that one up as well. So Evan, thanks so much for all your work on this. And again, thank you to all of our partners. Looking forward to getting this through. Okay. We've got a motion and a second on an amended F2. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve the amended item for F2, pass it unanimously.
Thank you so much. All right, we're going to move into F10, which is talking about the dock for the ferry. And this was pulled by Councilmember Driscoll, so I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Driscoll before we go to Brajesh.
Thank you. And thank you, Raj, for coming to talk about this. You know, I have been asking about the ferry dock since 2020 when we're about to open the new pier, and we had to do that without a ferry dock, which was in the original plan. And so I've been asking about it ever since then. Having just passed this interlocal agreement to start the Tampa Bay Ferry again, I think this is great timing. I'm, well, a little late, but, still great timing to really talk about what this is going to look like and how, like where you are in the process, what your timeline looks like, because although I'm happy that Evan is moving forward with securing a temporary dock, we really do need a long-term solution, not just for the Tampa Bay Ferry, but for other vessels that we're currently not able to accommodate, like the tall ship Lynx and other educational vessels, things like that. So what I have always been hoping for is a dock, maybe two, that can accommodate not just the ferry, but these other ones. And so Brej and I have had some conversations about what that might look like. I am really happy with the where this is going. And so I wanted to make sure that everyone is aware of what is moving forward as we look ahead to the future of the Tampa Bay Ferry and this dockage situation. So.
Good day, Council. Thank you, Council Member. Honestly, a pleasure to be here today at Brajesh Premier Engineering and Capital Improvements Department. And thank you for pulling this item because it is a tremendous step forward. It's something that is needed operationally to support as well as for the community. So back in this February of 2025, the city completed actually a very important part of this work, the siting report, which identified the location, the most appropriate location. While there were several locations identified, the North Basin along the seawall adjacent to the pier was identified as a prime location for the placement of the dock. Now, this task order that we're bringing today would suffice on checking the list, checking off a few items for us. One of the key elements in the permitting of the temporary docks for the ferry itself with the Army Corps was the objective that we need to initiate the permanent steps for the ferry, the permanent dock. So with this task order, we'll be checking that off and moving forward. Now, there are other elements related to this, knowing that we will be also pursuing the possibility for federal funding. At some point, I'll be coming back to council, quite possibly as an amendment to this task order, because with federal funding, we will be required to do a NEPA certification. And we don't want to get too far in the design that we may invalidate things that we should have conducted part of the NEPA evaluation process. So as we talk about the actual dock configuration, those are also items that we will be continuing to work with our partners on to identify, because we don't have the exact specifications on those boats yet. We don't know what's the loading height. We don't know exactly how long. Is it loading from front, the side? Those are specifics we have to work through. We did place this at the deepest location in the vicinity of where we're placing this dock. It's about 12 feet of depth. Believe it or not, it's actually that deep in certain locations in that north basin. So now, unfortunately, I'm not a boater, so I'll stay away from the boating ponds and the water ponds, if anything of that nature. But we're objectively looking at the design. While we can't talk about two docks or one dock, it's really what is the operational intent of that asset. What is the maximum amount and what type and lengths of boats are we planning to have there at any given time? That will decide our boat ramp, our boat dock configuration, whether it be a longer dock, a longer L-shaped dock, or even possibly a two. But we have to be careful with two docks because we do have to have that navigational access in between. So it's not that we are not there, but as we finalize the criteria, we'll come back with that amendment to move forward with a finalized design. But at least we can get started on some key elements right now. The seagrass study is done, and we can start the preliminary permit conversations as well. And with that, I will take any questions.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. So can you talk a little bit about what the dock will look like? The first thing people think about is a skinny pier type or a skinny finger-like dock that goes out, that's quite narrow.
Yeah.
But you've got something else in mind, don't you?
Yes, we do. Thank you for bringing that up. We're actually looking at a larger, wider platform steel structure, floating barge style, which offers more stability and better longevity, especially based on the water, the tidal conditions and the wave impact conditions on that North Basin. Now, I have spent some time at some of our marinas doing inspections, and to me, as I'm walking through, you do feel that sense of narrowing as you're walking through those sections. You have the hoses there, you have the power cables, and ultimately there will be people with wheelchairs coming to this facility. So having that additional platform with that stable base and ability to load on both directions gives us that additional safety and stability as well. Thank you for that question.
Thank you. And if we have the opportunity to bring back the tall ship links, which was so popular before, would that, we know that physically you could have the ferry on one side and the tall ship on the other side, but can they both be operational and accepting guests at the same time? Is it wide enough for that, and is there?
It will be wide enough to have operations on both sides. That is the intent.
Okay, great. So since our friends from PSTA are still here, I wanted to make sure that that they understand too, like what we have to look forward to. And then planning this one, depending on what kind of vessel the Hubbards get for the Tampa Bay Ferry, you might be able to accommodate up to 3 vessels at a time. And it depends on the length of it too, right?
So we'll be working early in this design phase to actually confirm what the criteria is. Are we looking at 2 60-foot boats on one side and 120-foot boat on the other side? really defining what is the maximum occupational capacity we need there. And that's what we're designed for.
Okay. And then down the road, I mean, I could see looking into the future, maybe we would want to add a second dock as activity grows and good opportunities come in. How can you create infrastructure now, like while you're in there? Can you make it sort of ready for another dock
Well,
for down the road? You know what I mean? Like
I'm going to take a little time travel first.
Ah,
So, talking about getting ready for another dock, council was gracious when we were building the pier, and I'll say 7 years ago. And one of the amendments that we brought to council was in the pier approach section, we constructed and we put in the fire hydrants on the north side, specifically knowing that in the future we will have docks at this location. We also ran the conduits for the power there as well. So, yes, we always plan for the future in as much as we can. What's practical in the future. No, these are items we knew. So our water supply is there already. We already have 2 water connections with hydrants already at that location. We may have to cut the sidewalk at those locations to get it to the seawall, but it's there. The conduit runs already there for the power supply. And now looking forward from this point now to what will happen if we do need additional capacity in the future. So that's very important because we start to get into this, I'll say a narrowing point. We want a wide enough barge for stability, but we also have to take into context, we're placing that barge at the deepest part of that basin. So it's tapering up. If we plan for other barges in the future, we will have to know operationally that they'll have shallower drafts. So it's not that it can't go in the future. The seawall was designed also for ship impact, so we can add additional docks. But then we get to that point, okay, if we have a 120-foot dock, our ship on that dock, and then we have to put another dock next to it, there has to be enough room for operational movement within it. So now we're looking at probably 200 feet away to put another dock. So we start to get limitations on our width. So those are things we'll have to take into perspective, because we also have to make sure we don't want those ships to go too far off into the shallower sections as well. So as part of the planning process, we'll define, because that will be the defining criteria, is what can, and I can't tell you how many times we get asked these questions, is, hey, with this dock or with this location or with this bridge, can I drive this type of structure over it? Or can I have this type of item even for the port? What if we have this type of barge docked at that? Can the seawall handle it? But in this situation, we'll define that criteria up front. So operationally, they know what they can advertise for. Operationally, they know what they can accept.
okay.
But very good questions. Thank you.
I'm glad you're already looking out into the future, so thank you for that. All right, that's all I had. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we have F10. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on F10. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item F10 passes unanimously.
Thanks, Brej.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move into F3, and we're going to welcome Mark Van Loo.
Good afternoon, council members, council chair. Good to be here this afternoon. I have item F3, which is the city's local government area of opportunity funding. I don't have a presentation for this, but I think everybody's pretty familiar with this process. This is the funding that we can commit to a project seeking 9% tax credit financing. We're only allowed to provide that funding support to one project at each funding cycle. We typically do that through an RFP process that is competitive. We assemble a cross-department committee to review and score and evaluate those proposals and ultimately recommend approval of one. In this case, we're recommending approval of the Archway Partners project called Wimbish Court. It's located at 2025 Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue South, Street South. And we would like to recommend approval of this commitment of this funding to that project for this funding cycle.
Okay, thank you.
Approval.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Givens. No. Yeah, good. Okay, Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. And thank you, Mark, for providing all the backup information. I'm probably going to have to sit with you to kind of go through what the process is, because I do have some questions regarding it. And just some of the things I'll point out, in the application, it says the city may prioritize proposals from applicants who locate the development outside the coastal high hazard area. That's not part of the scoring or anything like that. That is a may, but then there doesn't seem to be any kind of evaluation as to whether or not that was the case. Then at the bottom of the evaluation criteria, it says, in the event of a tie score, the project deemed to offer the best combination of TINA experience, affordability, and likelihood of award will be selected. And I think the way you kind of score this sometimes, those may not be the top things that may move the score. And we can kind of talk about it. So I want to kind of take the time to kind of go through it real quick, because I was kind of confused with even some of the comments and stuff from the evaluators.
Yeah, I'm happy to sit down and talk, and we're always open to input and feedback on the process. This is the process that's been in use for a while now, but we definitely want to take a look at that each time, and if we can make improvements, we're happy to do so.
Yeah, and I really haven't had a chance to kind of look at it, so it's kind of my first reaction when I kind of just looked at it for the first time around, so.
Yeah, we'd value your input.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens, did you have anything?
I'm okay now, Chair.
Okay. All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second on F3. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to pass agenda item F3 passes unanimously with Councilmember Driscoll being absent.
Okay, we're going to go into F4. Mark, second at bat.
Hi again. This item is requesting an extension to the project placed in service date for the St. Vincent de Paul Ability Homes project. This project is well into construction at this point. Construction began last year, and a significant communications cable was located in the site, within the site construction area, that required the participation of Duke Energy to resolve and to deal with that cable. It all hit right after the storms as to when that work was to be completed. Duke Energy was obviously delayed on a lot of things due to response to the storms. So that was the primary factor that put the construction schedule behind. They are anticipating completion of construction by next summer, and they're requesting a one-year extension on the placed in service date to December 31st of 2026. And we are confident that this project has American Rescue Plan Act or ARPA funds in it. We're confident that they will meet their expenditure deadline so that we can meet our expenditure deadline on those funds. This is going out to the actual placed in service and lease update. So that's the request on that we're asking today.
Move approval. Second?
We have a motion and a second on F4. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item F4 passes unanimously with Councilmember Driscoll being absent.
Okay, we're going to go to F5. Mark's going to stay with us.
Hi, a third time. So this third item that I have today is two parts. The first part, it involves the St. Pete Housing Authority Ed White project, and the first part of this is really just a clarification. As this project has evolved over the past couple of few years, there have been a couple of changes to the affordability levels and unit count. So I just want to make sure that it's clear and that we're all on the same page. So the project originally was 70 units at 60% or below AMI levels. And through the process of securing their financing for the project outside of the city support, council did approve back in 2023 the move from 70 units to 70 units comprised of 14 units at 80% AMI, 14 units at 60% or below, and 42 units at 30% AMI or below. That really hasn't changed, other than the move was made to go from 70 to 71 units in order to take advantage of some tax programs that are out there for projects over 70 units. And so that just changed the math a little bit in terms of the percentage. So now the final count is 71 total units. Of that, 15 units will be at 80% AMI or below, 13 units at 60% AMI or below, and 43 units at 30% AMI or below. So I just wanted to provide that information and that clarification in case anybody kind of lost track as we've gone through a couple of changes on that. The second part is a funding sources update. So there is no change to the overall total.
Thank you.
Sorry?
They got you.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good.
I forgot I even had a presentation for this one.
Listen, I appreciate you getting right into it. Don't get me wrong.
Sorry about that. The total funding amount has not changed. It remains at $8,938,315, but we are recommending changes to the funding sources. So currently, as approved, that total amount would have come from Penny for Pinellas at $6,914,040 and HUD Home Program of $2,024,275. We're proposing to revise those funding sources. First of all, because we've gone a bit down the road from when we previously approved the funding sources, we now have additional Penny for Pinellas funds available. This project represents a great opportunity to utilize those Penny for Pinellas funds, which are sometimes hard to be able to get into multifamily projects. So we wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to use those funds for this worthy project. And then the CDBG and Community Housing Development funds, replacing the home program funds, also provides us the opportunity to use these funding sources, these new funding sources that we're proposing on a project that aligns really well with the requirements of that funding. It also makes better use of our expenditure deadlines to make sure we get all of this funding that's available to us out before we would lose any of it due to running out of time. So it's really just a matter of better aligning our funding sources, making sure we hit all of our expenditure deadlines as to why we're requesting this change. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Council members, any questions?
Move for approval.
Second. But I need,
Councilmember Fig Sanders.
So just so that I am clear, you said it was two parts. The first one was just clarification.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't something else we needed.
No, that was just informational on that first part.
Thank you. Mark, just quickly wanted to say, I just think your office's continued flexibility to match funds where best suited in a time where we're trying to be as efficient as possible with funds, I just very much appreciate. So just thank you for the continued flexibility and trying to make that work, and very excited to see this project continue to move. So thank you for that. And Mr. Lundy, thanks for being here. All right, we got a motion and a second on F5. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item F5 passes unanimously.
Okay. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go into F6. No, excuse me, F7. My apologies. And we're joined by Rich Lesniak. Yeah.
I had requested this if you.
I'm sorry, it's not listed, but yeah, absolutely. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. I had requested this report on Albert Whitted Airport and the new hangars that have been proposed. We have one group that had submitted a proposal for new hangars in a slightly different configuration. And with this being a revenue source and an important part of our of the airport's functions, I really wanted to find out where we're at with this and give an opportunity for everyone to have an update and find out where we're going from here and how City Council can help move it along a little bit faster. Thank you for being here.
Great. Thank you for inviting me. Richard Lesniak, Airport Manager. So the presentation that we put together, it's kind of in 3 different sections. First section, I'll just give you some basic background, kind of just Hangar 101. Then I'll talk about some of the future development potentials, and then finally I'll talk about the 3 hangars that were destroyed last year in Milton. So just again, a little basic background. They're all different types of hangars on airports. These are the general types. Bulk community hangars are typically going to be your large hangars. Usually they'll have multiple tenants, but you might have a single tenant that controls it, whether it's the airport sponsor or usually it's the fixed base operator. Then we have corporate commercial hangars, and these can range in size up to very large to smaller. Again, they can be single box hangars or they can be subdivided buildings. Typically, this is going to be a single occupant, whether it's a corporate fleet or some type of commercial operator, aircraft maintenance, aircraft charter, that type of thing. And then finally, we have T hangars. Again, these are buildings that are subdivided into individual stalls or units. Typically, this is going to be to accommodate the smaller end of the aircraft fleet, single engine, sometimes smaller, medium-sized twin engines. And then, of course, shade hangars are technically just a T hangar without walls, if you want to think about it that way. Currently at Albert Whitted, we have all 4 types. Hangar demand. Albert Whitted has historically always enjoyed hangar demand. And essentially, I believe this is for 2 reasons. Certainly, we're next to a vibrant downtown on the waterfront airport. And then, of course, the state of Florida, St. Pete, Tampa is continuously growing area, growing population, and certainly a certain segment of that population are aircraft owners. And really, it's a mere, Albert Whitted is a mere reflection of what's happening in the larger areas of the state. Hangar demand remains strong in the state of Florida, particularly in the major metropolitan areas. Tampa Bay area airports remain largely full. Hangar space wait lists, and the wait list at Albert Whitted has about 200 names on it currently. This is kind of the basic inventory of the airport. I'm not going to go through every individual building, but you can just kind of see, again, we have a mix of all the different types of hangars on the airport, with the vast majority of them centered in the southern half of the property. Hangar revenues. Hangar revenues are the single biggest source, hangar rents are the single biggest source of airport revenues. And I think you would find at most airports like Albert Whitted that would be the case. Specifically at Albert Whitted, the bulk hangars, T hangars, and shade hangars are managed under an agreement with our fixed base operator, Sheltair. And the city retains 70% of those rental revenues, and the FBO keeps 30% as a management fee. Most of our corporate commercial hangars are currently direct lease with the city, and the hangar revenues account for about 60% of our annual operating budget. And the pre-storm value in FY25 was $960,000. Now, there has been plans to look at future expansion. Again, as we saw, there is heavy demand for hangars. And one of the big issues with Albert Whitted is we are pretty landlocked and do not have a lot of elbow room. However, in 2023, came out of the master plan we just completed. And we were able to identify some areas where future hangars could be developed. The area in dark blue is what we call the Southwest Hangar Redevelopment Project, which I'll talk about in just a second. And then the hangars in green are a little farther down the planning horizon. And really, those are contingent upon one of 2 things happening, depending on the location. One being the extension shift of runway 725 to the east, which was arguably the biggest recommendation that came out of the master plan. And then the second thing is the redevelopment of the Albert Whitted wastewater treatment plant site, which when that project's completed, the north third of that property will be retained by the airport. This is the Southwest Hangar redevelopment project that we had done just a few years ago. This was a multi-phased project that included both replacing some of our older structure as well as adding capacity with newer hangars. The design phase for all the phases were completed, and in 2021 we did complete construction on phase 1, 5, and 6. And ironically, phase 3, which is the area shaded in blue, that was to replace T hangar buildings 5 and 6, which were 2 of the 3 buildings that were destroyed during Milton. So it's a good segue. Hurricane Milton 2024. I'm sure you've seen these pictures or pictures like them. 3 of our T hangar buildings, 5, 6, and 9, were destroyed, and it resulted in a loss of 32 individual units. The buildings have been demoed down to the slabs, and as an interim use, they've been converted into surface aircraft tie-down spots until such time we can reconstruct new hangars on the site. The gross revenue loss from these was about $275,000, and of that, the city's portion was about $192,000, which represents about 20% of our overall hangar revenues. Now, if an airport is looking to construct new hangars, there are a couple avenues that can be pursued, and this is pretty typical in the industry. You have a public option, so in this case, whether it's a municipal, county, or sometimes it's an airport authority, will choose to look to self-fund the construction. It's going to be done with capital loans, bonds, sometimes grants are involved. The funding is, certainly it would have the highest upfront capital cost, but certainly it's the highest revenue generation potential. On the kind of the opposite end of the scale, you have a private option. Again, a private entity would build a hangar in exchange for a long-term land lease. The funding generally is going to be the lowest upfront capital cost, but usually it's also the lowest revenue generation potential. The characteristics, the land does get locked up under a long-term lease, and usually it's the least favorable for compliance, control, and use of space. And then the last one is kind of public-private, or what we kind of call a hybrid, where you might get a private entity that partners with the public entity, and you have a little more flexibility, and it just really depends on the amount of contribution from each party. Some additional factors that do impact hangar construction on the airport. The first one up there, city charter restricts land leases on airport property to no more than 25 years. Now, we'll say 25 years is certainly a decent amount of time, but in the airport world, leases of 30, 40, even 50 years, especially for major capital projects, is not uncommon. The Southwest Hangar redevelopment project, again, as I said, the design for all the phases of that project were completed. However, because it's been a little time, those plans would have to be reevaluated and potentially updated for any building code changes that may have occurred since those were completed. FDOT funding outlook. We've been pretty successful in some of our past projects in being able to leverage FDOT grants. In fact, the phase of the Southwest Hangar redevelopment project that we did complete was through FDOT grants. However, the state funding environment has changed since then. The availability of grant funds, the pressure and competition for the funds has increased. Certainly construction costs have increased, and the state has kind of started prioritizing projects. And generally speaking, projects like runways, safety is high. Projects like hangars are kind of down on the low priority side of things. In addition, I was recently advised that this year the aviation program is going to get a $30 million cut, and next year $50 million and another $50 million the following year. So it's kind of a bleak outlook right now. And then finally, this is unique, again, to only the 3 hangars that were destroyed. There are potential storm funding options. Insurance, the city does have an insurance policy on the airport, and we did get a disbursement of some of those funds. Although a lot of them have been used up. They were used for the demolition of the buildings. They were used for the repair of a lot of the adjacent buildings around, and some other other damage and hurricane-related items. And in addition, We do believe that there will be some more insurance funding dispersed. However, we do not believe at this point that it would be enough to cover the cost of new hangars. And the way it was described to me is like, if you have a 1990 car and you get in an accident, insurance company is not going to give you money for a 2025 car. You're getting the value based on the 1990 car. And 2 of those hangars were built in like 1970, so you can probably see the difference there. In addition, obviously the city has submitted a lot of damage on multiple city properties, including the airport, to FEMA. These hangars were included in that. At the current time, it's my understanding in terms of timing, how much funding and stuff is still kind of a question mark. But we do believe there will be funding at some point that would come for these. So specific to the actual 3 hangars that were destroyed, we have multiple options we're looking at. We have a couple different design layouts, and there's actually a couple different funding alternatives. This is the layouts. Before I talk to each one, I just want to give you some overarching comments on them. You'll see there's a dollar estimate located next to each. This is a rough order magnitude cost, and basically these came from 2 sources. Option number 1 was from Biltmore Construction, which was the company that did the demolition and repair work out at the airport post-storm. The dollar estimates for option 2 and option 3 were done by American Infrastructure Development, which is one of our airport AE consultants. And in fact, they were the same firm that did the design plans for the Southwest Hangar redevelopment project. These costs largely keep out soft costs, so it's mostly hard construction costs, and it's based on standard construction design materials. I know post-storm sometimes there's discussions about upgrading, hardening buildings and stuff, and certainly that could be done in this case, but certainly these dollar figures would escalate from what they are shown here. Hangar, there's again 3 buildings. Hangar number 9, basically the layout of that building essentially stays the same in all 3 options. So really the variation between the 3 is what happens on the site where 5 and 6, building 5 and 6 were located. Option 1, which is the as-is, or maybe was-is, is maybe more appropriate. Generally is going to be the cheapest, simplest to reconstruct. The one thing though, it's really only going to accommodate the smaller aircraft fleet mix like it was prior to the storms. Option 2, again, this came out of the Southwest Hangar redevelopment. The design plans were completed for this. It does involve transitioning the buildings into 3 buildings facing north and south. It does allow for the combination of a slightly larger, diverse fleet mix. However, there is a few less individual units than you would have in option 1. And then finally, we have the corporate layout option. And this was one that came through one of the proposals from one of the proposals we received. And essentially, you can see it's a pretty big footprint, really fully utilizing the 5 and 6 site. It definitely accommodates the largest fleet mix and really expands the storage capacity, but certainly there's a much bigger cost difference there. So this is the last slide. So these are the 3 options, or kind of 3 funding options we have kind of received. Again, just some overarching comments before I go through down each column. Both the private and the public-private options are based on loose conceptual proposals, so that it's fairly preliminary. Also, you'll notice we did try to do some potential revenue projections, and we chose to look at it out to a 25-year window, since the maximum lease term on airport property is 25 years. And then, of course, when we looked 25 years, we did apply an annual escalator to those estimates, like a CPI, kind of 3% fixed escalator. So the first option, the public option, again, this would be a City of St. Pete self-funded option. Really, the layout, the city could really pursue any of the 3 layouts. The proposed funding would be, again, municipal financing, so bonds, loans, with augmentation from any insurance and or FEMA funding. It does say grant opportunities, but as I just noted, that seems to be kind of a bleak environment right now for state grants. Certainly there would be no lease term for it since it's self-funded. The potential revenues, the primary revenue source to the city would be the hangar rents. And you can see, because all three options are on the table, you can see there's different revenue projections based on which option would be pursued. And the assumption was also made that we would stay with the current arrangement with the FBO. And you can see the gross revenues is the first number, with the number in parentheses being the city's portion of that. And we basically, and those revenues are based on current rates on the airport, and we did escalate at 5% since these would be brand new buildings. So second option, this was the proposal that we received, conceptual proposal we received, and it's basically multiple individuals, aircraft owners, tenants, and they're currently being represented through the Friends for Albert Whitted Airport. The basic proposal is the construction of a hangar in exchange for a long-term land lease. They were, again, the original proposer of the option number 3 layout. So in this case, the funding would be pooled together by the involved individuals. They'd be looking for a 25-year term, and they did ask about possibly of an additional 25-year option. The revenue sources, this would be basically land rental, and this is a pretty simple calculation. Basically, it's just the current land rental rate at the airport projected out 25 years based on the footprint of the proposed buildings. The last one, arguably the most complex and has the most variables, and if you change one variable, it changes some of the other variables. So this is what we call kind of the public-private option, and this was based on a conceptual proposal with Shelt Air. A little about Shelt Air. They are our fixed base operator at the airport. Currently, they have about 20 FBO locations, most in the state of Florida, but I think they have some in Georgia and Texas and elsewhere. But half of what Shelt Air does is hangar development, and they've done hangar development projects all over the state of Florida. Here locally, they've done them at Tampa International, St. Pete Clearwater, Sarasota. So this is definitely a sandbox they play in quite regularly. Their proposal basically would be to reconstruct the hangars for an extended term and higher portions of the revenues generated for all the new buildings until construction payback is completed. And again, I think if all things being equal, I think they would prefer option 3 just because of the fleet mix and because of the large aircraft that could be accommodated. But from a feasibility standard, cost of construction, 25-year lease term, from a feasibility equation, option 1 is really the one they thought was really feasible. They would basically provide either all or a portion of the funding for the construction. So the city provided some part of the construction funds, they would fill the gap, or they would finance the whole thing. There would be an 8.5% finance fee, and the term is really contingent on how much funding the city contributes. So what's up there is kind of what I guess I would call a worst case scenario. The worst case scenario being Shelt Air fronts all the construction funds, and they retain all the revenue that's generated off the new hangars for construction payback, and it would equate to about 17 years. Now, if the city does contribute money, you can see that for every, say, $1 million the city contributes, it reduces about 5 years off that term. And then, of course, when the construction payback is done, the hangars revert back to the management fee structure where the city retains 70% and the FBO keeps the 30%. The primary revenue sources for the city is going to be hangar and both land rents, regardless of whether the Shelt Air would retain all the revenues on the hangar. It would still be expected that they would pay a land rent for the buildings. Now, there is an option there that if the city wanted to retain a portion of the new revenues generated, that would be possible. However, the term would have to be extended. So instead of a payback at 17 years, it might have to be 20 or 25 years, depending on how much percentage of the revenue the city would want to receive during the payback term. So again, you can see the assumptions. Again, it's worst case scenario where you'd only be getting land rent. All revenues generated from the hangars is going to payback, and then year 18 to 25, it reverts back to the 70-30 split. One additional variable on this too is that if the city were to receive funding at a later date, say 3 years from now, we get money, and that money is given to Shelt Air, at that point in time, the term and the payback would be recalculated based on the reduced construction amount. So with that, sorry, I know it was kind of a long-winded last one.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to public comment.
Walt Driggers, approach the podium, state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Walt Driggers, 1 Beach Drive Southeast, St. Petersburg, Florida. Here today with friends of Albert Whitted Airport. This is the first I've seen the entire choices. We came to the city with an opportunity to have what I called a public-private partnership, where the group that approached us would put up the building, and the city would put up the land. To me, that's public-private partnership, because they're going to pay for the building. And the building they propose to put up is a pre-stressed concrete, hurricane-proof hangars, not replacing T-hangars that were there, which is part of the other proposals there. It seems to me to make perfect sense that it's no cost, no money out of the city's pocket. It's, we had hoped to have this done. We started talking about this in August, and we had hoped to have the buildings built and airplanes in there by the end of the year. I was kind of naive, and now we'd kind of like to see it happen by spring. We could have airplanes there. We've had multiple businesses have to move their airplanes off the airport over to St. Pete Clearwater Airport, because they have multi-million-dollar airplanes, so they don't want them sitting in the sun. This would take care of that. It would bring those businesses back. It would bring their airplanes back, bring the fuel revenues back. Was not addressed by any of that with the funds, with the buildings that would be built by this group. They hold more airplanes, they hold larger airplanes, they use more fuel, and it's a win-win-win for everybody. It's a win for Shelt Air because they get more fuel sales. It's a win for the city because they get hurricane-proof hangars and don't have to spend anything for it. So it seems to make sense to me. So that's that would be the option that I would recommend that you would support.
Thank you.
Tom Sassoon, Joel Giles, please approach the podium, state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
I'm Tom Sansone. I live on Beach Drive. I had one of the hangars, one of the aircraft that was in a hangar was destroyed. Most of the other people that are sponsors that have come forward are in the same spot. We've got aircraft that are out. Actually, my aircraft's back at the factory in California, getting rebuilt. The idea of these 10 hangars just doesn't make sense. We've come up with a design. We've got a design that's done. We've quoted at Skanska, the same people that built the pier, that built the new federal appellate courthouse, using the same pre-stressed concrete. That hangar will be there for 100 years. It'll laugh at 175-mile-an-hour hurricanes. That's where I'd like to have my airplane stored. We found individuals that'll come forward, put up 100% cash for the lease, for the 25-year lease term up front. We'll be able to use that to pay for things in advance. We'll also be able to finance for some of the people that are not in a position to be able to pay for it cash up front. They can get, we'll put together bank loans for them to be able to finance their lease interest. There's nobody taking a profit skim on top of it. There's no cost to the city. What the city gets out of it is a bulletproof hangar, satisfying that. And because we consolidated the sites, we increased a lot more hangar space too. From a financing standpoint, I will tell you that, so we've got hard quotes on this from Skanska. It's not a preliminary design. We've got a few details that we would customize for individuals. But hard quotes sitting there right now. Financing, we've got people that have raised their hands. I will personally back this up. That anybody who doesn't step up, I'll stand for it. So let's help us get our airplanes back.
Thank you.
I'm Joel Giles. I live at 626 17th Avenue Northeast here in St. Petersburg. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I especially appreciate Councilmember Driscoll making the arrangements for the report and this opportunity to speak. I'd like to emphasize three things about the proposal that we've made. First, it's coming to you from a newly created 501c3 that has its tax exemption. We created that structure because our interest is not so much in providing a product for rent, but in improving the airport. I mean, you know about the work that Friends of Albert Whitted has done, the tremendous success that it's had with its documentary. We created this entity to try to put on the ground some of the improvements that the work that Friends of Albert Whitted Airport has done suggests need to be put on the ground. We want to work as a partner with the city, not as a business coming in to make money off of the activities that we would undertake to improve the airport. Second, the product that we're proposing to provide will be a premium product. The hangars that were destroyed were metal hangars. The precast concrete hangars that we're proposing to put up will be far stronger, will survive a Cat 5. Not only is the construction precast concrete much stronger, but they'll have commensurate doors that will survive Cat 5 winds. But besides the quality of construction, each of the hangars will be highly individualized to suit the aircraft owners that will be coming in. They're going to be expecting, a much higher degree of fit and finish, so to speak, than is currently available. And we want to provide that because we think that will attract to Albert Whitted Airport a quality of aircraft and a quality of aircraft owner that we do not currently have. It'll change the fleet mix for the better. That'll benefit our business community, that'll benefit our FBO, Shelter Air, and that they'll be able to sell more fuel and perhaps provide more services. Lastly, as for the rent, we're proposing ground lease at fair market value with no sharing with the FBO. So the city would get every penny of the ground rent that would be paid. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time and attention.
No more speakers, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. Rich, thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to get some clarification. You presented us with a few different options. Are y'all currently, I guess, evaluating those options? Like, where are you at in a process with those options?
Yeah, so again, I would say it's still preliminary, higher level. I don't know that we've dug deep like we prefer this option or this is the option we want. I think we're still kind of more in a general.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. Just was trying to get the status. And then, I don't know, and since it's preliminary, I could be digging in too much, but on that slide that had, maybe the last slide, I don't know if you want to pull it up, the three things side by side. There's some data from before as well. It shows that basically the private option, public-private option, there's an opportunity for them to fund the creation of the hangars and use the revenue that it generates to pay for the creation of the hangars. But my impression from the public option is that you put the cost to fund the hangars in a previous slide and then projected revenue here, and it doesn't look like that would actually, the projected revenue would pay for the creation of the hangars.
Well, so if you're talking option 2, yeah, they're not asking for a payback. That's just strictly, they would front the money in exchange for a long-term lease. And that's just, but we would get land rent during the term. So that's just
I see that in option 2. Yeah, I don't, but in option 3, they are, it seems pretty explicit in both of those options that they're saying they're going to use the rents collected from the hangars to pay off the cost of construction. I'm just wondering, like, if it's that, maybe profitable is not the right word, but if there's that much return in it, why are the projections, why is there such a discrepancy in the projections of what the public option would be? Like, it looks like we would not return an equal amount of money over 25 years as to what we would expend based off of what you have projected right here, or it would be close and it wouldn't cover debt service. Does that make sense?
You mean option 1 versus option 2?
Yeah, sorry. No, option 1, 2, and 3. Sorry. Okay. I see now that we're getting confused about the option 1, 2.
Yeah.
There's an option 1, 2, and 3.
He's talking about
and then there's
layout option 1, 2, and 3, and the cost of those
Yes.
in comparison to the revenue generated
Yeah.
doesn't match, is what I think Councilmember.
That's my impression. I could be mistaken, but that's my rough math, and I just wondered if you could speak to that a little bit.
So, so I guess if I think I understand what you're asking about is, do you generate enough revenues to pay the construction costs back? Is that?
Yeah, I mean, would the city, if we were to
with
do
the
option
city
1, 2, or
options? So it really depends on kind of the option. I mean, option 3 over 25 years, 15.7 million. I'm not sure that would cover the cost of the projected cost, anyways.
Yeah.
Of the hangar of option 3. Option 1, option 2, yeah, those are. You can see and I do have to note that these revenue projections are pretty conservative. Like we're getting ready to do a market rates and studies charge of the airport.
And that's part of what the point in asking the question was because my back of napkin math just wasn't adding up, and I wasn't sure if this was a realistic projection. Why would anyone want to make an investment like this? So you telling me that it's conservative and also me knowing that this is all very preliminary is helpful. I just wanted to get my head wrapped around that. That's all. I don't ask that question with any other agenda other than making sure I understand. So, okay. All right. I appreciate it. Really, that's all. I would look for much deeper analysis before I was to make a decision. I think that's where y'all are at too. So I'll leave it there.
If I could just add a point to that, and Mr. Lesniak, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think in the cost of the public option with the city doing the construction, we've also have the ability potentially for an 87% return on our investment from FEMA reimbursement.
Oh, yeah,
So you take that into consideration with the cost of construction versus the revenues. So just something else to keep in mind.
I did have that in the back of my mind, but I appreciate you bringing it up again because it had gotten shoved further and further to the back as the conversation went on since that was only the beginning. But thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I had to pull it up here because for some reason I didn't have it in my binder, just to kind of follow through all of the, I guess, kind of confusion with the numbers. I agree. Councilmember Driscoll, first of all, thank you for bringing this report item because I did have a meeting with the Friends of Albert Whitted quite some time ago about, kind of their proposal, and I find that proposal to be very intriguing. I don't know, I mean, you're our subject matter expert, so I will lean on you. A proposal like what they've brought forward, the private option is how you've laid it out here. Is that something that is done in other municipal airports?
It is.
Okay, so it is not an uncommon option. Okay. I think for me, our resources are just becoming so depleted. We have so many needs, and I just kind of wonder like where that breaking point is for the city to continue to perform all of these major projects by themselves. And if we have an entity here who loves the airport, utilizes the airport, is an expert in the airport, works very closely with you, I guess I don't understand like why we would not be actively pursuing to move forward with more exploration on that particular option. Can Rob or James, can you kind of speak to that?
Absolutely. Good afternoon, James Corbett, City Development Administrator. So when I met with Mr. Driggers in the middle of August, so about 3 months ago, a little less than 3 months ago, and they provided the proposal, and I think one of the distinctions that I want to be clear and also make it just to state that City Council and we've kind of tasked enterprise facilities to try to operate our facilities at a reduced or no deficit. So we're looking at return on investment and just how we operate our facilities. That's one of the factors that we consider. So when we met with Friends of Albert Whitted, what I asked them to do, because I agree, I was concerned about our ability, the funding. They were proposing something that didn't cost us any money at all, but we do have an existing relationship with the fixed space operator. So one of the things that I wanted to explore before deciding what was the preferred path to move forward is to speak to Shelp Air and understand what they would propose or how they would be able to respond to replacing the hangars. And candidly, 3 months in city time is probably not that long, but candidly, they took longer than I would have liked to get back to give us a response. We recently got this information regarding Shelp Air's proposal. One of the things with the Friends of Albert Whitted proposal is that while they are paying rent, they're not asking for any money for the construction. Our revenue would be limited to the rental of the land exclusively. And so while the longer it goes on, the bigger the gap shows. So Rich showed you 25 years out. It was stated that the hangars, which I agree they're of a much higher standard, could be around for 100 years. After you get past that initial 25-year, whatever the payback period is on the public, private, or even the city option, the difference becomes exponentially higher because at that point, we're collecting revenue from the actual rental versus with their proposal, it's only land. And it would only escalate by the cost of land going forward. So I felt like, in 3 months, I needed to evaluate the three options further. One of the other things I think Councilmember Floyd pointed out is we really need to look at these numbers because option 3 is more expensive. I think that the revenue estimate is too low. Like we need to look at what we would actually receive on a higher quality, larger hangar. I think we would actually receive more revenue. So the short of it is the option with Friends of Albert Whitted yields the lowest return. That's basically what it comes down to. It yields the lowest return. While there is no upfront cost to us, it's the lowest return, and we do not participate at all in the hangar revenue in the beginning or at any point in the future. So I felt that it was prudent for us to make sure that we're looking at all of these and also evaluating, as Mr. Gerdes stated, exploring the options for FEMA. So if we were to go forward with the option 2, there is no opportunity for FEMA reimbursement because we're not doing the construction. The only opportunity that we can get any reimbursement is if the city participates in the reconstruction. So we would be able to get up to 87.5% if we were to do it, and potentially some if there were a partnership where, let's say we fund half the construction and Shelter or someone else funds half, we could potentially get reimbursement for the half that we fund. In the Friends of Albert Whitted proposal, that the FEMA reimbursement, the option goes away. So when you take in the fact that we could get FEMA reimbursement, that once we pay back the hangars from, let's say it takes 15 years, 16 years, from that point until the future, we would get the benefit of a higher revenue going forward. That doesn't exist in that middle option. And that's why I haven't jumped on it and said, yes, we want to do this. We're still considering it. I think it's a viable option, but to me, it's not so clear that that's the option that we should proceed on, that we would move forward with that right now.
And so just to be clear on the FEMA reimbursement, that FEMA reimbursement is still not guaranteed.
Absolutely.
today.
It's similar to Tropicana Field. It's not
Right,
guaranteed.
it's not guaranteed, and it is to replace what is already there, not to upgrade to new. I just want to be clear on that. Maybe I don't understand.
We do have the opportunity to build back better,
More money.
and we can get up to double the amount
Okay, maybe.
if it's reimbursed. Again, it's all contingent on the if,
Right.
but there is a possibility if we do it. There is zero possibility
Yeah.
if someone else does it.
Legal question, I guess, kind of about where we are right now, because it sounds to me like we have a proposal that has come to administration. That's an unsolicited proposal. What is the process when it comes to the airport for that sort of proposal with notice, all of that? What is that process?
Yeah, I think right now, Councilmember, they're in the process of determining if there is anything that they would want to move forward with.
Okay.
So really, there's nothing else to do at this point. There may be some other procedural steps that would need to be taken depending on what the decision is, but there's nothing specific at this moment.
Okay, so we're not required to do anything right now?
Not at this time.
Okay. Well, I think I see a committee meeting in our future. This is more, I think, than we're going to be able to really dive into today. I'm very grateful for the initial conversation. I am still just kind of fundamentally leaning towards more of a private or public-private option, just because I consider to be increasingly concerned about our bandwidth, both on our resources, staff-wise, people-wise, and our resources financially. That just continues to be a concern for me across the board. It's going to continue to be a concern for me. We have a lot going on right now. And this has been a project now that has lingered for over a year. And so that's kind of where I stand on it. I hope this comes to a committee meeting, so I will leave that to you since it's your item today, but certainly want to continue to have that conversation, but have that conversation sooner rather than later, so that, like we heard, people can get their planes back, people can get their businesses back. The airport is a huge economic driver. I just had some great conversations with some individuals the other day that really want to be at our airport. So I think that this is something we need to move on, but we need to do so from a very prudent position fiscally. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation, and Rich, for spelling out so clearly what the different options are that you're looking at right now. It's so helpful. I worry about just doing the same thing that we did before, the option one there, and it looks like that's what Shelter is saying that they want to do. With a wait list of 200, I think you said, that's a lot. And so I want us to be able to accommodate more. I really like option 3. I know it's a lot more money, but look at what we get for that. It's about modernizing the airport and right-sizing it for what the needs and demand are today. And we can build back better by modernizing it that way. I like the fact that the proposal from Friends of Albert Whitted Airport are using Skanska, they're tried and true with city projects, and the fact that they are fully funded. Now, if there is a concern about the revenue from that and that we would only get the land rent, I would say, negotiate. Maybe this is a different kind of public-private partnership that will go into option 3 and benefit everyone. It sounds like when you talked with Shelter, they were slow to respond. The message that sends, to me, it means that they're not motivated, they're complacent, they want to build back the same thing because that's the easiest thing to do. Meanwhile, you have a group that has passion, energy, ambition, and funding. I know who I'd want to talk to. I think it's time, this is an opportunity to not only hit the reset button with these hangars, but hit the refresh button on how Albert Wooded Airport is handled by creating a partnership like this. I know that the land rent wouldn't be the only thing. If you have more hangars, you have more planes, that means more fuel. Tell me how the fuel revenue works. How much do we get?
Generally, it's about 2% of our annual budget. So the way it works is the city gets a fuel flowage fee. It's 8 cents per gallon, and it's on a scale. When you reach a certain level, it drops to 4, or it drops to 6, then to 4. Historically, we do maybe 400,000 to 500,000 gallons of fuel a year, and so yeah, the city's revenue from that is about $30,000 a year. So it's not a lot. So,
Okay.
I mean, certainly, I definitely agree. I mean, if you build any of the hangars back, you will get more fuel, but certainly option 3 potentially would yield the most when it comes to fuel generation. But how much it is, it depends what kind of airplanes, how frequently they fly. There's a lot of factors there. It's kind of hard to say. And again, I think to us, certainly to Shelt Air, maybe there's a bigger upside, but to us, the city, it's probably going to be fairly small because it's just not a huge revenue source. Hangar rents is really where we get our revenue, derive our revenues from on the airport. So.
Okay. Well, right now, I mean, now it's been a year, nothing has been done. We've been missing these hangars. You're telling us that the grants are going to be more challenging. We know that FEMA is not guaranteed, and who knows when that might happen. Meanwhile, we have a group that's ready to go. So I hope that you all will take our feedback and give this some thought. I do want this to go to committee. I really hope that some conversations will be had, and maybe looking at a way to negotiate with this proposal that's in front of us to get something actually moving forward. I need to find out which committee Albert Wooded Airport stuff is sitting in right now. I don't know if it's PS&I, or I believe it is. I don't think that it's in economic and workforce development. I have none of that in front of me right now. So I will come back with a motion, but I would like to move it to committee. Just waiting on a response to see which one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the work you guys did on this, and I've followed your logic, and I think if we're a for-profit company, it makes perfect sense to me. We're not, and to your point, actually to Councilperson Gabbard's point, it has dragged on. We do lack bandwidth. We are going to look for money for the port, for the area that is the deli, for keep going on and on and on. And we have a tremendous amount of experience sitting over here that are ready to go. I would like us to look at and consider working with Friends of Albert Wooded, and I'd like to see what happens with this in committee. I absolutely understand, and I appreciate the work you guys have done, but that's where I'll be for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead.
If I may, just real quick, I do want to say, and I agree that we want to get this done as quickly as possible. And it's been a year since the storms have passed, but it hasn't been a year that we've been with this proposal. Again, my first meeting was in August. So it's been 3 months since we've had the proposal. And I thought it made sense to do the due diligence and look at the various scenarios. So
And James, don't misunderstand. I'm not referring to the efforts of either of you. You guys are absolutely awesome. I just meant we've in this one particular case with these 77 balls that we juggle, we have an option. Let's look at it harder.
Yeah, and we are looking at it, and I agree. Friends of Albert Wooded is a proven entity. You know, the capacity, all of the things that council has brought up are things that we're considering as well. It's just that in the 3 months since the time that I've received the proposal, we wanted to just look at all the factors before proceeding into some long-term decision, and that's kind of where we've been.
That's fair. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. And thank you all for the information. I'll just start off with, I do agree this has to go to committee. This is a lot of information. We still need more information and due diligence. I will say that, looking at where Albert Whitted is located and the risk with a storm and where you see it's right now after a storm last year, and waiting for FEMA reimbursements, and we're still waiting for FEMA reimbursements, not just for the storms from last year. I think there are many other years, and I can't remember which are the ones, we've had a list of them. So the idea that we are not taking this opportunity right now to really think about how can we harden this to the point, when I see the cheapest and simplest to reconstruct, I just don't want to see that. Because it's 6 months a year that we have hurricanes. And so to me, the options are making sure that whatever you can construct, and however those options may lay out, is something that can withstand storms better. And because it's not just the hangars, it's what's in the hangars. And then those are livelihoods, and however that evolves, I mean, people lose what they have in there. And so I just think that we can't forget about that in terms of what the risk is. I mean, there's dollar amounts, but then you're talking about all these other things, and I think they're just as important. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I really do appreciate the options that we have, and I do want more clarity as to, what those numbers really do look like, and apples to apples type of thing in terms of the type of construction that's going to withstand, a storm. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. The Albert Whitted Airport Master Plan sits on the referral list for PS&I. And so EWD just has advanced air mobility. Well, not just that. It's a great thing, but that it sounds to me like PS&I is a better fit. And so I will make a motion to refer this item to the PS&I committee for further discussion.
Second.
Okay. I just have a couple of quick questions. James, you mentioned, and I know we'll get into this in committee, but can you just double click on the FEMA reimbursement? I'm hesitant to use Build Back Better, but you talked about the FEMA reimbursement and the opportunity to get double. Can you just spend 1 or 2 minutes talking about that?
And
you kind of flew through that.
Need the assist to make sure I say this correctly. So we can get reimbursement up to 87.5% of the cost for reimbursement, and that amount can be doubled if we build back in a more resilient manner. Is that accurate?
Good afternoon, Juliana Power, City Auditor. Yes, we can get reimbursed up to 87.5% of what we spent to build back to the original condition. We can also work with FEMA and the state so that we can get some mitigation money, and that would increase the funding.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And then,
If I could add, Chair, just to be clear, I mean, and I don't know if we gave anybody the wrong impression, but if the city went forward on its own, because this is an enterprise facility that generates revenue, it's fairly straightforward to borrow for a project like this. So we wouldn't be waiting for FEMA funds up front if we gave anybody that impression.
yeah. Okay. Thank you. And then when we're going to vote on whether it goes to PS&I, I'm assuming it's going to PS&I. When this comes back to committee, one of the things I'd like to see are some of the other financial factors when it comes to, because it's not just the revenue versus the expense of the building. So what were we spending on maintenance of the hangars? Is the insurance cost change? So just some of those other financial factors, if you would include those, because I think that part is important. If I had to guess, they have to hold the insurance. They are going to have to do the maintenance. I want to see what that is in comparison. And again, I'm not, listen, I have talked for years about ROI on our enterprise. My only issue, and we won't go down the rabbit hole today, my only issue is we hold some enterprise facilities differently than others when it comes to ROI, and that's where I'm struggling on that, because, and again, it's been pounced on a couple of times, like, we have partners that want to do it and want to be a part of it. And so that's where it's like, and it's making money, it's just not as much. And so that's all I'll say for now. But I really, James, thanks for coming out, because some of the clarification you gave on your original explanation was super helpful. So thank you for that. And I'm looking forward to having this conversation. And just thanks in advance for including some of those other financial factors. Yeah, go ahead.
To your point, Chair, some of the things you're asking about were the things that we are evaluating. So that's why it wasn't just like, yeah, let's do it. But you're absolutely right. There is other things to consider. While there's more revenue, there's more responsibility on our side. With this proposal, we're basically just, we're a tenant, and I mean, we're a landlord for land, and that's it. So those are absolutely factors that we will make sure we include in our discussion at PSNI, assuming it goes to that.
Thank you so much. Okay. We've got a motion and a second on a referral to PSNI. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve the referral for PSNI for continued discussion on Albert Wood Airport passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move into F8. This was pulled by Councilmember Gabbard, so I'm going to turn it over to her.
Thank you, Chair. So, Brajesh, I think is.
Yeah,
yes,
Brajesh.
There he
Yep.
is. He's back. He's back for 2 in a row. So.
Yeah, back to back.
All right. Well, I don't think this will be a very long one. I really just pulled this one because I had some questions about the selection process, specifically the scoring. I'm sure that, maybe my colleagues feel the same, but, we have very few pool, it seems, of, professionals that actually respond whenever these RFQs and RFPs go out for consulting services. Seems like we see the same names over and over again. Probably Brajesh can speak a little bit to that. But on this one, it really kind of jumped out at me a little bit because the original scoring when the evaluations came in were very different than what the evaluations were whenever the presentations were made. And ultimately ended up with, the selection here that didn't reflect what that original scoring was. And so I just really wanted to kind of understand that. If we're going to continue to only see the same people responding over and over again, I think it's important as part of our due diligence as City Council to understand how that scoring really works, maybe why those changes happen, and then why ultimately that is the one that is brought to us. So that was my reasoning for pulling this item. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Brajesh.
Yeah, thank you, Council Member. So what I'll kind of go on a high level discussion on is really, this was a qualification-based selection through the CCNA process. It's guided through Florida statutes. Now, once we publicly advertise it, the firms that that get these notifications, they register with the procurement department for what we call different NGIP codes. And we strongly encourage, and we've limited the codes that we select, because the NGIP codes is literally like the old school telephone directory. It's that thick. So what we've done is we've gone in and narrowed it down to a short list of codes, and that's what we recommend to all the firms, whether you're a contractor, a consultant, you've reached out to the city. We always give them that one page and say, if you're going to register, make sure to register only for these codes, because you don't want to register for that entire telephone directory, because you're going to get every single thing. And keep in mind, this starts to look like mail junk. So that's how we encourage firms up front. Now, we know our procurement department also does outreach and notifying contractors. Now, once the advertisement is posted, these firms will get notified and they will log in and see if the scope of services is of interest to them. If it is, then they will go ahead, submit their proposal, one statement of qualifications, because again, this is a qualification-based selection. Once the qualifications come in, the selection committee, and keep in mind, once it's advertised, the selection committee is under a cone of silence. Just like City Council, we can't talk between ourselves, and we can't talk to the firms either. So we receive those proposals through the procurement department, through, I believe it's OpenGov. And once it comes in through that OpenGov process, we all review it independently. There's a scoring criteria that we all review based on that. We have to enter our scores, and given in some context, there are going to be times that you're reviewing the statement of qualifications, you're going to have questions. This is the first submission in that project. So when we go into now the selection committee meeting, which is the first publicly advertised meeting, that's when we can all talk as group. And we have open conversations about what we saw, the strengths, the weaknesses of the submittals. Once we have that discussion, we independently, behind our own laptops, may update our own scores and submit it to the procurement analyst, who then tallies those scores. So again, nothing is handed in. Nobody knows each other's scores. Only the procurement analyst receives all of it and then summarizes it to see who's first, second, third. Now, we're required to, statutory-wise, to shortlist at least minimum of 3. There are times, I would say, randomly, and it's happening less frequently now than we did in the past. There was a period in time that we would receive 2, 3, 4 submissions. I think in the water wastewater one that we recently executed contracts, we received 34 submissions. So I think we're getting a longer turnover, a larger variety of firms. I can probably take a look at the list quickly, but I know we have quite a few new firms in that group. We try to select firms as the most qualified based on the different categories of work as well. There are firms that are larger that have what we call the full spectrum of services. And then there are smaller firms who are really specialized. I'll use an example. If there is a large firm who can do bridges, under the category of work of roadways or bridges, actually, let's say transportation, simplest one. There may be a firm that can do bridges, roadway, sidewalk, traffic signalization, and mast arm design, full spectrum. But then there may be smaller firms that all they know to is the niche, meaning they can do programming, synchronization. So we score those firms based on the individual qualifications. Now, the firms are then tallied by the scores are tallied, gives us a number. We go ahead as a committee, have open discussion. We'll decide to move forward or not based on, okay, these are the most qualified firms. We'll shortlist a certain amount of them. Objectively, this specific one, we needed to ultimately end up at one firm. So we did move forward with the 2 firms for interviews. But during that open discussion, we may realize, hey, I want more clarification on this item or this item. I need to see more detail. This wasn't fully explained in the SOQ. So we will, through the procurement analyst, we will provide questions. We don't reach out to them directly, the firms. We provide the questions to the procurement analyst individually, not as a group, not in a group email, but individually. And the procurement analyst will prepare that questionnaire, those list of questions provided to each of the firms. Once the firms receive it, they have to provide that response. We requested at least 7 days ahead of the interviews. Now, that gives us the ability now to go through now and actually say, okay, yeah, they did have this, they did have these qualifications, this wasn't as strong. Now we go into the interviews. The interviews is closed from public. It's a one-on-one. And at that point, we get to dive into, okay, what's your project approach on this? Give me an understanding of this. You mentioned this. And we can go into deeper discussion. That interview, once we're done, we move to the next interview. No conversation in between, no discussion about what occurred in the previous interview. And that's how we'll continue on, going through each of the interviews independently with that specific firm only. They get out the room, break, bathroom break, come back in for the next firm. Now, as we go through, we finish all the interviews, we break, no conversation between the committee. We come back for reconvene, which is a publicly advertised meeting, At that point, we have open discussion and we can discuss, okay, based on everything I've seen, everything that was presented, we've gotten clarification on this. This is actually a stronger item. We can update our scores. Once we update our scores, this then tallies out. I have seen these sort of situations on multiple RFQs. I would tell you that it's typical to see firms flip in order going from the shortlisting meeting to the final presentation. I've seen firms come from number 7 to number 2, as an example. But I would say definitely this was an older RFQ. It's a very specialized category of work we were looking for. It required a larger resource allocation. That's why it had 2 of the larger firms. And 2 of them really specialized firms in those categories. But at the end of the day, I will tell you that we are seeing a larger pool of consultants applying to contracts now. I mean, it was not easy going from, trust me, the last one, 35, to I think we end up selecting 14 or 15 underwater wastewater. Sorry for the long-winded explanation.
Chair, I'll hold a question until after.
Sure. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you. And Councilmember Gabbard, thank you for pulling this. I was going to pull it actually for a separate reason. I did see that, but I did have a conversation with Brajesh. He kind of explained how they got to selecting the groups, and they're kind of close. But so I want to talk a little bit about the project itself, because that's what caught my attention about it. So this project, and it's described as, the scope includes identifying requirements for future asset management solution, auditing the city's GIS database within the assessment area, and performing field inspections using zoom camera technology to document infrastructure conditions, and then identify segments needing maintenance. This is our stormwater sewage pipes, right?
Stormwater conveyance.
Okay. And the reason I want to just point this out is because I get questions like this all the time from residents. I get questions in Meadowlawn because they have all the canals and all that, and I've had SPTO go and Marshall's team going to perform field inspections. And I look at this and I think, for $750,000, why are we just starting now? This is something that should be happening. I'm just wondering, because it seems like a no-brainer to me for the amount of money. I know that they're busy, like really, really busy doing the work in the field and all that. So I just want to understand why, why is it, when residents ask, like, I want to ensure that the pipes are, and I had a bunch of residents doing this in Meadowlawn and asking me this, why hadn't we been doing this? I know that we did this with other pipes, at least with the, right?
Right. So I would say this is really an attempt towards a multifaceted approach. First of all, operations, and I want to draw to something specific. Our NPDES permit requires us to have, over the 10-year cycle, have inspected 100% of your system, not your maintenance inspection, but proactive inspection. 2 different things. So there may be there's a lot of operational work that is done routinely by our SBTO department. But on each cycle, we have to show, or we should be, you run the math on it, at least doing 10% net difference. And not just net difference. Let's say that 10% you inspected in year 4 can't be the same 10% that was covered any time in any of the previous years. So even though our operations continuously will be doing their maintenance, operational inspections, to be fully in compliance of our NPDES, which is such a good timing, the fact that our NPDES permit is going to be, and right now we are, interestingly enough, on cycle 5, year 7, which is unusual, meaning the FDEP has not issued renewals yet. So they've been given an extension. So our 2-year extension ends in the end of June 2026, our new permit will be in effect, which will be our new cycle, which will be cycle 6 in July 1st, 2026, which I would like us to be on that proactive approach, as you were hitting that nail, really, is like we need to have that forward-thinking planning, but really that proactive approach of making sure that not just our maintenance, but our 10% net average is continuously done.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I need to ensure, like, this data, for instance, we're going to be doing this. We're going to be able to see the conditions of the pipes, the interior of the pipes.
Correct.
And that way we know whether or not there are blockages or not, right? Because stuff goes through the catch basins, right? I assume there's stuff that accumulates, and we hear residents like, this must be blocked. Water is not moving in this area. I mean, I get that constantly in different areas.
Yeah.
And having a system, to me, in place like this, and having data, especially collected by, you know, a consultant who does, you know, you're not taking away from staff here and all that, because there's so much work. I think it's fantastic, and I just, for the money, I'm surprised that this isn't something that I haven't seen.
So, to be completely upfront and honest as well, there are a lot. We have 550 now. Let's say
550 miles.
Yeah, let's say over 500 miles of assets across the city. This is going to start the process. We're procuring the contracts, additional contracts to support our operations on ongoing cleaning, because there will be operational cleaning, but we would like to do, okay, as we're identifying, there's what we call light, medium, and heavy cleaning. Every single pipe, regardless, will have to be cleaned to be inspected, which is really good. Meaning, you know, we have to make sure that that camera gets a clean view of that system. So those contracts will be supporting. I would say we'll also be coming back each year to supplement, because to be honest, it's not fiscally responsible for me to commit a large amount of money into this if it's bond money, and I can't spend that in that year. So I want to start now with a small amount, effectively see what my burn rate is, and then come back to council with any adjustments on the funding that I may need to go through the system.
Well, I'm very interested just because of kind of the feedback I get from residents and the questions I get, and this seems like the type of project and the type of data that would be helpful.
Yes, absolutely.
So that's what I wanted to say, and I'm glad that Councilmember Gabbard pulled this, because it's one of the things that just has been increasingly coming up in my conversations with residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. Just two more questions on this, Brajesh. Can you speak to why this process started in January of 2024, but we're just now seeing it now? And please don't say hurricanes. January of 2024, right?
No. So to be honest, as well, just forthright, we went out, we selected a consultant, we were doing a lot of scope changes on this. You know, we had conversations with our operations team as far as, you know, are we going to have them clean the pipes to support them, or should we have the contract separate for the cleaning? So there were a lot of details we were trying to work through on this. Also, we were starting to get into that summer as far as when we were negotiating the contract, and we started to realize, okay, wait a minute, we need to, this is an assessment. We would like to act two things, and this is where I'm going to strategically, is, you know, one of the items, we knew our NPDES permit was coming up for renewal. We didn't know what the compliance requirements yet. We still don't know what it is yet. So we were hoping to get that permit a little bit closer. That's why, you know, it's now on a 2-year extension. We still don't have the permit. We have to move forward with this at some point. So that's one element. But the other element is the fact of, you know, we were starting to get storms. We were starting to get heavy inundation rain events. So we decided, look, this is an assessment. Let's see what projects we can actually move instead, and hold off on this for a little while and actually start to do some other projects that can relieve some burden on the system, while we continue and, again, wait to get the permit. If we get it in time, then we can really have a clean, scope come into council.
Okay. And then my last question is about, I guess, this prioritization, I'll call it, of the assessment that's going to happen. Talked about this a little bit this morning, talking about the bonds, making sure that, we are kind of strategically prioritizing where projects are happening.
Right.
But if projects are going to be informed by these assessments, what is the strategy for where these assessments happen?
Yes. So the beautiful thing about this is because we're administering the project, we're going to overlay that data into our GIS project coordination data set. So as we identify pipes, we'll have contractors already lined up, which is currently in the procurement process. And hopefully it's already advertised in OpenGov. So by the time these contractors have already been, by the time this firm is already authorized and start doing the inspections, they'll have a list of assets that either need to be cleaned, lined, repaired, identified already. Now, we are going to compare that GIS, because we'll get that information back as a GIS overlay. That will be compared with our master plan projects, as well as other projects that are being planned in different corridors. Based on the criticality, we'll say, okay, we need to move on this. This is a dig and replace. Okay, this is a lining. So that sequential will be managed there as well within that operational, essentially this overall program, if I may say. Now, that also feeds into the bigger picture as far as, okay, this section of pipe, it's not in good condition, but structurally it's fine, but we can advance the stormwater master plan. So you see how that now starts to line up.
Sequencing of it all?
I think one of the perfect examples of that is 62nd Avenue North, where we've kind of combined the stormwater with the wastewater as well as the roadway project.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you for the very thorough explanation. And with that, I will move approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for F8. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item F8 passes unanimously with Councilmember Driscoll being absent.
Okay, we're going to go into F9. This was also pulled by Councilmember Gabbard. Turn it over to her.
All right, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, this one was simply pulled because of the enormity of the project and the dollar amount, so I thought it was worthy of a conversation. So with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Good day, Council. It is a pleasure, as always, and this is actually a fantastic project bringing forward for our operational team. Southwest Operations Building, some major improvements, actually replacement of that facility, but I'm going to hand it over to the chief here, City Architect Raul Quintana.
Thank you, Chief, Engineer. Yes, thank you, Council. Yeah, we have a quick little presentation to share with you, but this is, said, and you recognize it's a very interesting project. It's one of three, actually. We have three wastewater reclamation facilities. The Department, Water Resources, identified this as the highest priority, decided to do it first. Just step real quickly through the project. What this is in front of you is the award of a GMP proposal to Ajax. Construction an amount of $18.3 million. $8.8 million of this is funded through a Resilient Florida program grant. And so we have achieved that grant award for this first project. We're proceeding to apply for those grants for the next project, which would be Northeast. So it's a new 3-story facility. And I thought this is kind of zeroing in on the site. It's a much larger site than this, but it's right off of 54th Avenue. To the left would be Eckerd College. To the south, to the bottom, would be the creek. And this is showing where the existing operations building is. It's a separate building that's a maintenance building. So we're combining two buildings into one. We're building a new, much larger 3-story facility that is going to replace what effectively are 50-year-old buildings on this site. Those buildings are no longer operationally functional. They don't meet the emergency criteria, daily situations that come up, and also emergency issues that come up. The plant operations need to continue during these events, and the existing building is not rated for any kind of hurricane wind strength, and obviously not rated for storm surge. So I thought it would be helpful to kind of just give you a comparison and explain how we arrived at this facility. It's designed to basically meet Cat 5 flood stage. The new facility will have 3 levels. The first level is primarily maintenance. It's got a mud room and a welding shop, and that's going to be flood-proofed. The second level are where the technical staff offices are, the restrooms, lockers, conference area. And the third level is where the SCADA, which is the supervisory control and data acquisition system, the guts and the brains of the whole facility is going to be located in the top level, along with the operations staff, resources for conference areas, the break room. They'll be able to operate out of here during a storm, would not have to evacuate. So there's capacity for bunking, feeding, and all of that in this facility. And so just to kind of give you an example, the existing building is at a finished floor elevation of 8.5 NAVD, and that is grade, basically. If we were to build this, basically, to building code, well, the FEMA requires this at base flood elevation would have been 10 NAVD, and the building code with the freeboard and the additional foot of elevation would have been at 13 NAVD. The grant required that we meet the 500-year storm surge. So the grant, per the grant, the elevation of the first habitable level would have been 28 NAVD. In order to be able to make that space usable, functional for the work that's going to be done in it, we elevated it to 30 NAVD. So that's kind of where the whole elevations came from. And again, it was driven by the grant and to make this a highly resilient facility. And that's kind of where we are. So the building, this is a view from the east, looking towards just kind of right off the entrance, a bird's eye view. The building that is not shown here would have been on kind of the west side. This is another view of, shows you where the chillers are elevated as well. Kind of just gives you a surround look at the facility. So we're ready to start moving forward. Again, we've got grant applications in for the other site. We've got the same team that's designing all 3, the same team that was selected to construct all 3. And the facilities as we go forward are going to be very similar, so we're not going to be redoing the design. The site's different, but the building itself is going to be the same. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to thank you so much, Raul, for this hard work that has gone into this project. This is a resilient project, and I think anytime we have resiliency projects like this happening in St. Petersburg, we want to celebrate and highlight that. So just wanted to take a moment to thank you for your hard work here, and I'm excited to see this one get started. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on F9. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item F9 passes unanimously with Councilmember Driscoll being absent.
Okay, we are going to recess as city council and convene as the CRA. We're going to go to CRA 2. I think we have Andrea joining us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of City Council, Andrea Falvey, Economic and Workforce Development. Thank you for the opportunity to bring forward today the proposed fiscal year 26 budget plan for the South St. Petersburg Community Redevelopment Area, or CRA. In the FY26 operating budget, $20,921,991 in tax increment revenue was appropriated for use in the South St. Petersburg CRA. City administration is requesting that the Community Redevelopment Agency recommends and City Council approves allocating that appropriation into the following categories to support the operational pillars of the CRA. Approximately $7.6 million into the housing and neighborhood revitalization category, approximately $9.5 million into the business and commercial development category, $1.6 million into workforce development and education, and $2.2 million into operations and personnel. You will also note the percentages of the overall budget corresponding to these dollar amounts listed on the slide. City administration based this proposed budget on existing and projected commitments, as well as our planned introduction of new initiatives. This next slide details the estimated tax increment financing, or TIF revenue, for the South St. Pete CRA, which includes $12.2 million in city TIF revenue, $7.8 million in county revenue, and approximately $127,000 in interest earned, bringing us to that total of approximately $20.9 million. As we all know, the CRA has experienced tremendous growth since it was established in 2016. During that initial year, the annual revenue was $468,000, and you can see how it has grown exponentially every year since. The city revenue is represented by the darker green, with the Pinellas County revenue marked by the lighter color on top. In support of our housing and neighborhood revitalization pillar, approximately $4.5 million will be allocated to the Affordable Housing Redevelopment Loan Program, which will provide multifamily developer incentives, debt service for future incentives, as well as support for accessory dwelling unit, or ADU, construction. Approximately $3.1 million will be used to support other affordable single-family residential housing programs, which are listed on the slide. The majority of this allocation will be utilized in our housing department's down payment assistance program, as they have identified this as one of the areas of greatest need for our residents. We want to thank Administrator Foster, Dr. Sliker, and the entire housing team for their partnership, as it allows us to more thoughtfully and efficiently deploy these CRA resources into our community. Funding for neighborhood services neighborhood planning program can also be found under this category. 4 neighborhood plans are in progress, and we have allocated $500,000 for Campbell Park neighborhood plan implementation, and we have another $500,000 earmarked for neighborhood traffic plan implementation. In support of our business and commercial development pillar, $2 million will be allocated towards the Commercial Corridor Planning Program, which will provide funding for improvements along 22nd Street South and 49th Street South. Approximately $3.5 million will be allocated towards the CRA Property Acquisition Program, which will provide resources to acquire properties and prepare development sites to promote housing, economic development, and revitalization of the CRA. $4 million will be allocated for the Economic Development Incentive Program, which is the program that will be utilized to provide resources for construction or renovations of city-run facilities that align with the economic development objectives of the CRA. In support of our workforce development and education pillar, we are proposing $1.6 million to be allocated to our adult workforce development program. The St. Pete Works program came to a close at the end of last month after 5 successful years. The contract for the new adult workforce development program is nearing the end of the city's procurement process, and we look forward to bringing that contract forward for your review and approval before the end of the year. We continue to be so proud to support the St. Pete Youth Farm, and we're thrilled to see their new processing facility open this year. The funding allocation for the Youth Farm will be provided using existing or rollover budget. The $2.2 million allotted in the operations and personnel category include the positions the CRA supports and the economic and workforce development and housing departments, as well as the N team in our codes compliance department. This allotment also supports our many communication and community engagement activities throughout the CRA. This chart details the total budget for fiscal year 26 of approximately $51 million, including the proposed rollover amount of approximately $30 million. The proposed budget plan for the amount contemplated as rollover will be brought to City Council for review and approval later this month. This proposed budget plan was reviewed and unanimously recommended by the South St. Petersburg CRA Citizens Advisory Committee on August 5th. In closing, I wanted to reiterate the request that the Community Redevelopment Agency recommends and City Council approve, allocating the approximately $20.9 million increment appropriation into the 4 operational pillars of the CRA as presented on the screen. Thank you again for the opportunity to bring this forward, and we await any comments or questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I know that and I had kind of had this discussion on the one-on-ones. There are so many different programs in there, and like, are you all working on making it simpler to kind of track what the different grant programs are, you know, the names and all that? Because it's so easy to get them confused.
It is, and there's so many programs or projects that kind of nest up under the overarching program name.
Right.
So we understand that. So yes, we do, both internally, we keep a robust tracking sheet of all the projects that are happening, and then we do, of course, endeavor to explain it in our communication engagement, make sure that our citizens and our businesses know that what program they are actually eligible for. Like, they know that they need to fix their home or they need something for their business, and we make sure that they can understand what program they can go after.
James, I don't know if you have I see you, I don't know if you have anything to add, because you were at the one-on-one.
Absolutely. So to answer your question, Councilmember Hanowitz, Vice Chair Hanowitz, we actually plan to go through a process to rename these programs to make them more easily to identify, and by the name you would know exactly what they do, and there are some names that are very close. So it is our plan to go through a process to change the names and make it clear what the program is simply by the name. So that is something that we'll be embarking on very shortly.
Yes. I think, and that's the only thing I just wanted to make sure, because I think it makes it simpler for us and for those that are applying and everyone that's dealing with it to know exactly what the program is about. So
We agree. The names are confusing to us as well. So.
yeah, thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair, and thank you so much for your presentation, Andrea. I just was wondering, do we have an update on the hiring of our new CRA program manager?
Well, what I can, we did have a gentleman that was poised to start with us, and right at the end of that process, he did decide to take another position. So I'll let Administrator Corbett talk a little bit about what our next steps are.
Yeah, so just recently, the individual that we had selected for that position, they actually reported to work for the first 2 days and then informed us that they had got another position in another part of in the area. So we are looking to fill that position. We're going to go back to the existing pool. There was another candidate that we identified that we believe is viable, so we will explore that and try to bring that forward as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Corbett. I appreciate that. I just want to make sure we do try to get that position filled with someone who's going to stay as soon as possible, sooner rather than later, because I think that position is vital to the viability of the CRA programs and projects. As you said, Andrea, it's a lot to manage and to try to mitigate, and I think when we talk about residents not knowing which programs are there, that position is imperative to make sure that there isn't a gap in communication, to make sure that we do have those boots on the ground, outreach, engagement. So I would like to stay updated there. I do have some ideas, so hopefully I can speak with you, Mr. Corbett, regarding where we can look there. Also, I just wanted to talk for a moment about the workforce portion of this CRA grant. So, excuse me, the CRA TIF. So one of the things I was hoping that we could do is perhaps either work with the youth farm or the in team to see if there was some sort of internship opportunity there, specifically for college students, high school seniors and juniors. I don't know if this is something that you all have already discussed, but I would love for the conversation to be expanded to see if we could utilize funds like this from the CRA to help those high school seniors and residents and even college students in the area who may be looking for employment opportunity within city government. So just wanted to bring that idea up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on CRA 2. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item CRA 2 passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. We're going to adjourn as the CRA and reconvene as city council, and now we've got F6.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on F6. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item F6 passes unanimously.
Thanks so much, Andrea. Thanks, everybody. Okay, we're going to go into new business for the afternoon. G1, Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. This item is respectfully requesting referral to Housing, Land Use, and Transportation Committee or other relevant committee for a discussion on potential changes to the city code related to historic preservation and designation. Conversation would include, but not be limited to, elimination of third-party designation for individual buildings or structures, the elimination of the potentially eligible property list, and a review of the current voting threshold for historic district designation. And I so move.
Council member, oh, excuse me, we have public comment. Let's go to public comment first.
Peter Belmont, please approach either podium, state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Good afternoon again. Peter Belmont, 103 Wildwood Lane, Southeast. I'm speaking on behalf of Preserve the Burg today, and Mr. Lito, our executive director, was unable to attend. I know he was just on the chamber trip to Charleston, had an opportunity to speak to Brandy regarding the matter. But I guess the message I want to leave is that I think we feel it, even though this is a referral item, it may be a bit premature. And I think the first issue, I'm not sure where anybody is at on what is referred to, Senate Bill 180. It is basically, at least what I consider our crazy legislative act to kind of prohibit LDR amendments by any local government. And what is prohibited is any proposal or adoption of a more restrictive or burdensome ordinance. And I would suggest to you that any change that reduces your current options or adds new standards is subject to challenge. And of course, just to make sure that the legislature wanted to make their point, they basically changed what we call legal standing, who can challenge something, and said anybody can challenge a city action if they move forward in contravention of that, and if they prevail, you're going to pay their attorney's fees. So it's pretty chilling for local government. So I think that's the first thing why it's maybe a little premature. I would also note that it wasn't that many years ago, I think it was 5 years ago, you kind of did a pretty solid look at the third-party issue, decided not to do away with it, made substantial changes to the procedure, and I don't believe you've had a third-party application since, so I think a little bit is, in that regards at least, a solution looking for a problem. Are there changes that should be made to the ordinance? Sure. But I think it would help to have a little more maybe public outreach and input from the CPPC even before you make the subcommittee referral. And then the last piece I would just add is, I know there's been an internal push by the chamber to kind of push forward some of these changes. And again, I think it would help to have some more stakeholder participation and input, public input now, perhaps through the CPPC, before you go forward with the subcommittee. So thank you for your attention, and I know we'll continue to have discussions.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that there are probably changes that could be made to our historic preservation rules, but the ones contemplated in this new business item, I don't support. I am strongly in support of our historic preservation work here. am frustrated by something that I saw last time when we went through Mirror Lake. It seemed like then the people who were upset about Mirror Lake pivoted to attacking third-party designation, which wasn't what Mirror Lake was. And so I just, I will happily have this conversation, but I won't be supportive of it today. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
I kind of came here to say the same thing. While I may not be supportive of the examples of changes that were given in the new business item, I do think that we should have a healthy discussion about other potential changes and, if nothing else, approach these subjects with an open mind. We have time before the committee meeting to get input from the community and be able to have a healthy discussion about it. So I'll be supportive of this, and I look forward to what outcomes might lie ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fix Sanders.
Thank you. I'm in the same position as Councilmember Driscoll, but I do always consider that, and I know when I first became a council member, we will, as Councilmember Driscoll said, keep an open mind, and is valid enough to have a conversation. Whether you support it or not, I may learn something, right? So I'm in the same place as being willing to at least talk about it. Now, if it's something that we already know need to move forward, then of course I'm not going to support it. But this is worth the conversation, so that's why I gladly second this so we can talk about it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Hanowitz.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to touch a little bit on the Senate Bill 180 and see if legal has an opinion on what was said about Senate Bill 180. I know there is language about whether you consider something that is much more burdensome or restrictive. I don't know if this falls within. I just want to see if legal has an opinion on what was said.
We would have to take a look at it.
Okay. But in terms of having the conversation in the committee, we're fine with that right now. Yeah. I mean, I know that I have a few items that are in committee that are affected by Senate Bill 180, and it's kind of delayed having the conversation because it's kind of pointless, especially ones that are really on point. So I'd just be interested to hear what legal says. In terms of I have no problem having a conversation. The chamber came and reached out. I wasn't supportive about it then, but I'm not going to say no to having a conversation about it. I think that's fine to have a conversation. I did have the same questions in terms of, didn't we just consider some of this stuff a few years ago, and didn't we go down this road? But I'm not just going to not have the conversation because of it, but I just wanted to put that out there. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gabbard.
Regarding legal and, kind of conversations with them, I have started those preliminary conversations. We, this is an initiative that was kind of started by the chamber. I think that's very clear. And there were some red line versions that they had gone back and forth with several times. And instead of attaching that to this new business item that is more appropriate for committee, that has already been given to legal for their review. So all of that will be contemplated, including any implications with Senate Bill 180, long before we would ever make it to a committee. So, thank you.
Thank you. Just quickly, I'll just comment, spending 3 years on CPPC and then now finishing up 4 years on council, I totally agree, at the very least, that we need to have a conversation about third-party designations. I'm not a fan, and so I just, with everybody sharing a little bit of their opinion, I thought I would do the same. So we have a motion and a second on G1. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item G1 passes 7-1 with Councilmember Floyd voting no. Councilmembers Driscoll, Fix Sanders, Gabbard, Gertis, Givens, Hanowitz, and Harding voting yes.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to go into G2. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. This new business item is respectfully requesting a referral to the Economic and Workforce Development Committee for discussion on a referendum during the 2026 general election to allow for a longer lease term for expansion of the Maritime and Defense Technology Hub as part of the Hub 2 plan. Currently, the current hub is leased to the Innovation District, And so we'll have an opportunity to talk about what the plans are, what the hub is doing right now, what the future could look like, and why it's important to our economic development. And with that, I'll move approval.
Second.
Okay, we'll go to public comment.
Allison Barlow, Jason Mathis, please approach the podium, state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Good afternoon, council members. Allison Barlow, 450 8th Avenue Southeast, St. Petersburg. I would like to support this idea of taking this conversation into committee. I think it's an important discussion for all of us to have. The Maritime and Defense Tech Hub, as you guys all helped create, has been around now 4 years, if you can imagine that. It's been a tremendous success. It was a unique opportunity when it was created to activate the Port of St. Petersburg and to repurpose a city asset that was vacant. Since its launch, the hub has incubated over 25 organizations, most tech small businesses, several of which were already here in our region, and some that came because of the facility. All needed our assistance and our resources to grow. Many of these companies you have read about and seen in the news, and you know as well as I do, had the tremendous work that they're doing. At the beginning of 2025, the hub was home to 82 full-time employees and 102 employees who considered that a secondary work location. Some of them may be often traveling or also work from home, so that's how we classified that. We also have provided water access for testing and demonstration purposes with our government partners, which has really pivoted a lot of the work in the maritime and the defense tech areas and brought it to the forefront of St. Petersburg's economic development. Through all of this, we've hosted community members through events like our tech exchanges and also frequent tours with youth so they can get an idea and an example of future careers. But we're in a really great position right now. It's exactly what we hoped for. Our tenants are thriving, they're creating jobs and developing technology that really make a difference. The challenge is we've outgrown our space already. And we're having not only current tenants who hope to expand, but there's a waiting list of organizations that would like to join. Much of this momentum is coming from the maritime technology sector, from coastal resiliency research to advanced hurricane monitoring, things that we care about in our community, and the potential is growing. Expanding the hub now would allow us to meet the future needs of the tenants while welcoming these new partners into our innovation community. Longer leases mean the deeper investment in equipment, collaboration, and the impact. The expansion isn't just about the space, it's a bold signal to our shared commitment for St. Pete's future. So I appreciate your consideration on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jason Mathis. I'm the CEO of the St. Petersburg Downtown Partnership, which is located at 244 2nd Ave North, and a board member of the St. Petersburg Innovation District. I'm here to just really second everything that Allison said. We have a real opportunity to expand this facility on a very underutilized surface parking lot that's adjacent to the hub. Allison and I have spent a lot of time working with city staff to look at ways that we could grow this space and build a new facility, not using city money, using city land, but not using city money. But we've identified federal, state, and county funds that could go to help build this new facility. The working name for it is the Center for Coastal Resiliency, and I think that that's something probably our entire community can get behind, the idea of trying to find ways where nonprofit, for-profit, academic, and government research can happen to help our community and other coastal communities thrive. So I encourage you to move forward with this, and we hope to have an additional conversation about some of our plans and what we're contemplating. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I'm very supportive of this conversation happening, and I want to thank the speakers because they addressed my one concern that I had, which is I personally am not going to support much that gives any special treatment towards the defense industry. I think it's good for us to have these jobs here, but I don't support us giving any special treatment towards them. But they mentioned, I was in the defense industry for a long time before I was here, and I recognize the problems both locally and politically with them. But I support them. I just don't want to give any special treatment to them. But what I'm hearing from them is that that's not the focus of this anyway. So I just wanted to thank you for coming and letting us know that. Not to say I've gone out and seen the work that's going on there and some of the defense companies, and they're doing great work. It's just that's not what I'm here for. So I appreciate the speakers coming in and giving us that information. I appreciate the new business item. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll, thanks for your explanation at the beginning. My concern was that the conversation was going to be solely around the referendum, but glad to hear it's going to be a much more robust conversation. So thank you for clarifying that. I'm sorry, do we have a motion in a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second on G2. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item G2 passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move into council committee reports. We have H1, Councilmember Gabbard.
All right, we have Lair. Sorry, I had to pull my page here. Respectfully requesting City Council approval of a resolution confirming the 2026 City of St. Petersburg State Legislative Agenda, and I so move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on H1. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item H1 passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go to H2. This is my item. I am respectfully requesting the administration to move forward with the developing a scope of work in preparation for a request for proposal for the Downtown Improvement District's Clean Team. Councilmember Floyd.
Thank you. I'm supportive of this, but I just wanted to say that we've asked for a number of RFPs, and I will be paying attention to the order in which they come back. Wanted to say that out loud for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on H2. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item H2 passes unanimously.
Okay, council members, we've come to pause time. You get all of a 6-minute recess, and we're going to come back at 5:01. Council is in recess. Okay, we will call City Council back to order, and we're going to move into public hearings, and we're going to start with J1.
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second on J1. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item J1 passes unanimously.
Okay, thanks, Joe.
Good seeing Joe.
All right, we're going to move into J2.
Proposed ordinance number 622H, an ordinance of the City of St. Petersburg, amending Chapter 12 of the City Code to allow the building official to waive certain fees for post-disaster emergency permits, providing for servability and providing an effective date. And we do not have any cards, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Council members, we want the presentation?
Move approval.
We're going to save you some time, I think, Don.
That sounds good to me.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. Seeing as no other council members wishing to speak, clerk, could you please open the machine for voting? Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing as all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Mr. Chair, motion to approve agenda item J2 passes unanimously.
Thanks, Don. Thanks, Heather. Okay, we are going to move into open forum.
We have one speaker, Mr. Chair, Jonathan Hackworth. Please go to either podium, state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Welcome.
Hello, sir. I'm here to speak on F2 and F10. I guess I already missed it. They said it wasn't public. My name is Jonathan Hackworth. I live at 2510 Central Avenue. I just wanted to say I really support. I don't care if we have to raise taxes. Please make this ferry happen. I really enjoy it. We use the we use the Clearwater ferry. I ride the buses every single day. I mean, I have a car. The PSD is a really big help to my community. I mean,
awesome.
Pretty much it.
Thanks for coming in.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're going to close open forum and move into announcements. Council members, any announcements? Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Not so much an announcement. I just wanted to ask Rob if you could do an announcement of your own. Tell us what's the latest on the Science Center deal.
Thank you for asking, Councilman.
I didn't mean to catch you off guard. I thought.
No, that's fine. So we provided the agreement to Mr. Hamilton. He had a couple comments he sent back. We're addressing those, and we've been in contact with him verbally, making very good progress. Shouldn't be much longer to come to final agreement on the agreement itself. So
That's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just a couple announcements. I'll try to be brief. This Saturday, there's a lot of events happening in the community. We have the Community Picnic Land. That's going to be going on at Albert Whitted Park, starting at 2 o'clock till 5 o'clock. Also over your West St. Pete partner over there, Mr. Chair, Park. They're going to be having their 56th annual Evening of Purpose. This is Us Black Tie Gala. That's going to be at the St. Pete Coliseum, and then also at McCabe United Methodist Church at 3 o'clock on Saturday. The Bethune-Cookman Gospel Choir will be performing to help raise money for the church's 120th anniversary. So thank you.
Thank you. Just quickly, Councilmember Gabbard, the mayor, and myself were all in Charleston the last few days. It really was a very good trip to see kind of what they've got going on, how they're doing, some of the things they're doing in comparison to some of the things that we're doing. Quickly, I'll just comment, I'm very proud of the work St. Petersburg does. You know, that city is like 400 years, no, not 400, 200 years older than us. And I think we're doing pretty good when you look at what they've got going on and some of the things they're dealing with and with us. But we also learned a lot too. Quickly, I also just wanted to say thank you to all the community stakeholders that went on that trip, investing their time, their energy into the city of St. Petersburg, trying to make it a better place. I'm just very appreciative of everybody that attended, and I'm very appreciative of Councilmember Gabbard and the mayor for going as well. Last but not least, I just wanted to say a big thank you to all the veterans out there. Tuesday is Veterans Day. And so just wanted to make sure I bring that up. I am the grandson of 2 veterans. And so just very appreciative, and thank you for the service. For everybody that's listening and might listen to this in the future, just know we are indebted to you, and I'm very thankful for you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm sorry, since you brought it up, I just wanted to extend the invitation to our council members. If you all are available Saturday morning from 8 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., excuse me, we will be at Lincoln Cemetery at 600 58th Street North planting flags for veterans. So if you're available, we'll be doing two cemeteries, Lincoln Cemetery and Royal Palm South adjacent to it. So that's about 10 acres that we have to cover, and we'd be happy to have everybody if you're available. Thank you.
My wife's grandmother and grandfather are at Royal Palm, so thank you for doing that. Okay, if there's nothing else for the good of the order, council members, thanks for a great day. We're adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry.
Remain the same. How we do it is the thing that shifts a little bit, right? And the stories that we choose to tell. I want when people leave here, they're like, wow, that was a great story. Or continue to, what's going on at the studio? Because, it's Friday night and I want to do something. Let me go check it out. I really want that to be the thing. The studio becomes the place.
I think the validation is, the answer is yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. And yes, we did.
The future is bright.
Why not? I'm inlufindated that you have accepted this assignment.
I'm excited about the assignment. I don't take it for granted. I don't think it's gonna be super easy, but I know it's going to be challenging in the way I like to be challenged.
Yes, and if it wasn't, you wouldn't have taken it.
I wouldn't have taken it.
So, I think it's one of those things, and this is what fortune looks like, or good fortune smells like and tastes like. You're coming in, and you meet right at that point where it's like, this makes complete sense.
I think a trailblazer is a person who looks at the needs of now without high regard for the status quo or the way we've always done things, but focuses their work on how you make our community better today and for generations to come. None of us stand on our own, and so in order for me to be elected mayor, there were so many folks in generations before me that had to fight even for the right to vote, or even for the right to be a full-fledged police officer like Leon Jackson. I just looked at myself as the next in a line of folks who are working to move our community forward. Without the Leon Jacksons of the world, I certainly wouldn't be in this position. And without guys like Bob Stewart, former city council member and county commissioner, who's one of my mentors, who served with both me and my father, without those folks also pushing, we wouldn't be where we are today. I attended the last segregated class at Melrose as a kindergarten student, that I'm able to go back to that and talk to those students as the 54th mayor of our city. That's a lot for one lifetime. As I go around the classroom, I do this for Great American Teach-In, and ask the kids, what do you want to be when you grow up? And the last time I went, there were 3 kids that said, I want to be mayor, and one young lady who said she wanted to be president. That's what it's all about. It's just making sure kids understand you really can achieve. Progress doesn't happen without someone who challenges the status quo, the powers that be, and speaks up for folks who are largely silenced. There is such a thing as a silent majority, folks who are too busy putting food on the table, taking care of their kids or their parents, to be involved in the political arena. And so the folks that do that represent a lot of folks who can't be engaged. Find someone, reach out to someone that you admire who's made it, and reach out to them. Email, Facebook. I guarantee a lot of folks will actually respond to that. I certainly will if someone's interested in elective office. Reach out, make that first step. Never be bound by the status quo or someone else's opinion of what you can or cannot do.
I want it to be fun. I want people to ask questions like, why are the cows flying? Why does the girl have two faces? All of my artwork, I want to hint at a story that you can fill the blanks in with. My artwork tells my story of navigating femininity, faith, and Latinidad through my painting. Having something that is gonna live on and that people will stumble upon, like, wow, this really is super cool. I'm Christy. I've always been an artist. It's never really been a choice that I've made.
Hi, I'm Jeremiah with the City of St. Pete's Water Resources Department, and I'm here to talk to you about what you need to know when we issue a boil water notice. There's a few reasons the city may issue a precautionary boil water notice: due to a line break caused by pipe failure, or the roots of falling trees damaging our potable water pipes. These events could affect water pressure and could allow contamination to enter the system. That's why experts recommend storing at least 1 gallon of water per person per day for 3 days. Use this supply first for drinking, cooking, and hygiene. If you must use tap water, boil it for at least 1 minute, then cool before using. Another option is adding a 1/4 teaspoon of plain unscented bleach to disinfect 2 gallons of water. Showers are safe if you're careful not to swallow water or get in your eyes, nose, or mouth. Children and those with weakened immune systems should take extra precautions. A boil water notice typically lasts at least 72 hours. When it's lifted, run your taps, flush your fountains and ice makers, and replace filters. Knowing these things before making a decision on evacuation is important to consider as a storm approaches. To stay up to date on events as they unfold, visit stpete.org/hurricane and follow our social media channels for updates.
District 8 is located from the interstate to Tyrone Boulevard and runs north to south from Central Avenue to 40th Avenue North. I'm Richie Floyd, your council member for District 8. I'm standing along the shores of Jorgensen Lake Park, located directly behind our main public library, a place where students and residents throughout our city have visited and utilized over the decades and still frequent to this day. The newly renovated President Barack Obama Main Library will be an impressive, well-known asset to all in our community. Another major landmark in District 8 is St. Pete High. This highly rated school, built back in 1926, has served as a campus for generations of Green Devils in the Sunshine City. You haven't experienced all of St. Pete if you haven't stopped by Mazzaro's Italian Market. This true Italian market serves as a destination for lunch, fresh roasted coffee and beverages, and homemade pasta. District 8 is also home to one of our best business districts, Grand Central, with plenty of places to eat and shop. Grand Central was also the birthplace of St. Pete Pride and the Pride Parade, and still plays a role in our city's annual Pride events. If you're looking to escape the grind of the city, this district also features several city parks, including Gladden Park and Booker Creek Park, which includes new pickleball courts. District 8 has the right mix of people, neighborhoods, parks, shopping, and culture. In a lot of ways, it's the best representation of what St. Pete is all about.
To address St. Pete's growth and rising housing costs, Mayor Welsh launched the Housing Opportunities for All plan in April of 2023. It is a multi-year plan that will help residents settle, stay, and feel stable in St. Pete. Housing affordability is a key element in Mayor Ken Welsh and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The next milestone in the Housing Opportunities for All plan is the citywide expansion of the Rebates for Affordable Residential Rehabs program, previously only offered in the South St. Pete CRA. The program provides rebates to eligible homeowners to make improvements to their properties, making it easier to stay in their homes. Examples of potential improvements covered by rebates are structural repairs, roof replacement, electric and plumbing upgrades, window and door replacement, HVAC replacement, insulation upgrades, kitchen and bath upgrades, and accessory dwelling unit construction. For more information on qualifications and how to apply, visit stpete.org/home rebates.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on the circles. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas, there's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
My name is Adrian. I've been with the City of St. Pete for about 3 years. My job title is environmental tech. That means strictly rodent control and basically keeping the rodents out of the structure or the home. Basically, the service that we provide is a free service to the residents. Kind of go through an interview process with the customer, what they've been dealing with, how long, how often.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The City of St. Pete. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
And then from there, an exterior inspection takes place. And then from there, it's pretty much education, which is key. The more the customer knows, the better we're going to be able to assist.
But the flap's sealed right now, so that's excellent.
The most common problems are going to be entry points. When we get those cold snaps, rodents are just like us. They want to be inside, they want to be warm. So the first place they're going to look for is set up inside the home. So we want to go ahead and get those places sealed off, which is pretty much the most important part of pest control. Sanitation definitely is key. Not giving them a food source to keep revisiting. My job is important because of the fact that rodents do carry a few different types of diseases. They can basically make you sick. As a last resort, we do provide bait boxes to the customer to kind of try to help control the population. I've been in the business for over 20 years now. I think it's a sense of enjoyment being able to help others that may not know exactly what to do in the field of pest control. So it's kind of a privilege and an honor to be able to help that customer and be able to walk away knowing that that customer's been satisfied with the service that's provided.
District 5 is at the southern end of St. Petersburg. It's bordered by Tampa Bay to the south, Bogosiega Bay to the west, 4th Street South to the east, and as far north as 18th Avenue South. I'm Deborah Figgs Sanders, your council member for District 5, an immensely diverse district that is home to many of our city's treasures. To get in touch with nature, you can visit Maximo Park or Boyd Hill Nature Preserve to enjoy waterfront access, nature trails, all with family-friendly activities. Then there's Lake Vista's popular walking trail, playgrounds, and a dog park that encourages you to participate in a city initiative known as Healthy St. Pete. Also, education and academic excellence is important for our city. And in District 5, you will find 3 of Pinellas County Schools' finest in Bay Point Elementary, Bay Point Middle, and Lakewood High School. Not to mention the mighty Tritons of Eckerd College, a liberal arts waterfront campus which sits on the Gulf Peninsula of Florida's west coast. District 5 is a diverse makeup of cultures, communities, and socioeconomics that can be seen throughout our neighborhoods. Lake McGorry Shores offers a sense of community, or the Pink Streets in the Pinellas Point neighborhood that are a unique feature not seen anywhere else in the city. Our growing economy, friendly residents, and beautiful coastline showcases our best about living in St. Petersburg.
District 3 spans parts of eastern and northeastern St. Pete. Bordered to the east by Tampa Bay, it's a slice of everything that makes St. Pete special. Vibrant neighborhoods, convenient city amenities, and abundant access to nature. Hi, I'm Mike Harding, your City Council member for District 3. Here in District 3, we have 18 parks, including Shore Acres Mini Park where I'm standing today. From intimate neighborhood spaces, like this one, to larger destinations like Fossil Park, there's something for everyone. Want to visit Willis S. Johns Rec Center? Got it. Pickleball courts? Absolutely. Skate park? Check. And yes, there's a pool too. We're also home to the newest rec center in the city, Shore Acres Rec Center, with 6 swimming pool lanes, 2 diving boards, and spaces for community gatherings. It's become a central hub for the neighborhood. Looking for golf lessons or just a place to hit a bucket of balls? Visit Mangrove Bay Golf Course, where you'll find a full pro shop and the Cypress Links Par 3 course right next door. But what I love most about District 3 are the neighborhoods. I grew up right here in Shore Acres, spending my grass cutting money at an arcade and pizza joint where LCC's middle school campus now stands. Shore Acres is a tranquil waterfront community. Like its neighbor Snell Isle, it's just 5 minutes from the buzz of downtown, but feels worlds apart. Drive 5 minutes west and you'll wind through the hilly, tree-lined streets of Allendale. Hard to believe you're still in St. Pete. District 3 is also packed with amenities. We've got a boat ramp, 2 fire stations, a library, a water plant, a brush site, and 25 bridges. Sports organizations like Northeast Little League and the St. Pete Raiders Soccer Club are woven into our community. And yes, you'll find me refereeing youth soccer on the weekends. That's what District 3 is all about. Family-friendly neighborhoods, plenty of outdoor space, and top-notch city services. It's where I grew up, and it's where my wife and I raise our daughters today.
PCCA, Gibbs High, was high school that was invented because initially black people didn't go much beyond the 6th or 7th grade. And they created it. And then they put this performing arts magnet there. And I remember the first time I went there, just the art in the hallways that was from students, very sophisticated. And I thought, who wouldn't want a job there teaching motivated, talented young people? And obviously you were called because you taught, how long did you teach at Gibbs?
I believe I taught for 9 years, 8 or 9 years. Yeah, a long time. I think teaching at PCCA for those years made me a better artist. Working with young artists and inspiring young artists. But beyond the inspiration, teaching them how to coexist as artists in the community. They did not seek artists who were teachers. First, you didn't have to have a teaching degree to work in the magnet.
I didn't know that.
No, they wanted you to be an artist first. So you came with your artist degree or your art, and then from there, once you were inside, because I didn't have a teaching degree, once you were inside, once you got hired, then they put you through, Pinellas County School District has a phenomenal program so that you could get your teaching license. They wanted all of their educators to be working in the community so that their students had the opportunity to network and with the community members so that it strengthens the school and it also strengthens the community. And I think that was very important. I think it's a pivotal part of the program. I think it's a thing that makes it successful. And then not just the community as in St. Pete or the Southeast region, but our national community too. Because so many of our artists, visual and performing artists, have gone on to do great things. Broadway, LA, and beyond, tours, all those things, yeah.
Mi nombre es Lisette Hanowitz y yo soy parte del Consejo Municipal de la Ciudad de St. Petersburg. To me, a trailblazer is someone who sees opportunities that others can't see. Sometimes they see a world that doesn't exist. And I think people that are trailblazers has this burning desire inside to do something. And that doesn't end when they blaze that first trail. I see more and more people coming from different places and calling St. Pete home. And I think our city council is reflective of that. It's shocking, but we're still in an era where there is first. What really became clear to me what my trailblazers were as I got older is my mom and my family. You don't appreciate the struggles they go through until you're older in life, and then you can see how difficult it was for them. And my family came from Cuba in the 60s through the freedom flights, and they left the country to go to another country where they didn't speak the language, completely different culture, and brought nothing with them and started anew. And if that's not a definition of a trailblazer, I don't know what is. My mom passed away last year. And when I won the primary, my mom was alive, and I was able to share that with her. And I wish I would have been able to share it with her that I won. The fact that my family left Cuba for freedom, and here I am being an elected representative. My family left a place where there are no elections, and I was elected to represent our city. That made me very proud, and I wish my mom would have been able to see it. It made me so proud that my daughter saw me be elected. She was so excited, and all the other little girls, her friends. And in me, they saw themselves. And I think that's important because there were times when I was a child, I didn't see elected representatives that looked like me. We all bring our life experiences that are so different from each other. And the more diversity you have, the more life experiences you have, and you're not in an echo chamber. You're able to make better decisions if you do have diverse points of view. I think people think it's better when everyone agrees with them, but the only places I know where everyone agrees are places like Cuba and not free societies. In a free society, you should have discourse. And with discourse, diversity is important. I think everyone needs an example or someone to look up to. I think our kids need an example of what can happen in their future. And I think we have a diverse community, and that diversity should be expressed in every institution in our country. So once we do that, I think we're going to see more and more people participate. It's never too late. I had to drop out of school when I was 16 to help my mom work and pay the rent. And I went to school at night while I got my bachelor's and my MBA, and I went to law school at the age of 30. My path wasn't the normal path. And I think sometimes people think that it's too late for me. I can't get that degree. I can't learn that skill. And it isn't too late. I think if you want to do something, you should do it no matter what age.
Moved to St. Pete in 2014. We drove around and walked around different neighborhoods and noticed that they had events, community gatherings, cleanups, signage, cool logos, flags, all kinds of stuff like that. And I thought, I wonder why we don't have that. For the longest time, one of the things that annoyed us was anytime we met locals from St. Pete, one of the first questions they would ask us is, what neighborhood do you live in, right? And so people would say, well, I live in Kenwood, or I live in North Kenwood, or I live in Old Northeast, or Old Southeast. And we would just say, you know, we're that neighborhood north of North Kenwood.
When we were initially looking at this house, on Zillow they had it listed as North Kenwood, which we thought was a bit of a stretch.
A little bit of a chin scratcher.
Yeah, I think they were trying to kind of just jump on the Kenwood bandwagon.
We wanted to have an identity. We wanted to have something that we could be proud of, but also that our neighbors could be proud of together.
We went into this just wanting to organize a neighborhood association, and we didn't realize how much it would change our lives for the better.
About a year ago, I joined up and became part of the core team reviving the neighborhood association, and as part of that, we decided to really start fresh, and we interviewed, asked neighbor input and talked about coming up with a new name.
I started doing some research and realized that we actually did have a name. We were Highland Grove neighborhood. Highland Grove was actually a much larger neighborhood, and we decided to split the neighborhood into two smaller neighborhoods. On the west side of 28th Street, a neighborhood formed called Station View, and on the east side of 28th Street, our neighborhood formed, and our neighbors voted to call it St. Pete Heights.
So St. Pete Heights is an amazing location, actually. It's pretty central. Our big intersections are 30th Ave North and 38th Ave North. We make up a kind of a perfect square in the center there, also from 275 over to 28th Street North.
The more people start to see the name, hear the name through things like signage, which we're working on now, flags and other merchandise. We just got our branding done by a local St. Pete artist.
I am the guy behind the St. Pete Heights branding project. I work with the committee closely to come up with a new brand identity that represents who they really are. From the beginning of the project, our goal was to create something that can represent the people of the neighborhood. As opposed to when you're working with a business, you're thinking about the customers in mind. In this case, we wanted to represent the community, the people, and some of the things that makes them unique. My job was to find a way to tell their story through a visual identity, through beautiful typography, colors, and something that is able to showcase their passion behind the love for the neighborhood.
People are going to have pride to be in this neighborhood. It's a new neighborhood. People don't necessarily know what St. Pete Heights is, probably never heard of it. Once they start seeing the logo on, signs, flags, shirts, things like that, it'll become more identifiable, and I feel like it'll bring more of a sense of community to the neighborhood.
The more they see these types of things, the more inclined they're going to be to care about their neighborhood and to want to feel invested in the community. It'll just be a domino effect where over time it will become bigger, better, and a place that people just love even more.
I can't wait to put that flag up in front of my house. I can't wait. It's gonna look really cool.
One of the things that we do in the neighborhood association is have care days. There are opportunities for the neighbors to come together and volunteer, oftentimes to beautify, clean up. It really can be anything. But the most recent one we did was a Drains to Bay project, where we put the signs that say Drains to Bay on the storm drains. We did every one in St. Pete Heights.
We had a day where we put signs that say drains to the bay on all of our storm drains, so people know that any water that go into the storm drains will wind up in the bay, so they're more careful about that.
When we do these care days, we're walking around the streets. Like, how often do you just walk around the streets of your neighborhood doing something like cleaning up? And people notice that. Neighbors notice that and want to know, like, what are you guys doing? And then we get to talk about the neighborhood association. We even had one guy join in.
I would say it's very worth it. We've met so many incredible people in our neighborhood that we didn't even know live just doors down from us. Had it not been for the neighborhood association, had it not been for this initiative that we had, none of that would have been possible. And to me, those human connections are really what it's all about.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that people say. Hey, you know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have it made, don't you? I should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Today was a ribbon cutting for the Barack Obama Main Library in the city of St. Petersburg. I think it's a fitting tribute to President Obama and his commitment to education and knowledge, and it was really well received. I'm told over 1,000 folks came out here today, and just the joy and the energy from folks really reflected what St. Pete is about.
I could not be more excited. This is not just my district, this is my neighborhood. A big reason we chose this area was because we're so close to the library. My wife and I are avid readers. I'm really excited to be able to walk to such an amazing resource. It'll be full of programming.
I want the community, both our residents and our visitors, to wear the hinges out in this facility. This facility is so much more than just books. We've got 3D printers, we have engravers, we really have something for everyone at this facility.
You can tell there was a lot of attention paid to the small details, and that's what really makes a big difference. From the artwork that's on the wall to the flooring, just little things that when they all come together create magic, and I think that's what you see here.
After 5 years of having the facility closed, it is so exciting to be able to open this facility. I've had the privilege of walking through it numerous times, and to know that everybody that was in front of me was going to get to see it for the first time this morning, Christmas morning is the only way I can describe it.
The same moment I looked at the lake and the back doors of this library, a smile came over to my face and a calmness came over my soul. And I imagined generations to come finding a safe, unbelievably beautiful place to learn, to explore, and to grow. And in that moment, I felt the weight and joy of what this library represents to all of us here in the city of St. Petersburg, and a place of hope for our future. Thank you, and congratulations.
This is the municipal gateway to education. You can come here to learn to read, you can learn to socialize, you can get on a computer if you don't have something like that at home. It's really just an asset that shows high quality public goods can be delivered by your local government, and that's what we're doing here.
This library clearly has been designed not only for the way people are using libraries today, which is very different, but you can tell there was a lot of thought into planning for the future and how libraries will continue to evolve.
We're going to have the next leaders of our city and nation for generations start here at the main library, just like I did and many others did. So this is one of the best investments we can make in our city. Come down, get your library card, and build your journey to success right here.
My name's Jason Farina. I'm an electrician 2, Parks and Rec. I run the bucket truck, the big bucket. So I basically take care of anything that's over 15 feet in the air. Sports lighting, tennis courts, basketball courts, the decorative lighting, stuff like that. We're at Boyd Hill Nature Center, and we're retrofitting the parking lot lights with LED. So we're getting rid of the old inefficient HID lighting, safer, better on the environment all the way around. So it's a win-win. I get a lot of one-on-one time with citizens when I'm out and about. You know, I like when they come up and ask me questions. I never have a problem talking with people. Anybody ever comes up and asks me questions, I'm more than helpful. Like the new LED lights and stuff, I get a lot of positive feedback from that. People feel safer, and it makes for a nicer environment. You know, we have a lot of osprey nests and wildlife like that. Down at Lake Vista, I got to see the osprey from being eggs to being hatchlings. I watched the mom and dad teach them how to fly. It was pretty cool. Once you get up over 30 feet or so, it's like everything is quiet. You get to focus on me and my work without having to worry about what's going on down below. It's like a whole different world, you know?
Hello, my name is Bob Turner. I'm the Assistant Director of Sanitation for the City of St. Petersburg, and I'm here to talk to you about a very important issue called hot loads. Historically, hot loads for us were centered around hot coals that folks had put into the garbage cans. Now the new culprit is rechargeable lithium batteries. These batteries actually combust when crushed. So as soon as they go into our garbage trucks and we compress the load, either the batteries themselves or the devices that contain these batteries are crushed, they ignite, and they set the load on fire. The important thing for our residents to know is that these types of batteries and the devices that these batteries are in can't be thrown away in the regular garbage. They need to be taken someplace where they can be recycled, where they don't cause a hazard to our trucks or our drivers. The best way to find out information about where you can take a particular device or a battery is to go to the Pinellas County Solid Waste webpage and use their Where Does It Go tool. It's a great resource. You can type in the item that contains the rechargeable battery or the battery itself and they'll tell you what to do with it. It's important for our residents to please keep these items out of the trash so that we don't have trucks catch on fire and we don't risk our employees.
I want it to be fun. I want people to ask questions like, why are the cows flying? Why does the girl have two faces? All of my artwork, I want to hint at a story that you can fill the blanks in with. My artwork tells my story of navigating femininity, faith, and Latinidad through my painting. Having something that is gonna live on and that people will stumble upon, like, wow, this really is super cool. I'm Christy. I've always been an artist. It's never really been a choice that I've made.
The Pinellas Trail is probably the best way I've found to get all over the county without worrying about traffic or my pace. It's just a way to get around and have fun.
So in the spring, say on a weekend, on a Sunday, you'd find lots of folks out just walking, biking, just really enjoying the weather.
So the trail starts downtown by the water, and it goes all the way to Tarpon Springs, if I'm not mistaken. And I like it because it kind of cuts back behind the neighborhoods. There's murals, there's tree coverage, and it just kind of winds through the most beautiful parts of the city.
It's an awesome engineering feat, and it dissects the middle of an urban city, and at the same time, you feel like you're off to yourself. You're a little bit secluded, ample places for you to run, ride, and even collect your thoughts.
It's pretty quiet and peaceful. Quiet in the sense that there's typically during the day a lot of users on the trail, so you're never by yourself, but everybody's kind of in their own world, so it's not a lot of noise.
We were looking for a place that would be a hub for a healthy and active community, and one of the big things we wanted here was to have a place where people could run and walk right near our location. Pinellas Trail, which is right behind our facility, turned out to be the perfect location.
We do lots of events here at the store. We do
probably about 100 free community group runs from here where we're using the trail.
Have a great walk, have a great run, guys.
The running community in St. Pete is so supportive and so encouraging of all of the runners, no matter your pace. Everybody's just encouraging you along the way. And so when I went to my first group run, I invited my mom to come and do an evening walk with me, and that became part of our weekly routine, particularly in the spring.
We do 2 runs a week, Monday and Thursdays, where we're running on the trail. So that's 100 times every year right there that we're out running on the trail with a group of people.
I retired from Pinellas County in urban planning, and so I was involved in the initial planning for the Pinellas Trail. We saw it as a means of providing a facility that could be used not just for recreation, but health-related benefits as we deal with obesity and other issues. So our planning was from the perspective of an alternative to on-road facilities.
So a lot of times here in the store, we encourage people, just go out there and see what happens. Don't have any set expectation for how far you're gonna go, or how fast you're gonna go. Just get on the trail and have fun.
The scenery is probably why I started using the trail as much as I did. The murals, number one, are my absolute favorite thing, and they're constantly changing.
Not far from here, it's called Stonehenge Park. They have some beautiful murals painted on the bridges.
Stonehenge Park is like one of those really cool wonders of art, and it's just right here. Nobody knows about it.
So you'll have a cool blend between really fun art, awesome plants life. There's all sorts of berries and things growing I didn't know about back there. You learn a little bit more every time you go. Good morning. I love to specialize.
When I was working still, we did surveys along the trail, and on any given weekday, we found about 1/3 of the users were using it as a commute alternative.
If you've never tried the Pinellas Trail, I urge you to do so. You can walk it, you can run it, you can rent a bike at just about every few miles. You'll find a bike shop that's got bikes for rent.
And we've had people come in and verbalize like their thanks, but also like you just see them out there and they just look radiant. They look awesome and healthy, happy, and you can tell that they're glad they're doing what they're doing. We're just appreciative that we had a part in their success.
Trails give me the opportunity to really get out there and feel safe. There's bike lanes in some places, but to have a fully dedicated place, that helps a lot. It's more than just a long stretch of pavement, it's a community.
The trail is a wonder that brings everybody together.
Moved to St. Pete in 2014. We drove around and walked around different neighborhoods and noticed that they had events, community gatherings, cleanups, signage, cool logos, flags, all kinds of stuff like that. And I thought, I wonder why we don't have that. For the longest time, one of the things that annoyed us was anytime we met locals from St. Pete, one of the first questions they would ask us is, what neighborhood do you live in, right? And so people would say, well, I live in Kenwood, or I live in North Kenwood, or I live in Old Northeast, or Old Southeast. And we would just say, you know, We're that neighborhood north of North Kenwood.
When we were initially looking at this house, on Zillow they had it listed as North Kenwood, which we thought was a bit of a stretch.
A little bit of a chin scratcher.
Yeah, I think they were trying to kind of just jump on the Kenwood bandwagon.
We wanted to have an identity. We wanted to have something that we could be proud of, but also that our neighbors could be proud of together.
We went into this just wanting to organize a neighborhood association, and we didn't realize how much it would change our lives for the better.
About a year ago, I joined up and became part of the core team reviving the neighborhood association, and as part of that, we decided to really start fresh, and we interviewed, asked neighbor input and talked about coming up with a new name.
I started doing some research and realized that we actually did have a name. We were Highland Grove neighborhood. Highland Grove was actually a much larger neighborhood, and we decided to split the neighborhood into two smaller neighborhoods. On the west side of 28th Street, a neighborhood formed called Station View, and on the east side of 28th Street, our neighborhood formed, and our neighbors voted to call it St. Pete Heights.
So St. Pete Heights is an amazing location, actually. It's pretty central. Our big intersections are 30th Ave North and 38th Ave North. We make up a kind of a perfect square in the center there, also from 275 over to 28th Street North.
The more people start to see the name, hear the name through things like signage, which we're working on now, flags and other merchandise. We just got our branding done by a local St. Pete artist.
I am the guy behind the St. Pete Heights branding project. I work with the committee closely to come up with a new brand identity that represents who they really are. From the beginning of the project, our goal was to create something that can represent the people of the neighborhood. As opposed to when you're working with a business, you're thinking about the customers in mind. In this case, we wanted to represent the community, the people, and some of the things that makes them unique. My job was to find a way to tell their story through a visual identity, through beautiful typography, colors, and something that is able to showcase their passion behind the love for the neighborhood.
People are going to have pride to be in this neighborhood. It's a new neighborhood. People don't necessarily know what St. Pete Heights is, probably never heard of it. Once they start seeing the logo on, signs, flags, shirts, things like that, it'll become more identifiable, and I feel like it'll bring more of a sense of community to the neighborhood.
The more they see these types of things, the more inclined they're going to be to care about their neighborhood and to want to feel invested in the community. It'll just be a domino effect where over time it will become bigger, better, and a place that people just love even more.
I can't wait to put that flag up in front of my house. I can't wait. It's gonna look really cool.
One of the things that we do in the neighborhood association is have care days. There are opportunities for the neighbors to come together and volunteer, oftentimes to beautify, clean up. It really can be anything. But the most recent one we did was a Drains to Bay project, where we put the signs that say Drains to Bay on the storm drains. We did every one in St. Pete Heights.
We had a day where we put signs that say drains to the bay on all of our storm drains, so people know that any water that go into the storm drains will wind up in the bay. So they're more careful about that.
When we do these care days, we're walking around the streets. Like, how often do you just walk around the streets of your neighborhood doing something like cleaning up? And people notice that. Neighbors notice that and want to know, like, what are you guys doing? And then we get to talk about the neighborhood association. We even had one guy join in.
I would say it's very worth it. We've met so many incredible people in our neighborhood that we didn't even know live just doors down from us. Had it not been for the neighborhood association, had it not been for this initiative that we had, none of that would have been possible. And to me, those human connections are really what it's all about.
We're here at the Shell Dash Townhomes ribbon cutting where 10 homeowners were given the keys to their homes, and it's the first project like this for Habitat in St. Petersburg. And 10 lives now are going to move forward into home ownership. It's a great day.
Our families go through a lot to get to a day like today. After being accepted into our program, these families take 38 homebuyer education classes, teaching them everything they need to know to be a successful homeowner. We cover topics from budgeting to home maintenance and even how to be a good neighbor. They also put in between 350 and 450 sweat equity hours on our construction sites, including their own home.
It represents all the hard work and dedication that I've endured over this past year. I am greatly proud of myself going through this journey. At times I thought I could not, but I am here.
Through a partnership, the city put in more than $1 million from the South St. Pete CRA, donated the land, and Habitat is providing an interest-free mortgage. So it's an intentional effort to have affordable housing right here, just south of Tropicana Field, for folks who make our city work, and that's why it's important.
The average median price of a townhome in the city of St. Petersburg is over $650,000 right now. So to have a home made affordable to these families at $279,000 with a zero-interest mortgage, it'll keep these homes forever affordable for these families as they move in.
We have 50 more just south of here on the 18th Avenue corridor that we're working with Habitat on, and those will come to fruition. So folks need to understand that the process takes time, but we're dedicated to making sure it moves forward.
Youth Champions is a program that encourages the youth and the officers to build a better relationship.
The Florida Department of Law Enforcement put out a grant called the Community Violence Intervention and Prevention Grant Program. So through them, we were able to create Youth Champions, where kids ages 11 to 17 in the community of Jordan Park gets to engage with law enforcement officers, engage in positive activities such as yoga and therapy.
Meditation, that's like the best one, is meditation, like get your mind at ease. And after that, we just like talk. We talk about like the program, like how is it like affecting them, and pros and cons of what they have in their life. I didn't know at them at first, but like actually like seeing them like do the activities that we be doing and actually interacting with them is good.
I think that it's imperative that we build those relationships. We've seen it time and time again where those relationships have benefited us to the positive in the police department. Any opportunity we as police officers get to engage, everybody can relax and be themselves, and then they can get to know us and see the people behind the badge.
Anytime you can consistently show up and commit to a neighborhood or to young children, they see that you're dedicated, and naturally just being able to build relationships is what's going to make a difference in their lives.
It's important to give back. It's important to let the youth know that we care. Our officers are here to ensure that our community is safe. They're here to protect and serve, but serving our community is definitely important.
I hope that they walk away with a sense of seeing an officer as a person, as another human being, that they're just like them.
People can like actually trust cops, have fun with them, and don't be scared.
My art style is mixing a little bit of traditional painting methods with like a little urban art flair and bright colors. I think it's a way of expressing yourself to the community, and especially through public art like this, putting a little color into the community. It helps tell a story of the community. It helps have a sense of pride in the area. A lot of us live in the area, so you're contributing to the growth and belonging of your own backyard. We all share things in common, and I try to show that in a fun, colorful way, you know, kind of through a lot of my artwork. My name is Francisco Gonzalez. I go by Frankie G.
My name is Catherine Washington, and I'm the first Black female firefighter for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, and I'm very proud to be that and hold that title. A trailblazer is a person, and they go out and they do something that is mostly done by one gender, and they pierce that and they make something out of it that redistributed what people think of each other. I always wanted to kind of do what I call dangerous work. Something that somebody else didn't want to do, you know. So when my sister said, hey, they hired us, I said, I want to go for the fire department. And I went. In this world, for me to be a firefighter, it was the most unique thing that I could ever think to be. Me being in the Army Reserve gave me a step up to think I could do way more things. I could lift the weights, I could come out of the building out of a window just like the man did, and that gave me the chance to do it. We used to have the Martin Luther King parade. One time, I didn't want to be in the parade, I wanted to see the parade. Well, I had these 3 African-American older females that I knew knock on my door and say to me, you do not miss another parade as long as you're on this department, because we have young girls out here who need to see you and know that they can aspire to be what you are. So don't be standing over here in the crowd with us. You be out there walking with them fellas. If I could say something to kids who think they can't aspire to be this because they have problems and they think those problems hold them down, don't let what you think you hold you back. Aspire to be what you want to be in spite of that. And then you can see yourself being somebody else.
I'm the youngest of 7 girls, and so I had lots of female role models. One in particular is most definitely my mother.
My mother has always been my strongest influence. I distinctly remember growing up in South America, there were not very many opportunities for women in leadership, and my mom really made her own place.
One of my grandmothers had ovarian cancer, and my other grandmother had 4 cancers. In the late 60s, went in for a lumpectomy. They did a double radical mastectomy. She woke up being taken down to her breastplate. For her, that was incredibly humbling because her whole identity was being in the community, and she felt embarrassed, and to some extent that her womanhood was gone. And so watching her overcome that and thrive was really, that was inspiring as well.
Growing up, I really admired one of my high school teachers in particular. She was this incredibly brilliant woman who was tough, who was smart, and who also would give everything to help her students.
I think it's critical to have a mentor. I found mentors that taught me self-acceptance, self-love. They help you find a way, they help you find an opportunity to a path to your full expression.
Well, I think mentorship is extremely important to the pathway to success.
Having someone there who is really going to be the shining example, who is going to be your guide through life, is really what's so important and what so many of us need.
Every life, you should have somebody that is your champion and somebody you can champion. And I think that's really important as we think about elevating others.
St. Petersburg Leadership for Women is outstanding. I think we are positioned perfectly.
I feel so very fortunate to live and work in a city like St. Pete that's inclusive, that's progressive.
I believe that we are a future that will be kind and generous.
There's great support amongst the women leaders to collaborate, to make a difference, to solve complicated problems, and they're brilliant, brilliant women.
This community has not just great women leaders, but a platform where they're elevated and able to do things that are meaningful and that really impact our community, and that's part of the reason it's such a phenomenal community.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
Hey St. Pete, I'm Amber Bolding, your Emergency Management Manager, here to explain the difference between floodplains, FEMA flood zones, and evacuation zones. Understanding these terms is key to protecting your safety and property. First up, stormwater floodplain. This is where water naturally collects during heavy rainfall due to the terrain and our stormwater infrastructure system. If you're in a stormwater floodplain, your property may be at greater risk of flooding from heavy rain. Next, FEMA flood zones. FEMA identifies these areas based on flood risk from storm surge or proximity to water. This affects flood insurance requirements and building regulations. Finally, evacuation zones. Set by Pinellas County, these zones indicate areas at risk from dangerous storm surge during hurricanes or tropical storms. An evacuation order means you must leave. This is about protecting lives from potentially deadly storm surge. Pro tip, being in a non-evacuation zone doesn't mean you're in a non-flood zone or outside the stormwater floodplain. Heavy rainfall can still cause freshwater flooding. In St. Pete, you need to know your zones. Visit stpete.org/hurricane and use the Prepare St. Pete map. Just enter any address or click a location on the map to see its stormwater floodplain, FEMA flood zone, and evacuation zone. Understanding these differences helps protect you, your family, and your property. Stay informed by following us at St. Pete FL before, during, and after storms. Stay safe, St. Pete.
So a gentleman by the name of Percy Fansler had an idea of using an airplane, because back then flight was basically just a novelty, right? So a lot of air shows and stuff like that. So that he had an idea of flying from point A to point B on a schedule, just like a train. Unheard of, but who the heck would do that? Nobody was going to fly on a plane when you had a good old train. They arranged for Thomas Benoit and his airboat company to come to St. Petersburg. Roger and Tony Janis came with them, their chief pilot and mechanic/engineers. January 1st, 1914, they pushed that bad boy, that Benoit airboat, into the water, and 22.5 minutes later, landed in Tampa in the world's first commercial airline flight. Would you have flown in that plane?
I believe I would have. I think I would have.
It's hard to imagine a time before sunken gardens existed in St. Petersburg. You would have to go back more than a century to see the land as it once was, a sinkhole. In 1911, George Turner Sr. and his wife Eula purchased 4.1 acres of land 1 mile north of the emerging city center. Due to the sinkhole on site, the land sat 15 feet below street level. But George, a plumber by trade, had an idea. He devised his own terracotta tile system, effectively draining the sinkhole, leaving behind a rich, mucky soil. Perfect conditions for his favorite hobby, gardening. Living a good life with lots of luck in the Florida real estate world, the Turners were doing well. However, after a series of hurricanes and freezes in the area and the downturn of the real estate business in 1926, the Turners were soon left with just the garden. And to make ends meet, they opened a fruit and vegetable stand. Soon, neighbors began to stroll through George's tropical garden, enjoying an array of plants from around the world. In 1934, Mr. Turner began charging 15 cents to enter his subtropical paradise of royal palms, banana trees, coffee plants, and more. It's hard to imagine the old sinkhole site would become a natural paradise. For 3 generations, the Turners ran sunken gardens for almost a century, building a world-renowned attraction complete with beauty contests, celebrities, models, flamingos, and other exotic animals. A lot can happen in 100 years. Freezes, economic downturns, and a breed of new amusement parks opening close by. So, in 1989, the Turner grandsons put Sunken Gardens up for sale. And 10 years later, the residents of St. Petersburg voted for a one-time tax increase so the city itself could purchase the gardens. This tropical oasis still stands as one of Florida's oldest and last remaining roadside attractions. Thanks to generations of the Turner family's dedication, a community grassroots effort, and a bit of luck.
Food has always been a passion of mine. My passion from food comes from my grandfather. It was really just born out of the fact that I believe that he wanted to show us the world, and he did that through everyone's different cuisines. So like we would have really elaborate holiday parties, and we would have like Thanksgivings would be all designated towards like a different country, and he wanted to introduce us to that country, and it was through their food. So one of the things, we had a Japanese spread. I was not vegan at that point, but just the art of the cuisine, I was able to like eat with my eyes, and it just made me fall in love with sushi. When I went vegan, I realized I couldn't have sushi anymore. So it kind of started with a cookbook, and I did a pop-up, and then we were sold out, and then I kind of just went from there. I just did pop-ups, markets, and festivals, and I started delivering sushi to people's houses, and it kind of just caught on. I thought to myself, it would be nice to have a place, like a home base, where everyone can come to me, and then also, again, give vegans the experience of what sushi is. Being in St. Pete, feel like everything is happening on Central. I feel like Central is where a lot of businesses want to be. On a normal day, we would go through 4 pots of rice, and that was like a great day. And now coming to the new space, like we're going through like 8, 9, 10 pots of rice in one night, which is like, for us, is crazy.
Sit. Hey. Go. Go, go, go.
I'm Officer Middlebrooks. I work with the City of St. Petersburg Police Department. I am assigned to the Police Athletic League.
And I'm Officer David Lopez, and my role here is to interact with the kids, create a positive environment, and be a positive role model in their lives. The idea of a police athletic league is very important.
It is important. It's important to have police officers interacting with the community.
It gives us as police officers the opportunity to create those relationships and change that mindset that police are there just to take you to jail. That's really not the case here. Kids know they can come here and have a good time and interact with police officers in a positive way. A lot of times they don't have certain resources, so we try and provide those resources for them. We have mentors here, we provide homework help, we provide recreation, we provide snacks.
My favorite part personally is probably the mentoring aspect of my job. There was a kid, they were having some problems in school. I started mentoring and having lunch with them and just giving them some positivity. And the teacher told me that they were doing better in class, that they were looking forward to having lunch meetings with me. So that made me feel really good, and it felt like I was definitely making a difference.
When these kids come in, it brightens their day to see the consistency of having a positive role model in their lives.
Foul on 3. 1, 2, 3.
A lot of times when they first start here, they may not take on to us as well, but as time goes on, you can see a relationship develop. There's one kid that started when I first walked into the center. He would hide behind tables. The beginning to the end period, from when he wouldn't even talk to me, he would hide from me, to now all of a sudden he can come up to me and give me a hug. That was a huge, huge difference. I always feel great coming to work. I mean, I know I'm gonna be having a good time with these kids, and we're here for a cause. We're here for the kids, and we want to make sure that we're putting them on a path to success. So being in a position where I can directly impact these kids on a one-on-one basis every day is a pretty good feeling, knowing that, hopefully these kids are changing for the better, and hopefully I have a role in that.
My name is Dominic Colangelo. I am the ground maintenance here for Treasure Island, City of St. Pete. And essentially I make sure this place stays, up and running, clean, help with any little things that may go wrong. When I come to work, the first thing I do is I blow the sand, leaves off the deck, kind of clean it up over there. And then after all that's said and done, go down to the beach, make sure everything's all picked up over there, rake the area, make sure it's nice and clean. It's the start of my day. I really do enjoy my job. I get to hang out at the beach all day, meet some interesting people. It's cool. I've had a couple of people come up and they didn't realize this was owned by the City of St. Pete, so we kind of give them the story about it. Mayor John Brown donated this property to the City of St. Pete, and it was basically for the residents, for their families to come to enjoy the amenities that we had here, like the restrooms, the indoor showers, playgrounds. So he donated that to the community. Today's a beautiful day. I love feeling the wind. I love looking at the water when I drive around. It's kind of peaceful. It's kind of like I'm just by myself, getting the job done, but it doesn't feel like work. I like the freedom. I like being out by the water. It's always a beautiful day, and it's something a lot of people don't get to do.
because there were separate facilities. It was total discrimination, really.
It was just a second classness that I wouldn't want to behold or be on anyone, because it wasn't humane. It wasn't human.
We African Americans could not eat at the lunch counters. We could not even sit on those green benches downtown. We were not treated equally as the white citizens in this city. In 1963, I was hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department. And when I went to work at the police station, I determined that the police department wasn't totally integrated.
The locker rooms were most definitely segregated. They were put in the corner. Patrol cars that they did have were the old ones, maybe not in very good shape.
We African American police officers were always assigned to work in the African American neighborhood only. We could only investigate complaints from citizens of color. We could only arrest citizens of color.
You know, you're trying to enforce the law and trying to get respected or be respected, and you know, you're getting disrespected by the people you're working for.
In 1965, there were 15 African American police officers on the St. Petersburg Police Department. That includes 1 sergeant, 2 detectives, and 12 uniform officers.
They wanted equal responsibilities. They wanted to be able to police white neighborhoods like Snell Isle, like the Old Northeast. And they wanted to be able to arrest a white person and take them in without having to have an assist from a white officer.
So we 12 uniform officers started having meetings among ourselves at different one of our homes to discuss the racial attitude that was against us as the police department.
And at one point, finally, I think it might have been Fred Crawford who said, "The heck with it. Let's sue them. If they fire us, they fire us." And that's actually where that nickname came from, you know, the Courageous 12, because every one of those guys put their jobs on the line when they decided to sue the city.
On March 31st and April 1st of 1966, we went to federal court in Tampa, and Judge Joseph Lee ruled against us and ruled in favor of the police department in the city. That meant that we had lost the lawsuit. The NAACP agreed to file the appeal for us at no cost. On August 1st, 1968, the appeals court ruled in our favor, and we had won that lawsuit. When we won that lawsuit, we had different assignments. I'm the first African American police officer assigned to work in an all-white neighborhood. It was 100% white. We were very proud and honored because we felt that we accomplished what our mission was set out to be. We were honored at City Hall City Council meeting on September 13, 2007. And they gave us the key to the city and a proclamation. And we really thank the city for what they did for us. I never dreamed that I would see a black chief of police here in St. Petersburg. They have one African American chief now, and they had one previously black chief before. And it's part of what we was put that lawsuit for.
We want to make sure that when people enter our lobby now, we want to recognize the doors that you walk through are the doors that these Courageous 12 open for minorities here in the St. Petersburg Police Department.
Police department in the city put a plaque in the police station with all our names and our pictures on it, and a narrative let people know what we did to be honored.
I have put into place that every sergeant and lieutenant shall read the lawsuit, and they will be tested on it to make sure they are aware of what happened, so we make sure that never happens again.
What we did help these young men that come on the force now, that came on the force after.
I look around now, I see deputy chiefs, I see chiefs,
I see majors. It sort of makes you feel good.
That is the first 4 African-American police officers that were hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department in 1949. That's the Courageous 12. When I see these 12 faces together as unity, we was closer, just like brotherhood, that's what I think of. I'm the last one of the Courageous 12 left. And I think about those 11 other officers that are going on, because we were brothers. We were just like brothers. We were so close. And I am going to carry the banner on for those other officers that are going on. But I tell the younger generation to stand up and for what you got and what you believe in, and stand your ground and don't back down. And think about the Courageous 12 as what we did. We stood our ground and we did not back down.
Okay, Kojak, going out. I'll see you later tonight.
We used to live in a world where dog and dog owner only hung out at home or on walks. What if there was a city that treated dogs like people?
Hey, Kojak, you ready to go? Let's go.
In a city where humans' best friend can pretty much go anywhere, where you can sip a hot cup of coffee and get an ear rub, where you can shop for fresh vegetables and a bone, where you can stroll and shop and be called a good boy, where you can have drinks with your 2-legged friends and your 4-legged friends. Together.
Good boy, Kojak.
From the city that brought you Dog Swim Day and 6 dog parks citywide, comes a movie where we will play, fetch, go to work, meet friends, fall in love, and grow up. We all fall in love with our dogs. Now watch our dogs fall in love with the city. It's a great time to be a dog in St. Pete. Now playing.
All right, Kojak, good boy.
When you look at the top concern for residents in an urban city or even our rural communities, a growing number of Americans list affordable housing at the top of the list. Here in St. Pete, it's no different. I'm standing here at the Shores in South St. Pete with 51 new affordable units made possible by a county-wide collaboration. Understanding the relationship between our quality of life and housing is critical. That's why I'm launching the Housing Opportunities for All plan, an intentional expansion to our existing housing plan that addresses the current state of our city. The plan aims to produce new affordable housing units, preserve existing affordable housing, and protect tenants. Housing Opportunities for All is more than a priority in our administration. It's a foundational part of our mission, a pillar for progress. This year, we've designated more than $40 million to build new affordable housing units and plan to help thousands of residents preserve their current homes over the next several years. We've also implemented powerful protections for renters with our Tenants' Bill of Rights. There is nothing more important to me and our City Council than improving the quality of life for the people of St. Petersburg. And these are just a few examples of the impactful work that's underway right now. I will continue to keep you updated on progress made as we help more families settle into their new homes and stay in their current homes. So working together and listening to each other with our eyes on inclusive progress, we will continue to move the needle on affordable housing. To learn more about the Housing Opportunities for All plan, visit www.stpete.org/affordable housing. We are St. Pete.
Hay un alfiler en una orilla de una ciudad en un mapa, como una esmeralda en la oscuridad o un ojo de pelícano. Oh península de sol, mar y baños. Aquí somos tan diversos como las conchas, la flora y las muchas aves que nos visitan cada invierno. Sí, somos bami, empanadas, knishes, injera, roti. Somos reggaetón, rap, cumbia, trap, jazz, rock y folk. Caminemos por el St. Pete Youth Farm para encontrar todo tipo de raíces entrelazados, alimentándose de la misma tierra. Aquí hacemos espacio para todos. Mira las historias pintadas en las paredes, calles y intersecciones. Neón, prismáticas y sin miedo de hacer ruido porque el arte brilla aquí, donde pintamos el arco iris por la ciudad con orgullo y decimos gay. Donde las vidas negras importan y donde una hija de inmigrantes puede ser su poeta laureada.
Thank you.
Hay un alfiler en una orilla, en una ciudad, en un mapa. Acércate. Respira el aire salado. Mi gente, miren a su alrededor. Somos St. Pete. We are St. Pete.
My name is Jeremiah Daniels, and I am the first African-American male salutatorian for the Boca Ciega High School. My definition of a trailblazer is somebody who breaks away from the norm to create their own path. They're not a trend follower, but they set their own trends. And the big thing about it is that not only do they do something new, but what they do is something that allows more people behind them to follow in their steps. Growing up, I would say the trailblazers in my life, I would say Jackie Robinson. When I was growing up, I played baseball, so that was a big part of my life. And knowing the role that Jackie Robinson played, that was obviously a big trailblazer to me. Throughout my 12 years of school, I've had pretty impactful mentors. My Algebra 1 honor teacher, her name was Miss McAlpine. She gave me advice that would be greatly used during my high school career, even when I was back in middle school. And even now, I still keep in touch with her. I would definitely say there probably are some who see me and are inspired. I hope that by me doing just what I do, that I do inspire others. So that way, not only they accomplish what I did, but do greater things above what I did. It's a phenomenal opportunity to be able to give the last few words to our graduating class and those in the stands.
Please welcome the first African-American male salutatorian in Boca City University, Jeremiah Daniels.
It was a great experience. A little nerve-wracking being on the stage and seeing everybody, but once I did start talking, it all came out pretty smooth, and I'm just glad for the opportunity.
No matter where we go from this point, we must be tenacious.
Obstacles are in your life for you to overcome it. It's down to you to overcome it. There's support everywhere, you just gotta know where to look, and they can help you overcome the obstacles so you can do it. It's when you say you can't that you won't.
Like Moneybagg Yo said, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. However it comes, just know that I'm ready. Thank you. Have a great holiday.
The American Rescue Plan Act provides relief funds to governments negatively affected by COVID-19.
The city of St. Petersburg has received about $45 million in the ARPA funds for investment and have identified key projects that will directly impact St. Pete residents, focusing 75% of funds on affordable housing and support, and 25% of funds on health and social equity efforts. These projects also fall within Mayor Ken Welch's 5 pillars of progress: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, equitable development, arts and business opportunities, education and youth opportunities, environment, infrastructure, and resilience. So, what happens next? We plan to spend ARPA funds in the following categories: $34 million for housing affordability and support, and $11 million for health and social equity. Here's a closer look at the plan. To address the affordable housing crisis in the city, 75% of the ARPA funds will be allocated to affordable housing and support. The city received the Housing Champion Award from the Florida Housing Coalition, which recognizes the city for dedicating the highest percentage of COVID-19 state and local fiscal recovery funds from the ARPA to affordable housing. What might that housing assistance look like? Financial assistance toward things like new housing units, shelters for families in need, and additional supportive services. With the rest of the funds, the plan addresses mental health challenges and food insecurity. 25% of the ARPA funds will be used to develop projects that treat root causes of these conditions and situations. Things like food security programs, mental health counseling, youth development and nonprofit funding, and other neighborhood services. For more information about the city's use of ARPA funds, visit stpete.org/ARPA.
We're here for the ribbon cutting for the reopening of our Florida Holocaust Museum. It's been a long-awaited upgrade, and the exhibits really speak to the atrocities that happened during World War II and that actually are happening now after October 7th. It's great to have that shining light of truth right here in St. Pete. I really was touched by the Thor exhibit, which was a Danish boat that was used to move folks into safety, and the whole story behind that. That is something that really sticks in my mind about in the midst of a war when millions of folks were losing their lives, individuals made a choice to do what they could do.
Today, we thank the courageous people of Denmark who saved our parents' lives and the lives of over 7,200 Jews by ferrying them to safety in Sweden. This history and having Thor in our midst reminds us that doing the right thing begins with ordinary people like you and me, one person at a time.
what we really hope this experience lends for all the people who come visit us is to learn the lessons of the Holocaust and to realize that forms of bigotry and hatred are very terrible for all of us in our society, no matter who they're directed toward.
When I was a 5th grader, I came to this museum as we were reading Anne Frank, and I think about that experience and how important it was to understand that my life was relatively sheltered, but you get to see outside of it. You experience the history of not only the good things, but the bad. And it really forms who you're gonna be early, what kind of person you wanna be. Places like the Florida Holocaust Museum, I think, help form the person I am today. I hope it does it for generations on. That's what history does.
Talk a little bit about the Vinoy, because it, back in the day, used to be a big major building in town that would catch people's eye right away, and they'd ask questions about it. What is this thing? The gentleman who built it was Amer Vinoy Lofner, and the story goes, and this goes into the category of lore again, I think, but he and his wife had a place on Beach Drive, right across from where that Vinoy would be built. Mm-hmm. And they were having a party that went on to 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And at some point, he bet Walter Hagen, one of the era's foremost golfers, that he couldn't drive a golf ball off the crystal of his watch without breaking the crystal. And he said, if you can do that, then I'm going to build a big hotel over there. It was no big deal for Hagen. He stepped up, whack, 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 3 balls. This was in about 1923, and Lofner was a man of his word. He built that hotel. It took him about 11 months, and I believe it opened on New Year's Eve of 1925. Rui, does that sound right?
It did. A lot of these baseball fans that go to the Rays games, and we see these, unbelievable great players come through St. Petersburg and play, but it's not the first time. And a lot of people don't realize that all these legends that they hear about, these Hall of Famers, would just walk the streets of downtown St. Petersburg.
Absolutely. I think the first baseball team came here for spring training in about 1914. Mm-hmm. 1914 was a huge year.
It was a huge year for us.
When you think about it. So it was the St. Louis Browns, and they played here for a couple of years, but they presaged those Roaring 20s, and part of the Roaring 20s was the coming of the New York Yankees. And they had all the big names. They had Babe Ruths, they had Lou Gehrig. They played here and they partied here at the Gangplank, probably.
I'm sure.
Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig stayed at the Florenton Hotel, which is still downtown. Mm-hmm. And the Yankees played here until I think it was 1961.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on the circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK, and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that you decide. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have it made, don't you? I should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
need to work where they work.
Cut.
To address St. Pete's growth and rising housing costs, Mayor Welsh launched the Housing Opportunities for All plan in April of 2023. It is a multi-year plan that will help residents settle, stay, and feel stable in St. Pete. Housing affordability is a key element in Mayor Ken Welsh and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The next milestone in the Housing Opportunities for All plan is the citywide expansion of the Rebates for Affordable Residential Rehabs program, previously only offered in the South St. Pete CRA. The program provides rebates to eligible homeowners to make improvements to their properties, making it easier to stay in their homes. Examples of potential improvements covered by rebates are structural repairs, roof replacement, electric and plumbing upgrades, window and door replacement, HVAC replacement, insulation upgrades, kitchen and bath upgrades, and accessory dwelling unit construction. For more information on qualifications and how to apply, visit stpete.org/home rebates.
Hello, my name is Bob Turner. I'm the Assistant Director of Sanitation for the City of St. Petersburg, and I'm here to talk to you about a very important issue called hot loads. Historically, hot loads for us were centered around hot coals that folks had put into the garbage cans. Now the new culprit is rechargeable lithium batteries. These batteries actually combust when crushed. So as soon as they go into our garbage trucks and we compress the load, either the batteries themselves or the devices that contain these batteries are crushed, they ignite, and they set the load on fire. The important thing for our residents to know is that these types of batteries and the devices that these batteries are in can't be thrown away in the regular garbage. They need to be taken someplace where they can be recycled, where they don't cause a hazard to our trucks or our drivers. The best way to find out information about where you can take a particular device or a battery is to go to the Pinellas County Solid Waste webpage and use their Where Does It Go tool. It's a great resource. You can type in the item that contains the rechargeable battery or the battery itself and they'll tell you what to do with it. It's important for our residents to please keep these items out of the trash so that we don't have trucks catch on fire and we don't risk our employees.
District 5 is at the southern end of St. Petersburg. It's bordered by Tampa Bay to the south, Bogosiega Bay to the west, 4th Street South to the east, and as far north as 18th Avenue South. I'm Deborah Figgs Sanders, your council member for District 5, an immensely diverse district that is home to many of our city's treasures. To get in touch with nature, you can visit Maximo Park or Boyd Hill Nature Preserve to enjoy waterfront access, nature trails, all with family-friendly activities. Then there's Lake Vista's popular walking trail, playgrounds, and a dog park that encourages you to participate in a city initiative known as Healthy St. Pete. Also, education and academic excellence is important for our city. And in District 5, you will find 3 of Pinellas County Schools' finest in Bay Point Elementary, Bay Point Middle, and Lakewood High School. Not to mention the mighty Tritons of Eckerd College, a liberal arts waterfront campus which sits on the Gulf Peninsula of Florida's west coast. District 5 is a diverse makeup of cultures, communities, and socioeconomics that can be seen throughout our neighborhoods. Lake McGorry Shores offers a sense of community, or the pink streets in the Pinellas Point neighborhood that are a unique feature not seen anywhere else in the city. Our growing economy, friendly residents, and beautiful coastline showcases our best about living in St. Petersburg.
My name is Coach Ty Wood. I'm the owner of Berg Body Fitness. My mission with my company is to help people feel confident and comfortable in their naked body. I am passionate about bringing fun community fitness to St. Pete. People can start their fitness journey at any point of their life. Sometimes it can be high pressure. I try to alleviate that and give them a safe space that they can just enjoy themselves, because when you're having fun doing something, you want to do more of it. I am a 14-year Army veteran, so I didn't have a choice but to do fitness when I was in the military. So I think after I got out of the military and I went to school and I started studying exercise science, I realized that it was something that I had a passion for. I linked up with Healthy St. Pete. I volunteer a cardio kickboxing class every first Tuesday of the month, and that was kind of like our first interaction. And then from there, I kind of just became their fitness person. Being active myself just gives me a better quality of life, and it helps me feel like my inner child's hero.
2 is the northernmost district in St. Petersburg. It's bound by Tampa Bay to the north and east, 28th Street to the west, and as far south as Tennessee Avenue northeast. I'm Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, your representative for District 2. Today, we are at Power Design Inc., the city's largest private employer and a majority women-led business that has continuously been ranked one of Tampa Bay's best places to work. District 2 is the gateway to St. Petersburg for many coming from Tampa and North Pinellas. Its geography is one of the main reasons we are sought after by some of Tampa Bay's premier corporations, such as Jabil, HSN, FIS, and Raymond James. People may come for the jobs, but they stay for everything else we have to offer. As one of the fastest growing areas of St. Pete, we have a diverse mix of housing opportunities that include neighborhoods nestled along Tampa Bay, offering residents plenty of opportunities to take advantage of the St. Petersburg sunshine. You can spend your day grabbing a kayak or paddleboard from Urban Kai, playing some beach volleyball at Rec Deck, or checking out the wildlife and mangroves at Whedon Island. One of the jewels of our district is Riviera Bay Park with its extensive walking trails, playground, outdoor gym, and my personal favorite, the St. Pete Bee Hotel, located within the butterfly garden that is filled with native plants and pollinators. After a long day outside, you can relax and unwind at one of our great local restaurants, such as Noble Crust or Paul's Chicago Pizza. And if you want something a little more exciting, come take a swing at the new Top Golf, located in Carillon, offering fun for the entire family. I am proud to represent this diverse area of our city. You can literally do it all here. Work, live, dine, play, go to school, and worship all in your backyard. If you're looking for a new place to call home or to just spend the day, check out District 2.
I'm Paul Laverne. I'm a library assistant 2 with the City of St. Petersburg Library System. My number one job is customer service. It's a different day every day. The tasks may stay the same, but the people that come in change your day. You talk to different people. You do story times for the kids. You see different kids. We're here for the public to use when they need us. It's a good community meeting area. The library has like quiet places in it. It's not really deemed like a quiet place where everybody just comes in, everybody's silent. We have a kids section where they can get a little bit loud. You have your circulation desk where people are asking questions and coming in and coming out. So it's not exactly like the lady telling everybody to shush. The library's really not a slow place anymore. It's fast, it moves. Information changes, how to get the information changes. It has progressed quite a bit in the library system. We have some Blu-rays plus our computer system, and people come in all the time to use the computers. We have hot spots that a lot of people borrow. We have museum passes where people can come in and check out a pass to our museums in the city. We do story times in every location, so we're in every community. These kids, when they can be introduced to reading and we can make it fun and enjoyable, that they won't stop reading also. I get kids that are now adults and they come in the library and they say, oh yeah, I remember you did story time for me when I was like 6 years old. So I mean, that kind of thing makes me feel good that I could impact somebody in a positive way. That's when it's really cool, feels really good. So many things I've been able to do that I don't know if I could have done those if I wasn't working for the library system for the city. It's been a very fast 36 years. It's been great. I've loved every minute of it. It's been fantastic.
Hi, my name's Barbara Stallbird, and I work for the City of St. Petersburg Parks and Recreation Department, and I'm here to talk about debris. No matter what type of storm we experience, there's a certain way that debris needs to be handled. First, it needs to be separated. It needs to be separated by vegetative debris, which would be trees and limbs, construction and demolition debris, which would be flooring and drywall, and also household goods such as appliances. Step 2, placement of your debris is very important. Place your debris on the curb, not on the street and not on the sidewalk. This will allow the call to come and grab the debris. Pro tip, never put your debris next to infrastructure or any obstruction for the claw to grab the debris, such as near a fire hydrant, a mailbox, a sign, or even under a tree. Number 3, please do not place your debris in bags. Monitors need to be able to view the debris to ensure that it's not mixed. And remember, always keep up to date with what's going on before, during, and after a storm at St. Pete FL.
Hi, I'm Aurelis, and I'm the owner of the Happy Snapper food truck, and we've been in business for a little over 3 months.
My name is Raphael. I am a full-time charter captain here out of O'Neill's Marina in St. Petersburg, Florida. I've been doing it probably for over 20 years. The role that I have in the food truck is pretty much I am the fryer. She pretty much puts everything together, makes it look nice and pretty going out.
I do everything else. I've always cooked. I mean, I've been cooking meals for my family since I was 12, and I'm not talking about like boxed macaroni and cheese. I mean, like full meals. And it's just something I've always liked to do. And my son actually played club soccer for Strictly. We went out of town and we decided to cook for the entire team and all the parents. And ever since then, after multiple teams showed up and ate, everyone was asking us when we were cooking again, and 7 years later, here we are. When I cook, I put my heart into it, so you're getting food that is happy and inviting and
it's fresh. You know, with a little Spanish twist to it, because we do have a couple of things on the menu that is definitely you know, from being from Puerto Rico, you know, we're gonna have some plantains in there, you know, and we're gonna have some rice. Our main thing is fresh fish with a Spanish twist to it.
Apparently we're putting out food that there's not many other trucks doing, and we're getting customers asking, you know, when we're going to be back, where we're going to be set up. We're having breweries that are in St. Pete asking for us to come back to their location because their customers are asking about us. And I feel like St. Pete is a very good place for people that, I mean, they love supporting the local community, local businesses, and it's just a great place for anyone to thrive.
My name is Adrian. I've been with the City of St. Pete for about 3 years. My job title is environmental tech. That means strictly rodent control and basically keeping the rodents out of the structure or the home. Basically, the service that we provide is a free service to the residents. Kind of go through an interview process with the customer, what they've been dealing with, how long, how often.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The City of St. Pete. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
And then from there, an exterior inspection takes place. And then from there, it's pretty much education, which is key. The more the customer knows, the better we're going to be able to assist.
But the flap's sealed right now, so that's excellent.
The most common problems are going to be entry points. When we get those cold snaps, rodents are just like us. They want to be inside, they want to be warm. So the first place they're going to look for is set up inside the home. So we want to go ahead and get those places sealed off, which is pretty much the most important part of pest control. Sanitation definitely is key. Not giving them a food source to keep revisiting. My job is important because of the fact that rodents do carry a few different types of diseases. They can basically make you sick. As a last resort, we do provide bait boxes to the customer to kind of try to help control the population. I've been in the business for over 20 years now. I think it's a sense of enjoyment being able to help others that may not know exactly what to do in the field of pest control. So it's kind of a privilege and an honor to be able to help that customer and be able to walk away knowing that that customer's been satisfied with the service that's provided.
Hey guys, St. Pete Mayor Ken Welch here, continuing our Sunrunner bus tour. I'm here with fellow Bull USF St. Pete student Joey Vars. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Tell us what Sunrunner means for a student at USF.
You know, Sunrunner is really a game changer. If you live on the western side of St. Petersburg or by the beaches and you're a student, it really opens up the city to being able to get to town a lot quicker. You can go to class without having to drive. I take my bike from Paso Grill to the station and then I'm downtown in less than an hour and I don't have to worry about driving.
And you were telling us on the bus how you actually get your bike mounted on the bus. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so the way that the Sunrunner has it, they have these little bike assists and you wheel your bike right in kind of on the little machine and then it verticalizes it. So it takes up less space, you can kind of stand more compact and you actually get more people on the bus that way too.
Cool. Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today, Joey.
Thanks for having us.
We'll talk to you more on our Sunrunner bus tour.
So, Bobby, how has St. Pete's history influenced you as a creative, as an artist?
Well, two things. When we still lived in the one-bedroom apartment, my mother was going off to work. She worked as a domestic. She was taking the bus, and she was leaving out the door, and then she turned around, and she said, you know, Bobby, she called me Bobby. She said, and she put her hand on my face and said, we must stay in our place. And I didn't even think I understood what she meant. I've later come to understand, she said, he's an inquisitive, investigative child, and he might get into situations he is not equipped to handle. Mm. Growing up in Southern California, it wasn't as quite precious as it was in the South, but my parents are both from the South, and all of my plays, virtually 90% of them, are set in the South, even before I ever set foot in the Southern United States. And I think history informs your granddaddy, your grandmother, your auntie, your uncle, and it informs your parents. And even if they are not from the South. So one of the things that having a creative life, Live Arts Peninsula Foundation, who presented Web City, I was doing Uncle Ben's, a home cooking Negro narrative at American Stage, and they came up to me after one of the performances and said, "We'd like you to write a musical about the Manhattan Casino." In writing that, Bill Leffington and myself interviewed dozens of people, and I learned a lot about the city by interviewing people. Started by Elder Jordan, and there are many stories in the Naked City, and these are 5 dozen of them. And it just started me and dovetailed with me already being interested in history and finding out the particular history of this community.
Water is an issue in the state of Florida. Do you know where our original water source was?
Back in the day, I believe it came from what we call Mirror Lake today. And back then, because it served as the city's reservoir, they imaginatively called it Reservoir Lake. And it supplied the city water for quite some time. And during the Spanish-American War, there would be troop deployments come over from Tampa to get water from the lake so that they could take back to the troops who were waiting to embark to Cuba.
They did. I remember seeing a newspaper article from the day the ships were leaving Tampa, and it almost became chaotic because a number of the ships that left Tampa had to come to St. Petersburg, take on water, go back to Tampa. The speedier ships wanted to leave Tampa and hurry and invade Cuba, and it became just some craziness in the middle of Tampa Bay there.
It would have been chaotic.
Very chaotic.
Maybe it's a little bit of my kind of hippie roots that makes me believe that music can change the world, and I feel we're doing our part in doing that. I'm Brad Wenkos, founder of True Fire. We're based here in the Warehouse Arts District of St. Petersburg. True Fire is a publisher of interactive video software for music education. In the Warehouse Arts District, you still have a lot of warehouses and industry, but you have artisans, you have pottery, you have painters, studios. What do we have? 3 or 4 breweries even. So you've got this really kind of hip scene that's growing up Central Avenue. We're really looking forward to what the Warehouse Arts District is going to look like in 5 years. I think it's going to be one of the country's premier art centers. When we present a course, you're either streaming that course or you're downloading the course. And it's not just the video that's a part of the lesson, it's sheet music, interactive tablature, backing tracks, charts. So there's a lot of digital assets that comprise a True Fire video lesson. I wish we had more teachers here in St. Petersburg, but typically we'll fly them in from Europe, South America, all over the States, Canada, fly them into St. Petersburg, put them up at one of the nice hotels downtown.
When I'm in St. Petersburg, I'm happy. For that reason, I wrote a couple of songs in my acoustic album dedicated to St. Pete.
When I was growing up, if you wanted to play guitar, you couldn't even learn that in school. You had to go find another guitar player. There were no books, there were no DVDs. Certainly wasn't any internet, so you'd found another guitar player. Today, you can sit a student in front of a screen. You can show them multiple angles so that they can see the right hand, the left hand, everything that the player, the teacher is doing. So you're watching a video, you have a little map for where to put your fingers, you're listening, and you're able to learn how to play music. We do live broadcasts every time an artist comes to town. Streams around the world. For those 60 minutes, We have people of all creed, color. For that hour, we are one. We are a family. We share a passion. That's a very, very powerful influence.
I was really blessed to grow up in a multi-generational family. So my mother and both of my grandmothers were very influential in my life. They were women who were very family-oriented. That commitment extended to the larger community, and that created a very secure and safe environment for me to grow up in.
Most of us growing up in the 80s were latchkey kids. When I started going home after school, Alone was the very first Oprah Winfrey show. And I really looked up to Oprah in the way she was able to talk to people and learn about lives that were things that maybe I didn't see in my own community. Back in small town Louisiana, opened up a whole new world to me.
My childhood was full of family, so my role models were my immediate and extended family members. And while many of them are no longer physically here with us, I still have all of their teachings, the lessons, the love for family, the hard work ethic, laughter and talking that applies to my life now, that I hope my daughters will carry into their lives and hopefully eventually their families.
My mother is definitely the strongest role model in my life. She was the instrumental person in getting us out of Cuba. She taught me the importance of being independent, being resilient, and also as a working mom, she taught me that you could balance a career, family, and God.
I am very hopeful about the future of women leaders in St. Pete. It's very promising.
Already we have women in management positions and in leadership positions.
We have women in some of the places that we've been wanting to be for decades.
There's lots of women in every single role in the city, whether it's police officers, firefighters, and leadership.
The one thing that I love about the female leadership that's in place is that they are making a path for other women to follow.
But we also have a lot of work to do because I think we can diversify that pool of women still.
You have to have people of all walks of life. Everyone brings something different to the table, and it's important to hear all of those perspectives in order to find something that works best for everyone. After all, we're representing a very diverse, very large city now.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor women in your life.
This month and every month.
I'm Dr. Tanja Williams. I am the first African American and female president of St. Petersburg College in St. Petersburg, Florida. My definition of a trailblazer is a person who has a fire burning in the bottom of their belly that they just have to get out. A person who's willing to practice courage over comfort, who's willing to step out and do something that no one has done because they feel passionate about it and they feel that they have something that they could add to it to help make things better than they are now. Being one of the very few St. Petersburg natives born and raised in St. Pete, getting a job at St. Petersburg College alone was a big deal for us. Growing up, I did not get to see African American college presidents. As a matter of fact, I don't believe I had an African American faculty member when I was going to college. So to be president was not something that I thought was in my reach. It wasn't a part of my vision. But when it came to fruition, I realized that it was such a huge honor and a huge opportunity to help others understand that it's not where you start, it's where you finish. So being the president of SPC is an honor, it is a privilege, it's also a lot of hard work. One of the biggest moments of a college president is the investiture. I remember fighting tears because it's a part of my journey that my mom, who helped get me there was not able to join me. She had passed away. She said, Tanja, you're gonna do some cool things in life. I'm not gonna be here to see it, but I know you will. And she said, don't sell your soul to get it, and don't sell your soul to keep it. And I remember standing on that stage saying to her, we did it, and I did not sell my soul. I've had a lot of people in my life who stood in the gap for me to help me do what I didn't think I could even do myself. People like Helen Callier at George's Pools. They were one of the first African-American millionaires in St. Petersburg who owned a swimming pool company. They pushed me hard to go to college, and they helped me stay in college. For those of you who are thinking, wow, I've failed 3 times, get up the 4th time. Many of us have failed. Many of us have made mistakes, but you dust yourself off and you keep going. It's all about the possibilities. Don't leave them on the table. Get up, dust yourself off, and keep trying.
It's very important for people to have diverse cultural experiences so that they can better understand and empathize with people around the world.
Sometimes you can take away things from those other cultures and add it into your own life, and it's very inspirational.
I learned so much about the culture of Japan, what it means to be in another country, what it means to have a host family in another country.
It's truly a very unique and amazing experience. It offers an immersion opportunity that's really once in a lifetime. You can't find it anywhere else.
I definitely learned so much more about their culture. I learned how everyday life is lived. You learn to love the people that you're staying with. You learn to love where you're surrounded.
One of the events was going to the Yashima Temple. It's a temple up on a mountain in Takamatsu, and it's otherworldly. It's absolutely beautiful.
I'd only really seen photos of the temples before, and it's quite a different experience seeing them in person.
I just remember it was so beautiful, and the more temples and things like that you visit, the more you appreciate the culture and appreciate the historical significance of Japan.
This is maybe a once-in-a-lifetime program. Even though Japan is on the other side of the world, I have another host family out there. I have another family out there.
It's really a great opportunity to exercise that interest in culture and learn more about Japanese culture specifically.
Not only is it educational, but it's also inspirational. It really inspired me to get out and travel more. And there's so much more for the world to see, different cultures, different foods, different lifestyles. And it's just so important that people realize and seek the world around them.
District 6 encompasses downtown St. Petersburg and includes the Edge District, the Innovation District, and neighborhoods like Coquina Key. I'm Gina Driscoll, your council member for District 6. I'm standing in front of one of the many murals you can find in this area. For over 10 years, the Shine Mural Fest has contributed an indelible mark all around our city, and many of those locations are spread throughout District 6. Another great event in this district is the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. This 3-day race draws in big crowds, some of the best car racing in the world, and takes place along our beautiful waterfront in downtown. Waterfront is a big part of this area, with a number of waterfront parks, from Straub Park to Lassing Park to Grandview Park with its popular boat ramp. These are just a few of the many parks you'll find in District 6. Many of these also have fantastic art installations. That's what I love about District 6. The arts are everywhere. You can see it on countless murals, in our museums, our galleries, and in our theaters. You'll also find the art of food, the art of beer, the art of going full force or taking it easy. District 6 is all about the art of being who you are, the art of being St. Pete.
My name is DeWitt Miller. I work for the city of St. Pete. I'm equipment operator too, operate street sweepers for the city. I'm a second generation street sweeper operator. My dad did it. I like it, I'm by myself. It's no rush, get a certain area done. The object is to get the area clean. Like you got to go and say, oh, you got to get the area done in one day. That's not how we operate. The object is to get it clean and do the best that you can. Street sweeping is very important, I think, because without street sweeping, you would have all the pollutants build up in the curb line and the gutters, and then it will make the streets flood. Pollutants, what I mean by that, you got sand build up, leaves, trash along the gutter lines. My job is to keep it clean, pick it up. On an average day, you might get anywhere from 5 to 15 cubic yards of material. Mileage-wise, you might get anywhere from 8 to 10 miles a day sweeping. Some of the challenges we have to deal with, you have cars that are in your way, you might have trees down, palm fronds, stuff like that. We have to go around some of that stuff. We're trying to get every street in the city swept at least once a month. Enjoy seeing the citizens out, come giving you a high five, telling you what good job you're doing. I just enjoy my job. Well, as a kid, I used to get excited when I see my dad come down the street in a street sweeper. As a kid, one day I would like to do that. So I guess you could say I fulfilled the dream that I always wanted to follow in the footsteps of my dad and drive a street sweeper. Well, I get a sense of pride with every neighborhood I do. I go out and try to give it 100% because I feel like every house that I go past, it's my house. So my job is to go out and do the best that I can. I take pride in that.
Hi, I'm Chuck with the City of St. Petersburg Water Resource Department. Today, I want to talk about something small that makes a big difference, your sewer cleanout cap. Your sewer cleanout is an access point in your yard that allows you or a plumber to quickly inspect and service the pipe connecting your home to the city's sewer system. If the cap is missing or damaged, rainwater, floodwater, and debris can get in. And when rainwater enters the sewer system through an open cleanout, it can overwhelm the system, increase treatment costs, and even cause sewer overflows. The good news? It's a simple, inexpensive fix. A PVC cap costs just a few dollars at most hardware stores. Just screw it clockwise until it's snug. That small step helps protect public health, reduces costs, and keep both your neighborhood and the city's wastewater system running smoothly. So, check your clean out today and replace any missing or broken caps right away. For questions, call 727-893-7261 or visit stpete.org/waterresources.
The new Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, referred to as the MWBE program, aims to promote business and economic development for minority-owned business enterprises and women-owned business enterprises in the St. Pete area. Equity and business opportunities are key priorities in Mayor Ken Welch and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The MWBE will be administered by the City of St. Petersburg's Office of Supplier Diversity, created to promote fair and equal business opportunities, ensuring equity in contracts and procurement for all members of our community who want to do business with the City of St. Petersburg. The city awards millions of dollars in contracts each year for services, supplies, and construction, which results in the creation of a wide variety of opportunities. The new MWBE program will create participation percentage requirements, providing more opportunities for St. Pete's diverse business community. For more information on qualifications, eligibility, and how to apply, visit stpete.org/MWBE.
Hey, Bubba. Hi, good morning. Hey, you ready to come out? You ready for breakfast?
My name's Amy DePalma, and I am a nature preserve ranger here at Boyd Hill. The specialty of my job is overseeing the Birds of Prey program. We take in permanently injured, non-releasable birds of prey, and we turn them into avian ambassadors. We take these birds all throughout the county, from the Saturday morning market to schools to assisted living facilities. When you're talking about conservation, sometimes it can be kind of a bore, but when you have a great horned owl sitting on your arm talking about conservation, people are a lot more inclined to listen, to pay attention, especially since these birds have injuries due to human interaction in some way. Conservation efforts in general are really important around the world, but specifically here at Boyd Hill because we do live in one of the most densely populated counties in all of Florida. It's really important to conserve these small parcels of land. All of these birds that we have here live throughout Florida. We also have to worry about their diet and feeding them, so we weigh them almost daily to make sure that their food fluctuates with their body weights. We also have to do medical care, but aside from me, we have 54 volunteers that help make this program run day to day. There's a lot of maintenance that goes along with these birds, and it's a group effort. It's not just me. Step up. Up. No, you want to face everyone, huh? You got an audience. They're just like people. They have good days and bad days. So sometimes when you walk in, they want nothing to do with you, and other times you're walking around the corner and they're chirping and yelling, saying, "Come in here and feed me." So it's really, really, probably one of my favorite parts of the job is just interacting with these birds.
Hey, Dance. Yeah, so this is Dancer. He's a red-tailed hawk. He is 19 years old.
I mean, I get to spend my day in a nature preserve. So I am surrounded by nature and surrounded by nature-minded people, which really excites me. So interacting with kids and adults and just spreading my passion is really what I love about this job.
Hi, I'm Jane and I work at Sunken Gardens, and my job is to take care of the parrots, 2 kookaburras, and a flock of flamingos, interact with them and just really enjoy the little slice of paradise at Sunken Gardens. What we're doing is, before we open at 10, getting everything done so that when the public arrives, all the birds are out and fed and happy. They're all unique. They all say different things, and it's just a lot of fun to interact with them. I love this job because it's unique. I don't think I'd ever find another one like it. It's just a really fun experience for me. Flamingos are very sociable and like people, love the people that handle them, and they're very sweet. So the fact that we have 2 that have been here over 62 years, it's kind of amazing. We also take care of the tortoises. We have South American red-footed tortoises and a huge old alligator snapping turtle. Sunken Gardens is an incredibly beautiful place. If the city hadn't bought it, who knows what this would be like now. To me, it is just an incredible, beautiful place. And when you're in here, you don't even realize that you're in the middle of a busy city. At the end of the day, when I leave, after they're all back inside in their cages, they all tell us bye. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye. The worst part of my day, I guess, is pulling out onto 4th Street. It's just really fun to work here and incredible, good, fun job.
Growing up, one of my biggest female role models was my grandmother. My grandmother was an incredible woman. She was hardworking, she was kind, she was sweet, but she was tough. And she really taught me from a very, very young age how important it is not only to work hard for everything that you want, but once you achieve those things, to give back to others.
When you look at who did I look up to, I have to say my mother was definitely the primary one, because she was actually able to take so little and provide so much. She taught me what fortitude was. She taught me what commitment was.
Even in this day and age, it can be really tough for women who are, aspiring to achieve their career goals or their own personal goals for their life. For those of us who are at this level, who have, accomplished some of our goals in life, we have kind of a responsibility to reach our hand out to that next young woman, grab her hand and pull her along.
Well, I think growing up, children learn from those who are around them. And even as they're babies, they mimic everything that their parents do and what they teach them. And I think having the positive role models that are necessary to make the right choices in life, role models are helpful.
Well, really, I think the sky's the limit when it comes to female leadership in our city. I think there is a day when we will have a woman in the mayor's office.
The future of female leadership in St. Petersburg is awesome. It looks bright. I am so encouraged. We take a lot of our lived experiences and we apply logical applications to making decisions.
I'm inspired and encouraged by the number of young women who are rolling up their sleeves, getting involved in their communities, and really stepping up to be true leaders.
There was a time where it was, when is there going to be the first female on city council? Then we got to, there's a supermajority of women on city council. And I think that question in terms of whether or not women can be a part of our city and whatever leadership position isn't a question anymore. Women do lead.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
And the future of the women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor the women in your life this month and every month.
Sign painting was a very blue-collar job. It wasn't a glorified art by any means. The people that were practicing sign painting, they had to find the most efficient means of going about it. So oftentimes they would draw it directly on and paint from there. And when you take that approach, it's prone to accidents. Sometimes you'll have the proportions a little bit off, or you'll see a little bit of these imperfections. And I think that's really charming. I think that catches people's eye. They feel a little bit more connected to the personality of the lettering or of the sign. I had an art studio. It was a warehouse, and there was a lot of other great artists, and I realized no one there was really focused on lettering. In that time, they asked me to start painting signs for each different art show that came about. And that really got me the experience and working on a large scale. I totally fell in love with crafting the letters and building them up from scratch. There's reverse glass signs, there's wall signs, A-frames, we have blade signs, hanging signs. There's a wide array. One aspect of the work I do is gold leaf work. It's pretty magical to watch it happen. You're applying these thin sheets of gold to either glass or on the surface, and you paint the background and then remove the excess of the gold, and it kind of reveals the lettering that you painted. St. Pete has a really great small business community, and I've had the opportunity to work with so many great people that started out as clients and become good friends. I really appreciate the trust that people give me to help them and advise on what sign's gonna work best for them. At the end of the day, you eat with your eyes before you do with your mouth, so having a good sign will leave a lasting impression. And you might not always know why you like it or dislike it, but it sticks with you.
So if you live in St. Petersburg, right, most people know that the world's first commercial airline flight was here. True. Right, from St. Petersburg to Tampa. Mm-hmm. But what a lot of people don't know, could have been disastrous for the whole idea of the whole airline business, the chain came off the sprocket. The engine was basically powering a propeller like a bicycle chain on a bicycle sprocket that turned the propeller. And halfway across the bay, the chain came off, and he had to land the airboat in the middle of Tampa Bay and repair it. Remember when you were a kid and your chain would come off and you have to put it back on, your hands would get all greasy and dirty? Well, him and AC File both had to do that, and they both got their hands all filthy and stuff, but they put it back in the air and they made it. That could have been game-changing for the whole airline industry if the flight didn't work.
If they'd had to come rescue these guys out in the middle of Tampa Bay after all this publicity.
That's exactly right.
My goodness.
District 7 is central to the city and includes the Deuces Live Main Street, the South St. Petersburg CRA, and a majority of the Skyway Marina District. I'm Corey Givens Jr., your council member for District 7. We're standing in front of the Carter G. Woodson African American Museum of Florida, a cultural institution here in St. Pete, named after African American historian and civil rights activist Carter G. Woodson. The museum is located just off 22nd Street South, next to Jordan Park. And fun fact, plays a special role in my family's history. It's where my grandparents got married over 50 years ago. 22nd Street is a corridor rich with cultural history and includes the historic Manhattan Casino. Originally known as the Jordan Dance Hall, the Manhattan Casino opened in 1931 and played host to legendary performers like James Brown, Louis Armstrong, Ray Charles, and many more. And the arts still thrive in District 7, almost 100 years later, from recognizable murals spread throughout the district to institutions like the Marian Center for Clay, where you can browse their wide selection of local artists' work or take a class to participate yourself. As far as rec centers go, I'd like to think that Childs Park is one of the best around. Serving as a central meeting point for Childs Park neighborhood, the center also hosts a swimming pool, a gym, and lots of playing field and open green space. You can take in a round of golf or a bucket of balls on the very friendly Twin Brooks Golf Course, a city-owned 3-par golf course in the middle of the city. District 7 is a thriving artistic hub. It distinguishes itself as a center for art, history, and community gatherings with a wide range of cultural events. This charming district has a lot to offer, whether you're interested in art history or just exploring the small local businesses.
I think a trailblazer is a person who looks at the needs of now without high regard for the status quo or the way we've always done things, but focuses their work on how you make our community better today and for generations to come. None of us stand on our own, and so in order for me to be elected mayor, there were so many folks in generations before me that had to fight even for the right to vote, or even for the right to be a full-fledged police officer like Leon Jackson. I just looked at myself as the next in a line of folks who are working to move our community forward. Without the Leon Jacksons of the world, I certainly wouldn't be in this position. And without guys like Bob Stewart, former city council member and county commissioner, who's one of my mentors, who served with both me and my father, you know, without those folks also pushing, we wouldn't be where we are today. You know, I attended the last segregated class at Melrose as a kindergarten student, that I'm able to go back to that and talk to those students as the 54th mayor of our city. That's a lot for one lifetime. As I go around the classroom, I do this for Great American Teach-In, and ask the kids, what do you want to be when you grow up? And the last time I went, there were 3 kids that said, you know, I want to be mayor, and 1 young lady who said she wanted to be president. That's what it's all about. It's just making sure kids understand you really can achieve. Progress doesn't happen without someone who challenges the status quo, the powers that be, and speaks up for folks who are largely silenced. There is such a thing as a silent majority, folks who are too busy putting food on the table, taking care of their kids or their parents, to be involved in the political arena. And so the folks that do that represent a lot of folks who can't be engaged. Find someone, reach out to someone that you admire who's made it, and reach out to them. Email, Facebook. I guarantee a lot of folks will actually respond to that. I certainly will if someone's interested in elective office. Reach out, make that first step. Never be bound by the status quo or someone else's opinion of what you can or cannot do.
On the road, there are no second chances. When you're behind the wheel, nothing is more important than staying focused on the road. Your life and the lives of others are at risk. Put the phone away. It can wait. Don't drive distracted.
My name is Jason Hughes. I'm one of the police officers that rides the police horses. We're part of the Mounted Patrol Unit. So I ride Jacob, and I've been riding Jacob for 10 years now. We drove all the way to Boston to pick up our horses and bring them down, and we've been best buddies ever since. You get to really know the horse, and I spend more time with my horse than I do with my family. It's 40 hours a week, and probably 30 of that spent with my horse. Every interaction we have with our horses is training, either for good or for bad. We're teaching them good habits or bad habits every time we interact with them. And sometimes we have to push through groups of people to, say, get to a fight and break it up, or move a crowd out of the way to get paramedics through. And as part of that, we have a ginormous 6-foot inflatable ball that we have the horses push against. It's kind of against their nature a little bit to push into people and things. So we get them over that by making a game out of it. And they push this big, huge, giant ball to get over their fears of that. We do high visibility patrol because we really stand out and we stand 9 feet tall. It's got to be over 100 events a year where we go to large groups of people, they come interact with us, and we can see everything that's happening in the event and make sure that police presence is really felt. We also do a lot of community relations, so we do special events where we can interact with the community and build strong bonds within our community and the police department. And we also do enforcement and assist guys that are on the ground doing their jobs. I had, before my job with the police department, when I finished college, spent 2 years traveling with the Renaissance Festival doing a jousting show. My brother got me a job right out of college, and so I spent 2 years traveling the country, wearing a bunch of armor, getting knocked off a horse with a big stick. Yeah, I've had more of my time in employment been spent with a horse involved than not at this point. Everybody loves horses. So it creates that bridge. People that might feel a little trepidatious about coming up and talking to the police, they have that easy bridge. They come over, they ask questions about the horse, they can come pet him, get a picture with him. And even today, now more than ever, those bonds between the community and the police department are vital. So we need to really build those bonds and then have the community trust us, interact with us, know that we're good guys trying to help them out.
My name is Lisa Fleming. My business is Dress Up Studio. It's actually a boutique, one of the newest boutiques in downtown St. Pete, on the corner of First Avenue North and 6th Street. I'm from Puerto Rico, and in Puerto Rico, fashion is big. I guess like everything started back with, my parents, right? Like especially my mom. My mom loves fashion, and of course, when she had her 4 kids, like everything kind of like all the attention like turned into us. So I was, early introduced to fashion. I had a passion for it. So I really wanted to have a space where I could find pieces, for any occasion. I was in an environment that was highly dominated by male, and I wanted to obviously, keep it professional, but still be true to myself. And, fashion was that, way to really, be able to have fun. St. Pete is very special in the sense that it truly supports small businesses. And I really feel like when you go out there and you have the opportunity to really engage with other business owners, they're extremely helpful as well. And I think that's incredibly valuable. There's something in here for every single person. They just need to come in and play with us.
Million visitors, 26 acres of waterfront, the St. Pete Pier, a district alive with activity, outdoor spaces, Spa Beach Park, Family Park, the Glazer Playground, the Splash Pad, Coastal Thicket Boardwalk, Fishing Deck, 6 buildings, 7 restaurants, retail, a museum, a marine education center, 25 boat slips, public art everywhere you look, more than 100 events each year, concerts, festivals, pop-ups, fitness classes, and holiday celebrations. And behind it all, thoughtful design. Accessible, sustainable, resilient. Protecting our seagrass, recycling oyster shells, planning for sea level rise. The pier is more than a landmark. It's our waterfront gathering place, where St. Pete comes together.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our good neighbor guide. Let's talk about something stinky. Sewers. Not just sewers as a whole, but specifically what we put down our drains. The city works hard to keep things smooth. Here's how you can help. Remember, every drain in every building, citywide, all goes through our sewer system. So, when it comes to the bathroom, the only thing that goes down our drain is, well, number 1 and number 2, toilet paper is A-OK too, but not flushable wipes. They might flush down your drain, but they do not break down in the sewer system. And depending on where the clog exists, the expenses might be on you to fix. Use dental floss, any kinds of wipes, baby diapers, adult diapers, and Peppa Pig toys also do not belong down the drain. Also, don't forget, the sink in the kitchen can be the worst offender for a city sewer system. Never, ever put fats, oils, or grease down the kitchen sink. This includes butter, frying oils, and other cooking fats. Once these items go into the sewer system, they congeal and contribute to sewer blockage. Guys, there's a word for this. It's called fatbergs. You know, like icebergs, except these won't sink the Titanic. Google at your own risk. Collect grease in a container once cooled and dispose in the trash, not down the drain. Remove grease and oils from your pans before washing. Dispose of food scraps in the trash. There's a bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. Guys, it's so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part to take care of it the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
Fire Tech Echo, Engine 5, District 10, District 5, Engine 4, structure fire.
If you truly want to be part of the best, then St. Pete Fire Rescue's for you.
I love this job. We have no idea what's gonna happen every shift. We just go to work. We don't know when the wind's gonna come.
When the public calls on us, it's normally their darkest times and their darkest moments, and they depend on us.
We have to trust each other. In a fire, all we have is the team.
You know, we go into some very dangerous situations sometimes, so we need that feeling like there's someone there right along with you.
The spectrum of how we positively impact every person in our community is huge.
St. Petersburg Fire Rescue responds to over 60,000 calls per year. Of those 60,000 calls per year, over 70% are medically related.
We are fire and EMS. We are one team together, but we also have a lot of other avenues that a firefighter or paramedic can progress in their career.
St. Petersburg has specialty teams, technical rescue team, a dive team, and the hazardous materials team. So it's above and beyond the normal fire training that you get.
It takes a hardworking, selfless person with some good moral character. There's a lot of pride in this job and a lot of tradition that comes with it as well.
We're called to keep the citizens safe, but also keep each other safe. And you have to have that passion, that want to, that drive to not only do better, but be better.
I joined the military. I became a firefighter in the Air Force. It was a natural progression from the military service to a paramilitary organization such as St. Pete Fire Rescue.
The fire department is a semi-military organization, so we take direction through a chain of command. We train to an exhaustive level. We feel that the more you train, the better prepared you are to go.
I went through the cadet program. It was an awesome opportunity. Not only do they take you under their wing, they pay for your education, fire academy and EMT school.
We depend on each other. We live in an intimate setting. We live like in a house, and we're very much like a nuclear family.
It's brothers and sisters. We have our fun times. We like to play with each other. The best parts are always lunch and dinner, because when everyone sits at the table, we go over how our 2 days were when we got off, see what everyone's doing.
It's where you grow as a person. You kind of learn life lessons. Camaraderie is very important. It makes the job easier, not so much of a job.
You know, we're here every third day, so we treat this just like we treat our house. We have to clean the bathrooms just like we clean the bathrooms. Take out the trash, make sure it looks good, clean the trucks, inventory the trucks. You take care of it just like you take care of your home.
Every station has a gym with full equipment.
The department's training division is very involved in health and fitness initiative.
We have an extensive behavioral health program. We assess risk within the fire department in 3 main areas. One is behavioral health, physical fitness, and on-the-job duties that we do, and then in training.
In St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, it's important to us to have a fire response service that reflects the community that we serve.
St. Petersburg is a very diverse city, and we can all work to reach a common goal together.
We've had folks that come to us and reach out to us, and that's the kind of trust we're looking for with our public.
One of our biggest programs is our Home Safe program, which provides free smoke alarm installations to City of St. Petersburg homeowners. Another big component is public education and community outreach. We provide public education on fire safety and injury prevention to citizens of all ages.
To me, being on the front lines as a first responder, I'm blessed every single day. There's no better feeling when you lay your head down at night and you're like, wow, I really had a hand in helping.
It's hard work, but it's hard work towards doing something great.
I know for a fact that I work for a really good fire department. It's an extreme honor.
You want to do something you love, this is the place. If you want to be the best, this is the place. You can't get any better place to work.
I'm Dan Gulick. Join our team.
Hola, me llamo Teresa Bieber Rishi. Únete a nosotros.
제 이름은 김희경입니다. 세인트 피터스버그 소방관에 가입하세요.
I am Aaron Walton. Join our team.
My name is Michael Kottman, and this is Twin Brooks Golf Course. I oversee all of the facilities here that maintain the golf course and try to get it in pristine condition. It's a 9-hole golf course. We have a practice facility in the back, which is 3 practice holes. It's a really unique facility because it's in the middle of the city. It's really a benefit to the city because what we do here is we provide a place for play that's more reasonable than any of the other golf courses in the area. We have guys that come out here that are 80 years old. For them, this is an exercise. It's a chance to get out of the house and to do something. And for the kids, it's an opportunity to get off of the streets and to learn the game. My day begins around 5 o'clock. Make the assignments for everybody, make sure everybody's got the tools and protections that they need. So we set up the golf course, get that done, and then we'll do all of our other stuff. We'll mow fairways, we'll mow rough, we'll trim trees, we'll do hedges, and any other thing that pops up. So it becomes pretty daunting at times, but we manage to get it done, one bite at a time. So every day is a different adventure. When I got on this particular property, we didn't have fairways, we didn't have moguls, we didn't have mounds. Now we have a primary place to play where it looks like an 18-hole manicured golf course, even though it's 9 holes. There's a satisfaction that you get when the transformation process, to see it go from what it was to your vision, is so fulfilling.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's 2 Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program into a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Child's Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street, have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Child's Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. There's more to Child Park that I've seen more positive in Child Park than I have seen negative.
And my Child's Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
Vice Chair Lisette Hanowitz. Thank you all for being here. Any other council members? Don't want to miss any. And certainly thanks to our St. Pete team who are here today. It is really hard to believe that 1 year ago today, we were facing the impacts of Hurricane Helene. And just 2 weeks after that, we would be gearing up again to respond to Hurricane Milton. I remember sitting in the Emergency Operations Center with our city staff, working through every single contingency from evacuations to sheltering and recovery, and thinking about what our city would look like after these storms passed. I remember the sound of the winds outside our EOC through the night as Hurricane Helene made its way through our city and through our state. I recall our teams moving out for first push as soon as the storm passed. And I recall surveying the damage with our team very early the next morning after Helene passed and seeing debris and flooding and impact like I have never seen. We met with our residents and saw the stress and devastation in their faces as they began the monumental task of rebuilding their lives. I even remember getting a briefing from our emergency management team that despite all of that, we were going to see another hurricane in just 13 days. At that time, I wasn't sure what the future of our city would look like, but I knew that we would be committed to the long road to recovery for our community. These hurricanes changed our community forever. In those 2 weeks, we experienced record levels of storm surge, damage, and debris. Our community hasn't faced anything like this before. However, it's in the immediate aftermath of these hurricanes that we saw the true spirit of St. Pete. Our neighbors moved into action and began helping people haul debris off their property. Organizations were hosting food and supply drives for anyone impacted by storms. It was truly incredible watching the community band together after back-to-back storms. We're here at Tropicana Field today to reflect on the last year since Hurricanes Helene and Milton. As you can see behind me, we've made great progress on Tropicana Field repairs in the last year, and I want to thank our staff for their hard work. I'll provide a brief update on those repairs later in my remarks. Also, later in the press conference, we will recognize some of the remarkable individuals and organizations that displayed true community spirit and innovation in their recovery efforts. These individuals and organizations identified a need in the community during the initial aftermath of the storms, and in the last year have since developed that idea into a larger effort or program to better serve the community for future disasters. The people we are recognizing today demonstrate the true spirit of what We Are St. Pete truly means. In addition to our one-year recognition, we'll also provide an update on our long-term recovery efforts to date and highlight Fire Rescue's new high water rescue vehicles. In terms of long-term recovery, we know it will take years to fully recover from the back-to-back storms of 2024. Long-term recovery is a massive and complex undertaking that will take some time. In the initial aftermath of the storms, our focus was on immediate short-term recovery. This work included things like finding short-term housing for impacted residents, removing debris throughout the city, and facilitating recovery funding for our community. We took extraordinary efforts in our initial response, including establishing the We Are St. Pete Fund and establishing a hometown recovery haulers program. I'm proud of those efforts and the work our city team did in the initial aftermath of the storms. However, in the last year, we've also made incredible strides in our long-term recovery efforts. Long-term recovery will require perseverance. Our city team has made this their priority in the last year, and I'm proud to discuss just some of the work that they've accomplished today. To date, we've secured approximately $40 million in reimbursements from FEMA. We've received reimbursements for projects that included debris removal, emergency protective services, and other actions taken from the hurricanes. In addition to our FEMA reimbursements, we've received approximately $13.9 million in insurance payments to date. To date, that's a total of approximately $54 million secured to help our city recover. We continue to work with the Florida Division of Emergency Management and FEMA to secure additional reimbursements for our remaining projects. We also successfully launched the Sunrise St. Pete program with $159.8 million in funding from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And we are one of only 2 Florida cities to receive direct funding. The Sunrise St. Pete program will support housing, infrastructure, and community recovery. This program was developed with input from the community to ensure it accurately reflects the recovery needs of St. Pete. In August, our draft action plan was approved by HUD, and we are now working to finalize our grant agreement. We plan to bring that agreement to City Council on October 2nd for acceptance and appropriation. Following approval, the grant agreement will then be sent to HUD. Once our grant agreement is finalized, we will expect the initial Sunrise St. Pete programs to launch in early 2026. The programs expected to launch are residential recovery and elevation programs and our disaster relief reimbursement program. In compliance with federal requirements, Sunrise St. Pete prioritizes income-eligible homeowners, ensuring that 70% of the funds benefit low to moderate income households. More information on Sunrise St. Pete is available at sunrisestpete.org. In the last year, we've also been focused on increasing our infrastructure strength and resiliency against future disasters. The impacts from last year's hurricanes made it painfully evident that the impacts of climate change have exceeded prior projections and that we needed to adapt our plan. This time last year, we were concerned about our city facilities' ability to handle the record-predicted storm surge and how seriously our facilities would be damaged or even made inoperable. We do not want to be in that position again. So in response, we launched the St. Pete Agile Resilience Plan, or SPAR, to accelerate resiliency projects designed to harden the city's infrastructure. We've already made significant progress on some of these projects, and I'd like to highlight a few. The aqua fence at Lift Station 85, installing flood panels at the Northeast Water Treatment Facility, installing mobile pumps and trailers at lift stations throughout the city, launching our private lateral rebate program, and elevating critical equipment at our water reclamation facilities. These accomplishments barely scratch the surface of what Public Works has been working on and has accomplished. And I encourage you to view the full list of SPAR projects on our website at stpete.org/SPAR, S-P-A-R, and learn more about how the city is working to increase our resiliency against future disasters. I also want to provide a quick update on our post-disaster emergency permits. As one of the last municipalities to waive permit fees for post-disaster emergency permits, we've waived $2.9 million in permit fees to date. We've issued more than 14,500 post-disaster emergency permits. The total construction value from our post-disaster emergency permits is approximately $299 million. We anticipate that we'll be back to normal blue sky review times by the end of this month. And finally, let's talk about Tropicana Field repairs. We all remember that picture of the roofless Tropicana Field Stadium after the storms. That image really captures the violence of the storms and the significance of the impact. However, a year later, we have made significant progress on our repairs and anticipate the stadium will be ready for the 2026 season. I've been able to get a behind-the-scenes look at the repairs, and I truly admire the workers who you probably see working now, who are fearlessly repairing this roof and very skillfully. 6 roof panels have been successfully installed. I thought I counted 7 on the way in. I know they're working on 2. Are we up to 8? Up to 8. In terms of non-roof repairs, we've submitted permit drawings for interior repairs, and those are currently under review. We anticipate that the roof installation will be completed by the end of the year, and we'll start on turf installation and other major interior work at that time. And again, we anticipate the entire project will be completed by April 2026. And kudos to our team and our contractors. In closing, overall, you'll see it's been a busy year since Hurricanes Helene and Milton impacted our community. I want to thank our city staff for their dedication, tenacity, and perseverance. They've worked to rebuild our community as many were rebuilding their own lives and homes. They've accomplished this monumental feat while also balancing their other everyday responsibilities in the city. We will never forget the lasting impacts these storms had on St. Pete, and I'm honored to be here with you today as we reflect on the last year. I'll now turn it over to Fire Rescue Chief Watts, who has some exciting things to share regarding our brand new water rescue vehicles. And after Chief Watts, we'll hear from our Chair Copley Gertis to highlight some of the community innovators that I mentioned earlier. It's been a long year. It's been a productive year. I couldn't be more proud of our St. Pete team. We are St. Pete. Chief Watts.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Good morning. 1 year after Hurricane Helene challenged our community, St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is proud to announce a significant upgrade in our ability to serve our community during future storms. Helene brought unprecedented high water rescues, which highlighted the need for enhanced capabilities. That experience drove change, leading to the acquisition of these specialized high water rescue vehicles. These vehicles are true game changers, designed specifically to meet the unique needs of our community in high water conditions. Equipped with lift gates, they provide a safe and stable way to transfer our citizens, especially those with mobility challenges, and they also ensure a safer working environment for our responders. These multifaceted vehicles dramatically improve our service. They can move through flooded neighborhoods, establish critical water supplies in areas cut off from traditional resources, and safely transport residents and responders. We're strategically deploying these vehicles based on historical data and can reposition them rapidly as conditions evolve. This investment directly addresses the lessons of Hurricane Helene, ensuring that when our city faces rising waters again, your St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is more capable, more flexible, and more resilient. For you, our residents, this means faster and safer rescues and greater peace of mind, knowing that your St. Petersburg Fire Rescue is prepared to better serve your needs in any emergency. St. Petersburg Fire Rescue stands ready, stronger, safer, and more capable than ever before. I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to everyone involved who played a role in securing these essential vehicles for our community. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Council Chair Gertis.
Good morning, everybody. So before I start my comments, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to close your eyes. And I want you to think about a year ago this morning. And I want you to imagine, maybe you were lucky enough to wake up in your own bed that morning. But there were some people who woke up in their bed and water was on their floor. They were on their kitchen counters. Maybe they were miles away at a friend's house or a VRBO or a hotel because they evacuated. Some of the staff here today woke up in EOC. Our emergency management department were out in the streets inspecting to make sure that it was safe for our residents to use those roads, to get to a hospital, to get to food, to get to gas. That's what that morning looked like. Now fast forward to this morning. The sun's out. It's a beautiful day, right? but we still have people not in their homes. We still have people in campers in their front yards and VRBOs on friends' couches. Let us not forget that. Let us not forget that. It's hard to believe that it's already been a year since Hurricane Helene. And while we're still finding our footing from that storm, Hurricane Milton struck soon after. For many of us, it feels just like yesterday. And in truth, the impacts of both Helene and Milton are still being felt across our community, just like I said a second ago. Even today, many are still recovering, rebuilding, and working to put their lives back together. First, I want to begin by recognizing my colleagues at City Council who have demonstrated time and time again their ability to come together, focus on the issues at hand, and ensure our city recovers stronger than before. And these trucks, Tropicana Field behind you, are just a few examples, and I'll talk about a few more in a minute. That spirit of unity has been essential in guiding our community through some of its most difficult days. I remember driving around the city the day after Helene, and specifically in District 1, I saw firsthand the damage these storms did to the hearts and souls of our community, not just their homes and their property. It was astounding. And in that moment, it became very clear to me just how much work lay ahead of us. But in that immense uncertainty, I saw something truly remarkable. Neighbors helping neighbors clean up their yards. Strangers checking in on one another. Acts of kindness and generosity beyond compare. In a moment that could have felt dark and overwhelming, the best of humanity shined through in the city of St. Petersburg, like the sunshine did the next morning after the storm. And Mayor, I have to say, Sunrise St. Pete is the perfect name for our disaster recovery dollars because the sun will continue to rise in St. Petersburg. Fast forward a year. I couldn't be more proud of staff. I will double down on this. I could not be more proud of staff. The departments across the city, there are too many to name, that went day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute to make sure that our community was safe, is one of the most remarkable things I have ever seen in my life. I want to give one shout out, like I did a couple of weeks ago, to our codes department. Our codes department in a normal year sees about 35,000 codes violations. This year to date, they are dealing with 55,000 because of continued investment in the storms from a year ago. That means over the last year, they have not been able to do the regular work of their department. They continue to invest on storms that happened a year ago. I could not be more proud of that department. Together, we've removed 2.1 million cubic yards of debris. You've heard me describe that. I won't do it again. We've installed an aqua fence at Lift Station 85. Greenlit high water vehicles. Vice Chair Hanowitz, thank you for your leadership on that. And hardened the Northeast Water Reclamation Facility. You've heard me say it before. It's not how hard you get hit. It's how hard you can take the hit. But our recovery has not been led by government alone. The back-to-back hurricanes demonstrated the strength and resilience of the St. Petersburg community itself. Over the last year, many local organizations have stepped up, finding innovative ways to support families, rebuild neighborhoods, and reimagine what recovery looks like for all of us. Today, I want to highlight some of those recovery innovators who have joined us today, and if you would please stand. Radio St. Pete, Sarah Hips, Show Up Relief Alliance, I Care, Disha Marshall with Kenwood Neighborhood Association, Matt Thorne with Shore Acres Neighborhood Association. Personally, from me, all of you, we could not have done it without you. Frankly, I would not have wanted to do it without you. Thank you for your partnership and your continued investment into the resiliency of this community. The work is not done, but as I look around, I can see the sun rising. I can see things moving forward. And as we carry the lessons we've leaned into today, into the future, we continue to shape the decisions that make our city safer, stronger, and more resilient. Thank you.
That concludes our press conference. We'd be happy to take any questions you might have. Hi. You know what? I guess the logistics. Can you say that again, like louder? So we think we've got a handle. It's the high water bills is what you're asking. So we've got a handle on that. It was a combination of metering, the impact where some of the houses were unreadable, old technology that was used for estimating. So that combination really caused that spike. With 95,000 accounts, you're going to have always some high water bills. In fact, we have a bill commission that reviews those. So we think we've got a handle on the causes. In between new meters, the new system, the Tyler system that will replace Naviline, which is a legacy system, we think we've got a handle going forward. And also the changes that we made in the code with City Council's support give us a much more flexibility in dealing on those one-off cases that seem, illogical. Why can't you deal with a $1,000 bill? Well, the code restricted us in some cases. All those things have been in place. So we think we've got a handle on it. There will still be high water bills when you've got almost 100,000 accounts, and we think we've got a way to deal with those on an individual basis. Well, like I said, it's a case-by-case basis. We've done all the things that I just outlined. If someone has an issue, contact my office if you can't get a hold of anyone else, and we'll take a look at it. But each case is really different. We are looking at that as a priority. We've been committed to that, and we'll continue to be committed to it. Yeah. You want to? Okay. Assistant Administrator Tom Green has some comments on that.
Good morning. To the mayor's point, we track and monitor a couple of different metrics with respect to bills. And one of them, or a combination of them, is 2 times and 4 times the 3-month prior average. And so the numbers that we're seeing show that we have normalized to pre-storm readings from, let's take July of 24. The numbers in July of 25 are very similar with respect to 2 times and 4 times the 3 months prior consumption. So we believe that it's normalized. There are certainly cases, individual cases that we're working with customers on, but the 2 times and 4 times has normalized to pre-storm.
There are some people who have done things before Hurricane Katrina, that from 2022 who said that their consumption is really kind of jump and it goes back to normal after they have multiple meters gone. I mean, those errors.
Yeah. And we're working through all those individual cases on a case-by-case basis. It's really difficult to answer all of those at one time, but we are working with our customers to address those issues.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Chief?
So I will bring up Deputy Chief Brett Siskowski, who can answer in detail more about the high water vehicles and the number of rescues that we had last year.
Thank you. I'm sorry, from standing over there, I didn't hear your question. If you could just repeat it.
How deep in water can they travel through?
Sure, absolutely. So during Hurricane Helene itself, we had 430 citizens that we rescued using our one high water vehicle that we had at the time, and then we were borrowing from other departments within the city, dump trucks. These vehicles themselves can go into 4 feet of water. As you can see, the exhaust is snorkeled out. So that's the highest safe distance that we can bring these vehicles into. So we have 3 new, and we had 1 existing, and with City Council's assistance, we were able to acquire the 3 new ones for approximately $300,000. 2 of the 3 will have fire pumps on them, with the capability of taking that pump off at a moment's notice if we need additional citizen transport units. Yeah, so we did have areas of the city that were inaccessible to our normal fire vehicles, normal fire engines. So adding these to our fleet is going to make us be able to respond to those areas that are flooded out. They do have fire pumps, they do have water tanks, fire hose, and then the ability to draft from a static water supply. So if we're in an area that has standing water, we can drop that drafting strainer in and use that as our hydrant. So the capabilities to attack a fire in those situations, that's something that we've added that we didn't have the capability as of before. Milton was a different storm, and we had the unprecedented rain with Milton, but the rescues for Milton was between 75 and 100. Helene, in that 3-hour period, we had 430. We were just inundated.
Mayor, hi. Wanted to ask, I think you mentioned $40 million in FEMA reimbursement. Is any of that for Tropicana Field?
Let me ask Tom to come up and give you the answer on that.
No, none of those, zero of that is for Tropicana Field. We're still in the process of, as you can see, it's under construction. And when this project is completed, then we will have all the information that we can submit to FEMA for reimbursement. But we have been in long time communication with FEMA in the state of Florida, FDEM, to ensure that we're in the right position so that when we are concluded with the project, to submit that for reimbursement.
Okay, so that would be submitted next year.
When the project is completed, yes.
Okay, and is there a limit on, you'd have to get a response within a year or a calendar year? Or what's kind of the time frame for reimbursement?
That is a very good question, and it really varies. It is so hard to forecast how quickly projects move through the process. Mayor mentioned in his opening remarks that some of the reimbursements we got were for things that we did prior to the storm. So sometimes those projects move very quickly. On big projects like this, it'll probably take longer just because of all the moving parts and all the different pieces of analysis that needs to go into it.
Thank you. What is the backup plan just in case Tropicana Field is not ready by opening day?
I'm not sure there is one. We're going to do everything we can to make sure it's ready. If it's not, if there's some act of God, then we'll have to adjust to that. But we plan to be ready for, I don't know if it's opening day per se. I think they open at home. Right.
Yeah, home opening.
Right. But everything is on schedule. Don't jinx it, Colleen. But, you know, the plan is to have it ready. If there's an act of God, we'll deal with it.
Okay. And do you have have you met with the new prospective buyers yet, or do you have a meeting scheduled?
As soon as it's appropriate for us to do so, after the sale is finalized, we will.
Are there any other questions?
I think it's a positive development. I know they have a future here through at least 2028. I think they'll probably have a future here beyond that, just given logistics, even if they do want to move. So we're looking forward to having a conversation with them about what their priorities are, what ours are. But this other 60 acres to the east of Brooker Creek, due to our staff's work and the termination agreements, we want to start moving on that and turning this pavement into jobs and housing has been the promise. So I think it's a positive development. We look forward to the conversation. Absolutely.
Mayor, do you have a running list of the repairs done at Tropicana Field? Like what?
I'm sure Beth has all kinds of spreadsheets on that. Absolutely. Any other questions? Yeah. We've done a heck of a lot even before the storms in our permitting office. We had a business process improvement project that, for example, created the ombuds person, had created some online access. That was before the storms. And certainly after that, we've augmented staff. We've done everything we could possibly do, as you know, those examiners and inspectors were in wide demand across the Southeast. So yeah, our team has done a lot to try to meet really an unprecedented need in permitting. Any other questions? I know y'all are hot, but All right, thank you all for being here, and we're moving forward as a city. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Andre Allen, stormwater foreperson for the City of St. Pete. I'm here to talk about sandbags. First important thing you need to know about sandbags, we have them year-round. We distribute sandbags every second Saturday of the month. You can get sandbags at our complex, 1744 9th Avenue North. The best way to use the sandbags is to get some visqueen or a heavy plastic, tarp, and lay it down like in the L shape from the ground up against your door garage and stack your sandbags just like you're stacking bricks right in front of your doors. If you didn't have no flooding in your area and no flood water touching your sandbags, you should store them in a safe area just in case another storm comes through. If flood waters touch your sandbags, we recommend you take it to Pinellas County Dump. For more information, you can follow us on social media at St. Pete FL.
My name's Jason Farina. I'm an electrician 2, Parks and Rec. I run the bucket truck, the big bucket. So I basically take care of anything that's over 15 feet in the air. Sports lighting, tennis courts, basketball courts, the decorative lighting, stuff like that. We're at Boyd Hill Nature Center, and we're retrofitting the parking lot lights with LED. So we're getting rid of the old inefficient HID lighting, safer, better on the environment all the way around, so it's a win-win. I get a lot of one-on-one time with citizens when I'm out and about. You know, I like when they come up and ask me questions. I never have a problem talking with people. Anybody ever comes up and asks me questions, I'm more than helpful. Like the new LED lights and stuff, I get a lot of positive feedback from that. People feel safer and it makes for a nicer environment. You know, we have a lot of osprey nests and wildlife like that. Down at Lake Vista, I got to see the osprey from being eggs to being hatchlings. I watched the mom and dad teach them how to fly. It was pretty cool. Once you get up over 30 feet or so, it's like everything is quiet. Get to focus on me and my work without having to worry about what's going on down below. It's like a whole different world, you know?
My name is Chan Srinivasa, and I'm the first African-American city clerk for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida. To me, a trailblazer is someone who sets out on a journey to accomplish something. An individual who sees a path or has a path, and even though obstacles may be in their way, they find ways to get beyond those to reach their goal. To me, that's a trailblazer. I began my career 24 years ago on January 26, 1998. It was a cold, rainy day. I started in the Parks and Recreation Department as a temporary employee on the waterfront, cutting grass and maintaining our parks. Throughout there, I developed as an individual, as a person, but also as an employee of the city of St. Petersburg. And from there, in 2014, I was appointed as the city clerk for the city of St. Petersburg. The city clerk is a very responsible role. Not only are we responsible for the legislative issues of city council, but also our city elections. If you look at the history of how elections are, and being the first African American to hold the role of city clerk in conducting our elections in the city of St. Petersburg, it's a significant role because that within itself is literally setting some type of trail for others to follow as well. It dawned on me the day that I got appointed that I'm the first. And being the first, you always want to be the best at what it is that you do. Failure is never an option for me. If obstacles come, you strategize and you adapt and you go beyond them. Personally, my grandfather, a gentleman by the name of Josh Stanford, the greatest influence in my life. Professionally, there were two individuals, Thomas Jet Jackson and Clarence Scott. Jet taught me the importance of community and showing compassion towards people and always making your presence known. Clarence taught me the significance of being not necessarily a perfectionist, but doing your best and also reaching back, helping others, and never forgetting where you came from. St. Pete is progressing, and we're becoming a more diverse and inclusive community. And it says a lot about the character of the people of the city of St. Petersburg, that we look beyond someone's skin color, but we look at the content of their character. To me, that's what it says.
Another great day in St. Pete. We're here at the St. Pete Yacht Club celebrating the 52nd Regatta del Sol Al Sol race. And it's also a celebration of our sister city relationship with Isla Mujeres and the country of Mexico.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg are sister city. The main reason is La Regatta del Sol Al Sol. We are connected. We share culture.
It's really a great relationship that helps build economic trade and visitation between the two locations. And we want to continue to build on that relationship as we go forward. So it's a great celebration tonight.
Isla Mujeres and St. Petersburg have a long-standing relationship going back to 1969. This race started then, and it was one of a series of races from cities along the U.S. Gulf Coast going to Isla Mujeres. Right now, there's only 2 of those races that have survived to this day.
For St. Petersburg, that means we have 2 sister cities, Takamatsu, Japan, which is our oldest, and Isla Mujeres, which was started in 2016. I mean, it's really just a way to recognize the connections that we have with another city around the world and build that economic and cultural connection.
It's an amazing relationship. It's a great relationship. We have a great relationship with Mayor Welch. We have a lot of events together. And now, the Association of Mexican Mayors has a recognition, an award, the name is ALMA, to Mayor Welch. The reason is the great relationship with Mexico.
We really want to be in touch and make sure that the entire world knows that we welcome everyone to participate with St. Pete in our economic growth and enjoying everything that St. Pete has.
Buen viaje. Bienvenidos a México.
PCCA, Gibbs High, was high school that was invented because initially black people didn't go much beyond the 6th or 7th grade. And they created it. And then they put this performing arts magnet there. And I remember the first time I went there, just the art in the hallways that was from students, very sophisticated. And I thought, who wouldn't want a job there? Teaching motivated, talented young people. And obviously you were called because you taught. How long did you teach at Gibbs?
I believe I taught for 9 years, 8 or 9 years. Yeah, a long time. I think teaching at PCCA for those years made me a better artist. Mm-hmm. Working with young artists and inspiring young artists. But beyond the inspiration, teaching them how to coexist as artists in the community. They did not seek artists who were teachers. First, you didn't have to have a teaching degree to work in the magnet.
I didn't know that.
No, they wanted you to be an artist first. So you came with your artist degree or your art, and then from there, once you were inside, because I didn't have a teaching degree, once you were inside, once you got hired, then they put you through, Pinellas County School District has a phenomenal program so that you could get your teaching license. They wanted all of their educators to be working in the community so that their students had the opportunity to network and with the community members so that it strengthens the school and it also strengthens the community. And I think that was very important. I think it's a pivotal part of the program. I think it's a thing that makes it successful. And then not just the community as in St. Pete or the Southeast region, but our national community too. Because so many of our artists, visual and performing artists, have gone on to do great things. Broadway, LA, and beyond, tours, all those things, yeah.
Hi, my name is Megan Orlando. I'm the Emergency Management Specialist for the Office of Emergency Management in St. Petersburg, Florida. I'm here to talk about Alert Pinellas. Alert Pinellas is our emergency notification tool. That's how we get our emergency notifications out to the public and to our communities. Alert Pinellas can distribute a wide range of notifications, watches and warnings for tornadoes, storm surge, high winds. It can alert for shelter evacuations, for boil water notices, and hazardous materials incidents. You can register for Alert Pinellas using the link on the screen. You can register with your email, with text messages, or to receive a phone call. Pro tip, you can add the Alert Pinellas phone number to your phone, so that way you know when you're getting a call from us. Opting into Alert Pinellas is the best way to ensure that you receive emergency notifications from your partners at the City of St. Pete and Pinellas County. Every storm creates its unique hazards, so follow city socials to stay up to date on the most important information.
Today we're celebrating the grand opening of our Sunken Gardens History Center, which is housed in the restored original 1940s entrance building to Turner's Sunken Gardens, one of Florida's last remaining roadside attractions.
Since 1935, Sunken Gardens has been a landmark in St. Petersburg, providing a beautiful oasis in our busy city, a place to relax, enjoy nature, and the joy of gardening. What a great decision this was 20 years ago, because as we all know, St. Pete's become a lot more busy in the last 20 years. And so this is quite an oasis for us to have. The city purchased Sunken Gardens in 1999, and thanks to an excellent staff, volunteers, and a really dynamic foundation, today the Gardens is a must-see experience for residents and visitors alike. The historical assets of our city must be preserved and maintained, and that's why this History Center is so important. It honors our past and the early pioneers who paved the way for the Sunken Gardens of today.
Behind me is our new History Center, which we're so excited to have and present to you. And you'll notice in the window we have our founder, George Turner Sr., just as he was in 1940. The Gardens is really a family story. It's a story about the Turners that started with George Sr. and then continued through 3 generations. Today, all of you are part of Sunken Gardens history. All of you are here for this historic moment as Sunken Gardens continues to make history.
This was originally the entrance in 1940. Was about 4 years after they decided to make a go of having an attraction as opposed to selling fruits and vegetables. Over the years, it changed usage. When I was a girl, it was what we called the drink stand. More recently, it's been used as an overnight birdhouse to keep the birds safe. But now it's our new history center. To see my grandfather in the window, it's icing on the cake. It's like he's there overseeing his garden.
St. Petersburg citizens in 1999 voted to tax themselves to save Sunken Gardens. That almost never happens. So my hope is that people understand the importance of historic sites like this, historic gardens, historic places that really give Florida its character. They're the reason that we want to live here. We need to preserve them, and I really hope people fall in love with it all the more and understand the importance of preserving it.
Everybody wants to know what the future holds for 620. And I'd have to say, first and foremost, my job and my duty is to make sure that we continue to reflect the entire community. I think that what I am introducing to the world is how I see art and the stories in which I want to celebrate in the community. And so what we do will probably remain the same. How we do it is the thing that shifts a little bit, right? And the stories that we choose to tell. I want when people leave here, they're like, wow, that was a great story. Or continue to, what's going on at the studio? Because, it's Friday night and I want to do something. Let me go check it out. I really want that to be the thing. The studio becomes the place.
I think the validation is, the answer is yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we will. And yes, we did.
The future is bright.
Why not? I'm inluminated that you have accepted this assignment.
I'm excited about the assignment. I don't take it for granted. I don't think it's gonna be super easy, but I know it's going to be challenging in the way I like to be challenged.
Yes, and if it wasn't, you wouldn't have taken it.
I wouldn't have taken it.
So, I think it's one of those things, and this is what fortune looks like, or good fortune smells like and tastes like. You're coming in, and you meet right at that point where it's like, this makes complete sense.
Well, we just finished Move with the Mayor, which was a mile walk around downtown St. Pete, really sponsored by the U.S. Conference of Mayors and Healthy St. Pete, of course, right here in our city, to stress wellness and the link between mental health and physical health.
May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and so it's important that we do things like this, and we're happy that we have administrative support and the city to come in and celebrate with us.
We went for a walk with the mayor. Yeah. Moved our bodies, connected with older friends.
We did a warm up. Don't forget the warm up.
We did a little dancing.
A little dance, a little aerobic dance and activity, and then we walked around the city.
Yeah, it was great.
Yes. Awesome.
The whole point of this is to connect the benefit of physical fitness and mental health. As we know, moving our body is good for our minds.
Wellness has been a focus of the city and continues to be. We want our city to be healthy. Healthy and safe neighborhoods is one of our pillars for progress. We want folks to get out, move, and enjoy some of the natural benefits we have in the city of St. Pete with this kind of weather and the beauty of our city.
We're all yoga teachers, so we're all very familiar with encouraging people to move their bodies to help with mental health, really, and just feeling their best.
Mental and physical.
Yeah.
Yes.
We have an inclusive approach to health. It includes mental health, it includes physical health. So we look at the entire person just as we look at our entire community.
I hope the community had a great time today, came in and just learned more about the resources out there. The city is rich with resources, and we hope we gave them an opportunity to connect.
My name is Shakayla Berthelo, and I am the first to graduate from the Gibbs High School EMT program and get hired on with St. Pete Fire and Rescue. A trailblazer is someone who is a discoverer, a creator, who takes risks. They aren't afraid to put themselves out there, and they're constantly trying to better themselves, not only for personal growth, though, for those around them. They're leading and they're bringing people with them. It's called the EMT program, EMT Preparatory Program at Gibbs High School. It's essentially 3 years long, and you'll go through what's the traditional EMT program that people would do outside of doing it through high school, but the classes that you take your sophomore, junior, and senior year are preparatory classes, kind of set you up for what you're going to encounter when you start EMT school. It was definitely challenging for sure, and a lot of hardships to get over, but I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world because it set me up for this. Like, it gave me a ridiculous amount of opportunities, and I am so, so grateful for that. Growing up, I think I had two pretty important trailblazers. One would probably be Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black female to join the U.S. Congress. It was monumental, especially at that time, because you didn't see a lot of strong Black females in positions like those. And I also, Madam C.J. Walker, she's the first Black millionaire in America. She started her own hair care line for Black natural hair. And I think that is also incredible. Those are probably the two biggest trailblazers I had growing up. Just kind of let me know that if they can do it, I can do it, no matter what it is. I am a representation of you can do it. You set your mind to it and you can do it. Absolutely, do not hesitate, do it, because you can. So I say for people who are kind of struggling with that, or like struggling with the confidence of not being able to do something, I say just do it. Just do it, because you're only hurting yourself by not doing it. So just put yourself out there. You never know what's gonna happen.
The culture of St. Pete, when I arrived in '97, I like saying it was nascent. It was percolating under the ground, but there were no coffee shops. There wasn't the Globe coffee shop that Joylyn Schilke created. There was no place for people to hang to say, I've experienced this, now let me talk about it over a cup of joe. And, but it was nascent. And I also think there were a lot of creative people in St. Petersburg who were kind of doing their own thing, and we just, some say a catalyst, but I think it's kind of a centrifuge where this goes in, 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 and then you go, and so I think we primarily just put a mirror up to the community and say, where y'all at? And that's how we came to be. I know we initially talked about it as being a theater, but that was the least of what we were going to do insofar as we knew that we wanted a place for the community to come together without hurt, harm, or danger, and, you know, speak on or about or for all sorts of things. And we had to find out what those things were, so.
Well, I can say that when I got here in '08, because a lot of people don't know, that my first performance in St. Pete was here. This was the place to be. Everybody was talking about the studio. They wanted to work at the studio. They wanted to be at the studio. The community is the reason why it succeeds, and we get to feed the community. So it's a cycle, right? It's synergetic. It's and everybody needs to feel like they have a home.
My name is Niveen Naruz, and I'm a lead chemist in the Environmental Compliance Division Laboratory. Our lab here is a monitoring lab, so we tested the water to make sure it meets the standards. It's water resources department, so we test all the water resources within the city and outside the city to make sure it's safe for consumption or for recreational reasons, and make sure the community is safe and the environment in general is safe. After all, everyone needs water. So we test drinking water from all over the city on a monthly basis. So every month we cover all the areas in the city. And also we do beach monitoring. We do the beaches on a weekly basis. We found that we have more control over the data and we produce more reliable data in the lab here than the private labs. We make sure that all the water in the city is safe for you, your family, your pet, the animals, the aquatic life, to protect the water. I feel I'm giving back to the community as well. I do a lot of troubleshooting and problem solving. I'm like a scientist and detective as well, so it's very interesting. I really like my job because it actually has a real effect on people's lives. You know, like no one can live without water.
We are here today to celebrate more than $10 million in community funding requests from the federal government that Congresswoman Kathy Castor will be submitting to the federal budget.
It's such an exciting time to be in St. Petersburg. The city is growing. There are all sorts of new small businesses opening. But we want to make sure that as the city grows and thrives, that everyone benefits, all parts of the community.
These projects are transformational projects, and they really cover so many different facets of the importance of the quality of life in the city of St. Petersburg. These are really going to be transformational.
It's amazing the diversity of the impact. Part of this is $5 million for stormwater infrastructure improvements to deal with heavier rains and sea level rise and flooding in parts of our community. Another $4 million is for affordable housing on the Deuces in the Sankofa project, and we know that housing affordability is a major issue in our community. And another $1.5 million is to plan for the conversion of Enoch Davis to a really impactful community center for innovation and opportunity that will be like nothing we've ever seen here in South St. Pete.
Collaboration is not something that you always see when it comes to governments working together, but I think City of St. Petersburg has gotten it right. We have in the past been very successful at utilizing federal funding to do the most good for the most residents, and that is what we are intending on doing here today.
Having grown up in this neighborhood, I know what this community center means. It's very old, but it still is a hub. You have seniors here, you have young people, you have community groups here, and folks ought to be able to come here and make themselves better, lift themselves up, have the modern tech, have the facilities that are attractive and that you would want to use. And so that kind of impact is going to affect opportunities for young folks and old folks throughout St. Petersburg.
So these are steps in the road to progress for St. Pete. Here in Sunshine City, the future is bright, but you've got to make sure that you're lifting everyone.
This is our first City Hall on tour for 2024. We're here at Pinellas Technical College, and it's an opportunity for the community to talk to any of our departments, from sanitation to codes to law enforcement, police, or fire, about our community, about their recommendations, their concerns, and get feedback on the spot.
Community folks who are where you're at. The City Hall on Tour is designed to put you in spaces where people live in real time.
It's also a focus on education and career paths, and that's why we're here at Pinellas Technical College. They're a great partner with us. You heard about the Mayor's Future Ready Academy, where we have 12 young people who are going through on-the-job training in various city departments like sanitation and public works.
For our Future Ready Academy, we really consist of like going through each department through the city and then learning new experiences through each department and what each department consists of. So you kind of get a win-win in each opportunity. So it's kind of a lot through each department. You get to learn a lot.
We look at the city of St. Petersburg, from the historic gas plant to all of the housing developments that are going on, corridor development. Most of those are driven by the trades. Plumbers, electricians, craftsmen of all kinds.
It's also a focus this year on careers and getting folks connected to career paths. We try to have these around the city. We had 4 last year. This year we'll have 3 and another one dedicated to youth. That's how we all move forward together.
District 4 is centrally located in St. Petersburg, from Coffee Pot and North Shore to the east and I-275 to the west. It reaches as far north as 77th Avenue North and as far south as 5th Avenue North. I'm Councilmember Lisette Hanowitz, your representative for District 4. I love where I'm standing right now, where baseball legends played. Huggins Stengel Field hosted the New York Yankees spring training sessions with players like Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Joe DiMaggio, all the way back in 1925. This baseball field is located in what I consider one of the city's best parks, Crescent Lake Park, a 56-acre city park featuring the natural Crescent Lake, home to an incredible amount of wildlife. And of course, one of the city's most recognizable landmarks resides in Crescent Lake neighborhood, the Water Tower. Standing above the treetops at 110 feet tall, the tower features local artist Tom Stovall's mural and plays host to a pandemonium of green monk parrots. One of the best parts of District 4 are the many unique neighborhoods with their diverse architecture and residents that call this district home. Historical Northeast, Greater Woodlawn, Euclid St. Paul, and Crescent Lake and Crescent Heights are just a few of the great neighborhoods that represent the area. Our numerous parks allow our neighborhoods to enjoy casual waterfront strolls, swimming laps in the pool, play a few games, and a moment to reflect while taking in the nature that surrounds our city. Speaking of nature that surrounds you, tucked away in District 4 is a true tropical oasis, right along 4th Street North. Sunken Gardens is considered St. Pete's oldest living museum and has been around for more than 100 years. Meandering paths guide visitors through a living collection of more than 50,000 tropical plants and flowers. And don't forget about the flock of flamingos. There's really no shortage of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses to enjoy while you spend a little time in District 4.
Good morning, and thank you all for being here today. Despite the recent rain, it's still a beautiful day in the great city of St. Petersburg, and I'm especially glad to be here at one of our water reclamation facilities, Ground Zero, for some of the most important infrastructure improvements underway in our city. Let me begin by recognizing several of the leaders of our St. Pete team joining us today. On my westward side, council members, City Council Chair Copley Gertis, Amber Bolding, our emergency management manager, is with us as well, and she'll be saying a few words. We're also joined by members of our city council. Thank you all for joining us this morning. Police Chief Anthony Holloway, Fire Rescue Chief Keith Watts, and our city administrator Rob Gerdes and members of his administrative leadership. Thank you all for the job you all do every day. We're also joined fresh from I was going to say the chaos, but from the legislative session in Tallahassee, Senator Darrell Roussan, thank you for joining us today. Now, it might feel like we just wrapped up the last storm season, but the 2025 Atlantic hurricane season begins in just a couple of weeks, and we've begun working hard to prepare. The back-to-back storms we experienced last year, Helene and Milton, were unprecedented in both strength and scope. Their impact made it unmistakably clear that climate change and the effects of extreme weather is not a distant threat. It's here, and the time to act is now. That's why we created the St. Pete Agile Resilience Plan, or SPAR. SPAR is our accelerated strategy to strengthen our infrastructure and build long-term resilience in the face of a changing climate. A core part of that plan focuses on our water reclamation facilities, critical infrastructure that was pushed to its limit during last year's storms. Today, we'd like to update our community on the progress we've made to fortify these facilities and to share additional steps that we are taking to prepare for this year's hurricane season. On water reclamation and infrastructure resilience, the theme of this year is clear: resilience. Last year, we faced projections of storm surges as high as 15 feet, levels we have never seen before. 2 out of our 3 water reclamation facilities are in evacuation zone A, leaving us with a very small window of time to act before landfall. Now, our staff worked aggressively to protect these sites and equipment. Still, despite their efforts, some services had to be temporarily suspended so we could avoid extensive long-term damage and initiate repairs. That's not a situation we want to be in again. And that's why we chose the Northeast Water Reclamation Facility as the site of today's event. This facility is home to several infrastructure projects now being accelerated under SPAR. Originally, many of these projects weren't scheduled to be completed for another 3 to 5 years. But that's no longer acceptable given the escalating environmental risks that we face. We must be more agile in our response to significantly greater weather impacts that we are now experiencing. So we're expediting timelines, elevating critical infrastructure, floodproofing buildings, and installing new pump stations. We purchased and deployed an aquafence to protect one of our key lift stations. All told, we're accelerating more than $545 million in infrastructure investments across our 5-year capital improvement plan, advancing projects that will help safeguard our city from future flooding. And this work is happening now. Many of these improvements are either nearing completion or will be done by year's end. And we are exploring additional ways to fund more improvements more rapidly. Following our remarks today, we'll provide a guided tour of this facility so the community can see how these systems operate and what we're doing to strengthen them. Now, some may ask, why did the city wait so long to act? And the fact is, we did not. These projects were already in the pipeline based upon the best available science and projections at the time. What we've done is take aggressive action to accelerate these projects based on our updated data and our experience with our current realities. You can view the full list of SPAR projects on our website at stpete.org/SPAR, and I encourage everyone to check it out. Now, beyond infrastructure, we're also making strategic preparations for the upcoming hurricane season. We're cross-training staff, we're pre-staging critical resources, and preparing recovery centers across the city. This includes securing backup power, boosting internet access, and positioning emergency equipment. We've launched the Resilient St. Pete Task Force in partnership with the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. And just this past weekend, the task force held its first resiliency listening tour, gathering input from residents in our most flood-prone communities. St. Pete Fire Rescue is adding 3 high-water vehicles to our fleet. Thank you, City Council. And our Public Works Department has secured additional pumps to respond to future flooding events. We're also working with our debris contractors and preparing debris management sites so that they're ready for immediate activation. And let's not forget the Hometown Haulers program. After a successful launch last year, we're working to make it a permanent post-storm recovery effort. Earlier this month, the city's executive policy group participated in Operation EOC Ready, an annual training exercise to ensure our leadership team is prepared to respond when the next storm hits. Now, this list isn't exhaustive, and our preparations will continue throughout the season, but it reflects our city's commitment to addressing storm preparation and resiliency as an important priority for the city. And in closing, to the residents of St. Petersburg, I share all of this with you to assure you that our team has been working hard to be ready for the storms that will inevitably come. We spent the last several months not just recovering from storms, but applying lessons learned and acting with urgency. Still, we cannot do it alone. While the city is doing our part, we need the community to do your part as well. Please start making your storm plans now. Prepare your homes. Talk to your neighbors. Don't wait until it's too late. Storms are only getting more powerful. It's not a matter of if we get hit, it's a matter of when. In a moment, I'll turn it over to Council Chair Gerdes, followed by our Emergency Management Manager Bolding. And after all remarks, we'll take your questions and invite you to join the facility tour with Public Works Administrator Claude Tankersley. And remember, we are St. Pete. Thank you. Mr. Chairman.
Good morning. Thank you for being here, and Mayor, thank you for your continued partnership, the administration, all of our city employees for their dedication, not only on a daily basis, but certainly through some of the hardest times we've ever experienced. If you know me, I say it often, and I'm going to say it again. Thank you to my colleagues. We've got a lot of them here: Vice Chair Hanowitz, Councilmember Gabbard, Councilmember Harding, Councilmember Fig-Sanders, and Councilmember Givens here in attendance. Councilmember Driscoll and Councilmember Floyd had conflicts, but let me tell you, if you've watched a meeting or a committee meeting over the last 6 or 7 months, you know the dedication and the passion that my colleagues have for storm preparedness and resiliency. Thank you for everything you do on a daily basis, and it's my greatest pleasure to work with you on a daily basis. What was coming to mind in my silly kindergarten brain as I was thinking about these remarks was the very eloquent and well-spoken Rocky Balboa. It's not how hard you hit, it's how hard you can get hit. And when I think about this, I think about the storms of 2024 and how hard we got hit, and how these storms did not discriminate in our area. You think about District 2 in Riviera Bay, District 3 in Shore Acres, District 4 in Meadowlawn and Coffee Pot, District 5 in Lake Maggiore essentially being shut down, District 6 in the devastation of downtown and Coquina Key, District 7 flooding, unprecedented flooding in Broadwater, and in District 8 inland flooding in Kenwood, and kind of the cross between District 1 and District 8 near 58th Street, where you saw homes that are miles away from the water take on feet of flood. And then in my own district, districts that had never flooded before, neighborhoods, Causeway Isles, Yacht Club Estates, and Jungle Terrace take on water. These storms hit us all. But what I think about is us coming back stronger and even more prepared. And I think about those storms and I look at what we have accomplished since. Activating multiple debris sites. The mayor touched on the Hometown Haulers program. Councilmember Fig-Sanders, thank you for your leadership there. And I'll say it again, 2.1 million cubic yards of debris picked up in 90 days. And I used the Empire State Building the last time I spoke about this, but just to give you some more context, imagine 400 Central, doubled in size, the entire block in which it sits. And that's the amount of debris that this city picked up in 90 days. Examining what we have done helps us get ready for what is coming this next season. We talked about an aqua fence, elevating our most important assets that you're going to see just in a couple of minutes, a pump station in Salt Creek that we have quickly moved on, and what was going to be one high water vehicle turned into 3. Vice Chair Hanowitz, thank you for your leadership there. And tens of millions of dollars in investments just in 2026 in resiliency and infrastructure. So again, if you've watched or listened to a meeting, the city is preparing. It has not stopped. Both administration and city council are constantly thinking, preparing, and imagining what the future has in store for us. And let me tell you, working side by side with them on a daily basis, I would not want a different team thinking about what this city's vision is going forward. So finally, once again, thank you to council. Thank you for your innovation, your dedication. Thank you for the partnership with the mayor's office and all of administration. And we are so blessed to have you. And so as we prepare, we ask you to prepare as residents. We're trying to have that vision, think forward. Please do the same. And you're going to hear much more of that from our next speaker, Amber Bolding, the Emergency Management Manager. And Amber, thank you for all of your work and dedication, and thank you for your partnership. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Mayor, Chair Gertis, really for your support and your partnership throughout a truly unprecedented 2024 season. And even more for your continued leadership as we head into this new season with 2025. So today we've heard some really important updates on the city's preparedness and resilience initiatives. And I want to focus on something really equally important as we look ahead, and that's preparing ourselves, our family, and our community for this 2025 season. So as we think about preparedness, this year we really have an advantage that we've never had before. We've all experienced record-breaking impacts in the 2024 season with Hurricanes Debbie, which we forget a lot about Debbie, Hurricane Helene, and Hurricane Milton. We've seen firsthand what nearly 7 feet of storm surge can do to our coastal neighborhoods. We've seen what 20 inches of rain in a short amount of time can do to our interior, our normally high and dry neighborhoods. And we've seen what nearly 100 mile per hour plus winds can do to our homes, our parks, our infrastructure. So why do I say that's an advantage? Because there's power in knowing what to expect from these storms. We have that knowledge now. We've learned from it. Understanding how you and your family were affected last year now allows you to pinpoint those specific preparedness needs for this year. So just as the city is applying lessons learned on our infrastructure and the way we prepare and respond to things, you now have that for your personal preparedness plan. You can do the same. So what do you now know that you wish you would have known before Helene or Milton or even Debbie? Was it the critical importance of your evacuation plans and maybe your sheltering options? Was it knowing how much food and water would be sufficient, especially in light of a outage if water gets shut off? Was it ensuring or knowing where to access the latest and the most accurate weather updates or the emergency notifications? So each of your personal lessons learned, and everybody's lessons learned is going to look different, each of your personal lessons learned underscore the vital importance of proactive preparation. So now is the time to review your family's emergency plan. Reflect on last year and make a better plan for this year. Remember, no one can better prepare for your family than yourself, and then you can. As a fellow St. Pete resident and living in a coastal community, I understand and I know that these preparations are overwhelming, they're challenging, and they really are easier said than done. But the key is to start your planning now, during blue sky, and not wait until gray sky times. So to support our residents, the city is partnering with Pinellas County for our annual Hurricane Preparedness Day. This year it'll be on Saturday, May 31st from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Willis S. Johns Recreation Center. That's at 6635 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Street North. This will be larger than any expo that we've done before. It'll be a free, family-friendly event. We'll feature presentations on critical and crucial topics like evacuation plans, storm safety, and emergency preparedness. The folks that come will have access to valuable resources, including free hurricane kit supplies, so it'll help you kickstart whether it's your Go Kit or your Stay Kit. You can look up your evacuation zone, register for the Special Needs Evacuation Program. We'll also include resources for pet owners, information on sandbags, and a kids' education zone. It's going to be a great opportunity to ask the questions. Ask them now. We're going to have resources. We'll have the experts there. Ask your questions, gather essential information, connect with resources that can make a real difference when a storm threatens. And finally, I want to emphasize the strength of our community bonds before, during, and after a storm. Chair Gertis said it well. When we come together and we go through something, we come back stronger. It really is the spirit and the heartbeat of our city. Check on your neighbors, especially families with children, the elderly, those with mobility challenges. Simple acts of kindness and support can make a profound difference during difficult times. We can't control the weather, but we can control our preparedness for it and what we choose to do today. So I urge every St. Pete resident, take this opportunity seriously. Attend Hurricane Preparedness Day on May 31st. Review your plans and implement those lessons learned that we all have from last year. Ensure you have what you need to protect yourselves, your families, your loved ones, your neighbors. And let's work together to make this hurricane season a safe one for our entire community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amber and Chair Gertis. And before the tour, we'll take any questions you might have.
Mayor Welch, so how much, you said it's accelerated. When do you expect the project to be complete?
Well, there are several projects. There are a number of projects that make up SPAR.
The sewer plant, yeah, the recreational project.
Recreational?
Reclamation.
Reclamation, okay. I'm going to ask Claude Tankers to come. He's the best dressed of all of us today, but Claude, our Public Works Administrator, if you can answer that question, please.
Thank you, sir. So as the mayor mentioned, this project, the platform you're standing on right now, has been under design and construction for several years now. The storms really kind of caught us off guard by hitting before the project was complete. So the project was originally supposed to be completed next year, next summer. We are pushing hard to get it completed before then. Some of it is going to be completed this summer, and the rest will be completed either by the end of this year or early next spring. Thank you.
Claude, can you describe the project and
Sure.
what we're standing on?
Actually, yeah. So we are standing on a large platform, as you all have noticed as you climb the stairs. This platform, what we're standing on right now, is 11 feet above sea level. Now, why 11 feet? FEMA recommends when you're in a flood zone like we are that you build 2 feet above the base flood elevation. FEMA sets that base flood elevation. The base flood elevation for the property we're in right now is 9 feet above sea level. That's the base flood elevation. You add 2 feet to that, that's 11 feet. That's why this platform we're standing on right now is 11 feet above sea level. And this platform will house all of the generators that will run the plant when power is no longer available.
Can you talk about the impact of those changes compared to what is here now? And I know you guys didn't make the decision lightly in either storm to shut down any of the facilities, but just how much goes into that moving forward in the next storms?
Yes, and so our goal ultimately is not have to just shut down during a storm that it would be similar to what we saw in Milton or Helene. Again, 11 feet above sea level for this platform. So the impact would be that we would be able to safely protect the equipment as well as the employees. So remember, when these neighborhoods evacuated, our employees couldn't. They had to stay here until the last minute and then escape through floodwaters to try to save themselves. We don't want to do that anymore. So these projects that we're going to be doing over the next 3 to 5 years will help to protect the employees as well as the equipment.
So
Let me add on to Claude's statement. Don't go anywhere, Claude. Okay. You know, one thing for folks to keep in mind, though, is although we are increasing the elevation here, and I think we're trying to get to 15 feet ultimately, that folks need to factor into their planning the fact that if we get another Milton, another 15 feet projected of storm surge, there's a possibility that the sewer plants might go down. We haven't had to factor that into our planning before, but folks need to factor that in now. Also, our staff worked very diligently, and thank you, Senator Roussan, for your work on getting some kind of crane regulation that's standard around the state. They made good progress on it, but at this point, folks need to factor in if they live in the vicinity of a crane. The city still doesn't have the authority to regulate that. So we're going to have to warn folks again, build that into your planning. So those are things that folks have to change. It's not the hurricane planning from 10 years ago. That needs to be updated as well. Who was the next question?
Yeah. Hi. Hey, Claude. So just to clarify, this is now 11 feet. Will these generators be here by this hurricane season? Specifically for this project, what's the timeline?
So the generators, we plan on them being here. Part of the challenge we have, as hopefully everybody knows, is that these generators and all the equipment are very expensive, very large, and they're often not manufactured nearby. So we have to have them shipped in, oftentimes overseas. And so any kind of disruptions to our supply chain could and will slow down the delivery of that equipment. It is our goal to have them here before a storm hits. We will not guarantee it. And you know, the mayor mentioned a good point. We're standing on an elevation of 11 feet, but last year we had a prediction of a 15-foot surge. So that's why you see these forms along the edges here. we're going to be raising this up to 15 feet. So we're building a wall around the edge of this. This will remain at 11 feet here, but we're going to be building a wall around this platform that'll lift it up to the 15 feet.
And is that also before the storm season?
That is our intent.
So it could be 12. You can get a storm surge of 12, but this would be okay.
Yes, that's correct. When we get the wall in and the other barriers, that if we got a 12-foot storm surge, this should be fine.
And if that's the case, then you wouldn't have to shut off the sewer plant.
We hope not. Now remember, we still have to evacuate our employees. That part is not going to be, that improvement won't come for another couple of years. So we still have to figure out how to evacuate the employees. But we're working so that we won't have to shut the plant down.
When you say that improvement about the employees, that's
Yes.
not the wall. You're talking about something else?
Yes, well, if you look around you, you'll see there's multiple equipment here. There's multiple facilities. This isn't the only facility on the plant. And so where the employees are stationed, their operation building is at the far western end of this property. That has not been elevated yet. And so that's one of the future projects, is to elevate that facility also.
Okay. But if employees can't be here, then the sewage plant needs to be taken offline?
We're working on a way to find a way that we can we can operate it remotely without having to shut it down before we leave. One of the challenges is not so much the operating it remotely, but is shutting it down remotely. So we're working on a way to be able to do that remotely, and we hope to have that in place before we get a storm. This year before we get a storm. But again, you know, I can't guarantee anything because we never know when we're going to actually get that storm.
Let me just chime in on Claude's word guarantee. We are investing millions, upwards to $1 billion when everything's put together, but there is no guarantee. You can only invest so much. You're never going to be storm-proof for a 18, 20 foot, 25 foot storm surge. Folks need to factor that in. We're doing everything, I think, humanly possible, everything fiscally possible to give us a higher level of capacity and resilience. But at some point, if a storm crosses that threshold, folks need to understand they need to evacuate.
Any other questions?
Yes.
On the cross-training employees, is that when it comes to, permits and that sort of thing too, or when did you see this season that you decided to do that?
Rob or Claude, can y'all speak more to what we're doing with that cross-training? Or James? James Corbett, our City Development Administrator.
Good morning. So as it relates to cross-training for post-storm, whether it's storm damage assessment as well as permitting, plan review, we're looking to get individuals that are typically not involved in those processes trained so that they can step in a time where we have a surge in need for permitting. So yes.
Thanks, Jim. Any other questions?
Yeah. I remember last year when the sewage plant shut down, the city had ordered like porta-johns or porta-potties in. Is that still the case this year? Is that being...
We are evaluating the effectiveness of everything we did last year, including those portable showers and toilets as well. So that's something we're still evaluating.
And is the other sewage plant, the one that was shut down in the
Southwest?
Southwest, yeah. Is that going through the same thing too of raising,
It's
generators up?
Yeah, it's a different model, but Claude, can you speak to what we're doing at Southwest?
So a lot of the Southwest plant, the equipment was raised after we had the expansion back in 2016, 2017. We raised a lot of the equipment there during that process, and so we have more work to do there, particularly on the operations building for the employees. But the Southwest plant is in a better position than the Northeast plant has been.
So will those changes be by this season as well, before the storm is over there?
On the operations building, no.
So how much storm surge can the Southwest plant take on right now before it's shut down? Before it has to be shut down?
I can't give you an exact number, but it's higher than what we received during Helene. The problem is that during Milton we got a prediction of 15 feet, and we knew 15 feet was not going to be something that we wanted to leave our employees there to deal with.
Okay, so as long as it's not 15, so it's more than 7?
During Helene we had a 7-foot storm surge. Yes.
Okay. So it can handle more than 7, but less than 15.
That's a good approximation.
Chair Gertie's had a comment.
Just Colleen, to your question about porta potties and to Mayor's comment about some of the effectiveness. I think that's one of the important parts about the community survey that's going to come out later this year. City Council just got an update with Administrator Foster this past week, and one of the questions is we want feedback on the effectiveness on those programs. So it's not just what we're seeing and hearing, it's what our residents are hearing. So what I would tell you is that survey is really important for people to complete, whether you're one of the 5,000 people that get selected or when it opens up to all residents. We want that feedback because we want to continue to do programs that worked and discontinue the ones and get innovative for new ones that will. So,
thank you, Chair.
Mayor, real quick, last year the public didn't have a lot of advance notice that the sewers were going to be shut down. God forbid it happens again this storm season. Will they get more public notice?
Well, you know, I think from my first press conference, we had a couple daily, we were mentioning that possibility. And starting now, we're telling folks, if we get a like storm that exceeds our capacity to operate our sewer plants, we might have to shut them down. Now, again, that was the first time in our history, right, Claude, that we've ever had to shut those plants down. And that just shows you how more powerful these storms are, how much more surge we're dealing with. So that is our new reality. That is a new possibility. It needs to be dialed in every year when you're doing hurricane prep, getting your 7 days of food and water, understanding that if we get a Milton-like storm, the 2 sewer plants might have to be shut down. Any other questions before the tour? Thank y'all for coming. I thought we banned New York Yankees hats, but you're okay. So Claude, are you going to lead us on the tour?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank y'all for coming.
Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our Good Neighbor Guide. On this special edition, we will also help you be the most prepared resident you can be. Welcome to our special edition Good Neighbor Guide, coming to you from the City of St. Pete's production studio to talk about something super serious, hurricane season. Here's one thing we can't control, where and when a tropical system will make landfall. But here's what we can control, being prepared. So let's talk about what you should be ready for, before, during, and after a tropical system. Let's start at the beginning, what to do before the storm. Can we roll that before the storm animation? I love that. Right now, even before a storm is approaching, you should sign up for Alert St. Pete. If you haven't heard about it, it's pretty amazing. Also, it's free. You can receive notifications including mandatory evacuations, hurricane information, flooding, and other local emergencies. When it comes to a storm, you've got to have a plan. Prepare your home to weather the storm, know your evacuation zone, and make sure you have an evacuation plan. Stay with family or friends in a non-evacuation zone, in a hotel in a non-evacuation zone, or in one of Pinellas County's public shelters. A disaster supply kit is highly recommended. To learn more about what to include in your supply kit, let's toss it out to our field reporter, Ava.
Thanks, Bianca. When you're in a hurricane's path, a disaster supply kit can make a huge difference. So let's talk a little bit about what items you should consider including in your supply kit.
Wait, Ava, what's happening there? Where are you?
What do you mean?
Well, it's clearly sunny where you are, but it also looks windy and rainy. How is that possible?
Guys, take class. Sorry about that, Bianca. Let's get back to the disaster supply kit. In the event you have to evacuate, a prepared supply kit can make a huge difference. Experts say basic. Emergency supply kit can include the following items. You should have enough water and food packed to last you at least 7 days. Additional suggested items include
a battery-powered or hand-cranked radio, flashlight, first aid kit, extra batteries, and chargers for all your electronics. Cash if possible, and any important documents you may need, and some items to help pass the time. Prescription medications, glasses, infant formula, and diapers, any pet food, and extra water are also good things to consider. Being prepared will keep you one step ahead of the game. Back to you, Bianca. Good tips to be ready before the storm arrives. Thanks, Ava. Now let's talk about what to do during the storm. You'll hear a lot of talk about tropical storm and hurricane watches and warnings. Being familiar with the difference is important. A watch means the potential exists for severe weather, and you should stay informed. Remain ready to move quickly as conditions can change rapidly. But a warning means that severe and disruptive weather is imminent, and you should take action immediately. Safety is critical during a storm. Do not walk, swim, or drive through flood waters. If you did not evacuate in time, stay away from windows and take shelter in a small interior room until the storm passes. After the storm, if you did evacuate, do not return home until officials give the all clear. Damage, road closures, and power outages are all possibilities after a storm. So check news reports over the radio or on social media to stay informed. If you encounter an intersection with an inoperable traffic signal, treat it as a four-way stop. Stay clear of any down-powered lines. Report outages to the Mayor's Action Center or your energy provider. And remember, the city has some low-lying areas, so if you see standing water, do not attempt to drive through it. Check the info at the bottom of the screen for ways to contact the Mayor's Action Center. This guide is not all-inclusive. For more thorough information, like checklist, a flood zone map, and other resources, visit stpeprepares.com. And our county's partners website, pinellascounty.org/emergency. A tropical storm or hurricane is a serious matter. If you're prepared, this stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, including our homes, businesses, pets, and neighbors. When a storm approaches, look out for each other. Rescue efforts are most successful when we all keep an eye out for each other. We can all do our part and take care of St. Pete the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide. Hey St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best president you can be. A little tip from your Good Neighbor Guide. It's time to talk some trash. Well, not really, but we are talking about waste here. We all have waste, and so what we do with it is super important. Let's break it down. The good, the bad, the do's, and don'ts. The city works around the clock to dispose of our various waste, so let's do our part by being a good neighbor. So, when it comes to your trash collection day, remember, place your container with the lid opening facing the street by 7 a.m. And don't forget, remove your container from the curb by 7 p.m. later that day. Here's what not to put in your container: appliances, furniture, and any hazardous materials, such as batteries, paint, electronics, and more. But there's good news, people. The city will pick up the following items for free. Box springs, footboards, refrigerators, car batteries, fuel tanks, sofas, car tires, headboards, stoves, dishwashers, mattresses, washers, doors, nightstands, water heaters, dryers, ovens, and windows. There's a super helpful link on the bottom of this screen that will give you more details on special pickups. Yard project got you loaded with yard waste? No worries. We've got you covered with 5 brush sites around the city. St. Pete residents can drop off yard waste and other organic byproducts for free. You just have to show proof of city residency like a driver's license or utility bill. Just remember, yard waste must not contain plastics or metal. Limbs and logs should be less than 5 feet long, and tree stumps should weigh less than 300 pounds. While we're here, let's cover recycling, because eliminating waste is the right thing to do. Let's break down what the City of St. Pete recycles. Here's what to recycle: aluminum and steel cans and lids, cardboard, glass containers, milk and juice cartons, all paper materials, plastics labeled number 1 through 7, and plastic cups and bottles. What isn't recyclable? Ceramics, electronics, flimsy plastic like food wrap, anything tainted by food, think pizza box. Light bulbs, batteries, mirrors, plastic bags, or styrofoam. One more time for the people in the back. No plastic bags in the recycling bin. Thank you. There's a printable Good Neighbor Guide and a whole bunch more information on this topic that can be found on the City of St. Petersburg's website. The St. Pete Collects app is also a super convenient way to help you with all your waste matter questions and schedules. Join us in the road to zero. St. Pete's plan to be zero waste by 2050. And remember the 6 R's: refuse, reduce, repair, reuse, recycle, and rot. This stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, so let's do our part by following St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
District 3 spans parts of eastern and northeastern St. Pete. Bordered to the east by Tampa Bay, it's a slice of everything that makes St. Pete special: vibrant neighborhoods, convenient city amenities, and abundant access to nature. Hi, I'm Mike Harding, your City Council member for District 3. Here in District 3, we have 18 parks, including Shore Acres Mini Park, where I'm standing today. From intimate neighborhood spaces, like this one, to larger destinations like Fossil Park, there's something for everyone. Want to visit Willis S. Johns Rec Center? Got it. Pickleball courts? Absolutely. Skate park? Check. And yes, there's a pool too. We're also home to the newest rec center in the city, Shore Acres Rec Center, with 6 swimming pool lanes, 2 diving boards, and spaces for community gatherings. It's become a central hub for the neighborhood. Looking for golf lessons or just a place to hit a bucket of balls? Visit Mangrove Bay Golf Course, where you'll find a full pro shop and the Cypress Links Par 3 course right next door. But what I love most about District 3 are the neighborhoods. I grew up right here in Shore Acres, spending my grass cutting money at an arcade and pizza joint where LCC's middle school campus now stands. Shore Acres is a tranquil waterfront community. Like its neighbor Snell Isle, it's just 5 minutes from the buzz of downtown, but feels worlds apart. Drive 5 minutes west and you'll wind through the hilly, tree-lined streets of Allendale. Hard to believe you're still in St. Pete. District 3 is also packed with amenities. We've got a boat ramp, 2 fire stations, a library, a water plant, a brush site, and 25 bridges. Sports organizations like Northeast Little League and the St. Pete Raiders Soccer Club are woven into our community. And yes, you'll find me refereeing youth soccer on the weekends. That's what District 3 is all about: family-friendly neighborhoods, plenty of outdoor space, and top-notch city services. It's where I grew up, and it's where my wife and I raise our daughters today.
Jean Ordner, Parking Enforcement Officer. We're here to keep the traffic moving. That's our goal. Yes, we write parking tickets, but we really just want to keep the parking spaces open for everybody to patronize the businesses. If we weren't here, there'd be no parking ever. I mean, you gotta have some kind of compassion. You can't just be out there and hit them hard. If it's you and your vehicle's first ticket and you've spent $25 or more at a downtown business the same day as the ticket, you can get it voided. They'll ask you to bring in a copy of your receipt, your driver's license to the 301 Central, and they'll take care of it from there. Everybody makes mistakes. We want to have compassion for these people. For instance, if they have a discharge paper from the emergency room with their name on it with the date and time of the ticket, yes, they can get it voided also that way. One lady went in, she was in labor and her husband parked. Well, we voided his ticket too because he was there for the birth of his child. So it's really situation upon situation, but most of the time if they have discharge papers and they can prove it, it's usually voided. We know it's an inconvenience to get a ticket, and it's kind of aggravating, but in the long run, it goes to a good cause because it gives the city money to comply with ADA compliances, the sidewalks, and all that good stuff to fix them and everything else. And then another portion goes to school crossing guards, so we can make sure that every school has them. I've had a lot of positive interactions. For instance, sometimes I go down to the dog park in the afternoon to give the dogs treats. I enjoy interacting with the different people. I know a lot of the different restaurant owners, so just interacting with different people on a day-to-day basis. We're not out there to necessarily give the tickets, we would rather them move. And that's the most important thing, is we want people to be able to come down and patronize a business without having to worry about parking. If we weren't here, that nobody would ever find a parking space. They would park there and they'd stay. They wouldn't move. So then if you want to go to a specific restaurant, you can't go because that parking's full all day. We're there for a reason.
My name is Jacoby Chambliss, and I'm a traffic signal technician here with the City of St. Pete. We maintain our traffic signals here. We have the signal heads, we got the cabinets, we have the controllers, we got the conflict monitors. So we just make sure that everything stays operational and safe. This is a very important job. We make sure that people get to work on time. We make sure you get there safely. That's one of the most important things, is just being safe. Without traffic signals, life would be chaos for us. We come in, we get our orders from our manager. We check our trucks and make sure we have everything we need for today. Our orders can be anywhere from maintaining a cabinet where we go out and clean it out and just make sure all the timing and everything's up to par. From there, it could be calls we get in from citizens saying, hey, you got lights out, and we'll take care of different things. That you got poles that get hit, it's always something different. It's a highly hazardous job. You're dealing with electricity, high voltage you're dealing with, the weather. It's a rough job to be out there. You got traffic coming by you, all types of speed. But I can tell you that the City of St. Pete, they take pride in what we do as far as taking care of our signals, and we're out here swapping our equipment out at a rapid pace here. We're trying to change out all these cabinets. We're putting in new controllers. We're doing a lot to make sure the city stays safe and to upgrade and change with the times. Every day is just always an adventure. It's always something more to learn. I enjoy the people I work with. I enjoy the City of St. Pete. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy helping the citizens. I just enjoy what I do, man. It's a great job.
So, Bobby, I have heard the origin story of your relationship with Jamie and how that kept you here, but I don't think I've ever heard why you wanted to start the studio.
Well, you know, that's a very good question, but I think it stemmed most from, somebody told me this years later, that Jamie was just trying to find something for me to do because Dave Ellis and myself, we had not fully formed what the studio would be. And Jim was out looking for a building, found this place, and we were calling it a theater, but not necessarily. And I had never run a nonprofit before. I'd worked for dozens of them, but I had never run one. And so I think it was a convergence of several things, and we just grew into it being what we now understand to be the studio, which is something David Ellis and myself never did an elevator speech or the one sound bite. It's many things. Lately, people have been calling it St. Petersburg's living room, which sounds nice. It's a home for the visual and performing arts, but it's evolved. But we never had a specific defining, we're gonna do this. It just evolved.
District 1 is located west of 49th Street North, from 7th Avenue South to 40th Avenue North. It's where the city meets Bogosiega Bay. I'm Councilmember Copley Gertis, your representative for District 1. Standing here by the baseball fields at Northwest Park has a special meaning to me. This is the park where I spent my childhood racing in the pool, playing youth baseball growing up, and where countless residents have enjoyed all kinds of outdoor activities. Northwest Park is also the home to the J.W. Cate Rec Center. District 1 is filled with an abundance of beautiful large parks. Residents can enjoy a run around Walter Fuller Park, the boardwalk's water views from Abercrombie Park, or a round of Frisbee golf at Azalea Park. Swimming pools, dog parks, walking trails, outdoor gym facilities, and more serve whatever you seek this side of town. I love that the neighborhoods surrounding the parks, such as Jungle Prada and Jungle Terrace, inherit the lush landscape and wildlife we love within the park system. As if these parks aren't enough to keep you in touch with nature, some of the best beaches in the world are a quick drive or a bike ride away. The proximity between the Gulf beaches and downtown St. Pete make this part of St. Pete one of a kind. This side of St. Petersburg has become a mecca for local shops and restaurants like Alessia, Two Graces, the Wheelhouse, and the Nosh Pit. With long-standing institutions like St. Pete College, St. Pete Catholic High School, and Admiral Farragut all help support the diverse culture throughout District 1. There's no denying the vibrant display of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses when you spend a little time in District 1.
Today, we had our Contracts and Contacts bus tour in partnership with PSTA and several other businesses and agencies in our area. While the city definitely has tons of opportunities for our small minority women-based businesses, it's no guarantee that you can get on a contract here or there. So they need to know about all the different opportunities that are available to them in our areas.
We want to invest into our community. So for us to educate them and them educate us, it's a win-win for both of us. We also find that the community, when they can actually put their stamp on a project and say, I was part of that, it's just a wonderful sense of accomplishment.
There is lots of opportunity out there, not just within the city, but around the city, in the county even, for them to get work and do work right here locally, close to them. We just want to make sure we have the engagement and increase the likelihood of small businesses being able to participate.
In order for us to help them, we provide ways in which we can just put the word out there of the work that they do, so that way they can be contracted and win these projects. It's easy to say, oh, that's a $200 million project, and they're not gonna look at me. Well, you know what? They're looking for small businesses.
We did a lot of networking on each of the buses between the different groups, and there was a lot of really, really good conversation I heard being had. People was kind of saying like, oh, I could use you on this project, and I'm working on a project that I need this type of work on. And so those connections were going on, you know, even as we were riding the bus to the different stops.
It's a benefit to both the city and to us as business owners to come together, to network. After all, we live here, and so what better way to come together and make the city better than to use our talents and our skills and our expertise to make a positive difference.
It's been really exciting to see this program develop. We've been registered as a small business with the city for several years now. I'm really excited that they have expressed that commitment to encouraging small businesses like mine.
I think that it says that this city cares about its businesses and its minorities within the city.
For me, I feel like this is huge because a lot of times we hear people talk, but there's little action behind it. So this is a place where the talk and the actions align, where we see a real commitment from the city to increase the number of diverse suppliers and to create a pathway to allow us access to those opportunities.
We do plan on having a lot more creative, new types of events coming out of our office. So we're just looking forward to offer our business community something different and something that they can hopefully make new connections with.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a team gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
I came to printmaking actually as a writer. I was getting my creative writing degree from Florida State. I took a class that was called Book Structures because I was really interested in the idea of self-publishing and just discovered a whole world of this kind of like tactile, experimental, hands-on medium that I wasn't really aware existed before. So we do two types of printmaking here, letterpress printing and risograph printing. It looks like a copy machine, but it actually functions like screen printing where you're layering colors one at a time. So it's color separated. It's really great to have the opportunity to be out at different markets and events to sell our work. Since we don't have really a retail space, it's our opportunity to get our work out there and also be there to kind of tell folks about the process. And there's kind of this excitement when they pick up this card and you can tell that a hand made it. It's a small but mighty, kind of like print-loving community here in St. Pete. We've been able to connect with everyone from local bookstores to local authors and poets that are interested in publishing their own work and making zines, to just art education groups. We're able to kind of connect with all different types of people and excite them about this process. And then this lever here, you press it with your thumb. We're really grateful to have such a supportive community here in St. Pete for local businesses. People get really excited at events, and there's all these fun little mom and pop shops and artists selling their work, things that you can't find in other cities, right? It makes St. Pete very unique. We've been able to make a lot of great connections and collaborations with our fellow local businesses.
When I decided to transition and retire, and you had told me if I ever retire, you would like to throw your hat in the ring. And I said, there is no ring. And then I turned it over to the Board of Trustees, but I did give them this 411. Erica is an intelligent, credentialed person, working artist, but she's an artist. And I think that's important. And whatever degree of difference that is, how an artist approaches the thing, that's what I wanted. And you went through the process, and that's what the board agreed on. The future is always bright, but under your tutelage, it's gonna be delicious.
I thank you for that.
No, because, my generation, the baby boomers, we don't tend to get off the stage. You got to get the hook. Oh, there's always one other thing we can do. And I'm looking forward to that, seeing what's next.
I think we talked about it before, we have the same sentiment about the space and what our job is. My job is to maintain the heartbeat that has already been created in this space. I am not here to alter the heartbeat. I'm here to take this heartbeat and strengthen it and bring a bigger light so that the world can see it as much as I can, and to take that to whatever that next level is.
Well, as I told the Board of Trustees, we're getting an A+ candidate that you would normally have to scour nationally. And then she has the added thing of she knows this community and the community knows her.
I'm walking in the footsteps of a founder of an organization that is beloved, but I know that I gotta try it. And I know that we can do it.
The waterfront view is my favorite part about living right here in St. Pete.
Sounds of the water, the sounds of different species of birds. I find it very soothing and relaxing.
Everybody ride good? How you feel?
Yeah, I feel good. It's like a perfect day for it.
The pelican? Yeah, he's fishing for some fish too. Say yay, fishing!
Hey guys, Ken Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg. Now I'm with Dex Fabian, the publisher of I Love the Burg. Thank you for being here with us on our Sunrunner tour. Tell us how this changes life in St. Petersburg.
Coming from New York, it's one of the things I miss was mass transit
And I think having something like the Sunrunner now actually happening in St. Pete after so long, it's a game changer. Riding it today got us from point A to point B so much faster. Don't have to worry about parking. It just makes life so much easier for locals and even tourists.
And I think it helps us to change the culture. We really don't have a transit culture here.
Yeah, so I think this is a good starting point for more developments in our mass transit system.
Thank you for being with us, Dex. We'll talk to you next time on our Sunrunner Tour.
Pablo Mardones. I'm the owner of the Chrome Factory here in St. Pete.
I'm Angie Gray. I am the assistant right-hand woman of Pablo.
Yes. Me and my friend Felipe, we opened this store together. We had this idea that we were kind of tired working like our corporate jobs, you know. Although life was very like stable and all that, we wanted just to have something like of our own and kind of like work a little bit more like the life-work balance, you know, in our favor. So we decided to open a restaurant. We are in 57, the corner of 57 and Central. So like we are 1 block away from the Sunrunner, which is pretty cool too. Like before we open, like we didn't know this was gonna happen. We have a stop right here, like less than a block away, and so we are very close to the beach, but not too far from downtown.
I actually quit my corporate job and wanted something more like local, family-friendly, work-life balance, as you said. I submitted my resume to the Crumb Factory, and not even 10 minutes later, Pablo got back to me and was like, "Hey, come in for an interview."
We produce everything here in-house, like...
And you can watch us do
it. Yeah.
People just enjoy coming here and like being part of like this little family local restaurant.
I think we have been very well received.
It's really like kind of laid back. It's not like your stereotypical coffee shop where like people come to work or people come to like sit on their computers all day. Like we do have some customers that do that, but for the most part, everyone's here like they want to socialize. We get a lot of regulars, and yeah, like everyone loves bread, everyone loves pastries. So yeah, it's great. I've even been out and about in St. Pete, and people have been talking about like the Crumb Factory, and I'm like, I work there. Like, I'm like, this is so exciting.
That's one of my goals. Like I want to be a place that people associate the Chrome Factory with St. Pete. You know, so it's definitely important for us to be really part of the city.
We are here today to celebrate more than $10 million in community funding requests from the federal government that Congresswoman Kathy Castor will be submitting to the federal budget.
It's such an exciting time to be in St. Petersburg. The city is growing. There are all sorts of new small businesses opening, but we want to make sure that as the city grows and thrives, that everyone benefits, all parts of the community.
These projects are transformational projects, and they really cover so many different facets of the importance of the quality of life in the city of St. Petersburg. These are really going to be transformational.
It's amazing the diversity of the impact. Part of this is $5 million for stormwater infrastructure improvements to deal with heavier rains and sea level rise and flooding in parts of our community. Another $4 million is for affordable housing on the Deuces in the Sankofa project, and we know that housing affordability is a major issue in our community. And another $1.5 million is to plan for the conversion of Enoch Davis to a really impactful community center for innovation and opportunity that will be like nothing we've ever seen here in South St. Pete.
Collaboration is not something that you always see when it comes to governments working together, but I think City of St. Petersburg has gotten it right. We have in the past been very successful at utilizing federal funding to do the most good for the most residents, and that is what we are intending on doing here today.
Having grown up in this neighborhood, I know what this community center means. It's very old, but it still is a hub. You have seniors here, you have young people, you have community groups here, and folks ought to be able to come here and make themselves better, lift themselves up, have the modern tech, have the facilities that are attractive and that you would want to use. And so that kind of impact is going to affect opportunities for young folks and old folks throughout St. Petersburg.
So these are steps in the road to progress for St. Pete. Here in Sunshine City, the future is bright, but you've got to make sure that you're lifting everyone.
When you look at the top concern for residents in an urban city or even our rural communities, a growing number of Americans list affordable housing at the top of the list. Here in St. Pete, it's no different. I'm standing here at the Shores in South St. Pete with 51 new affordable units made possible by a county-wide collaboration. Understanding the relationship between our quality of life and housing is critical. That's why I'm launching the Housing Opportunities for All plan, an intentional expansion to our existing housing plan that addresses the current state of our city. The plan aims to produce new affordable housing units, preserve existing affordable housing, and protect tenants. Housing Opportunities for All is more than a priority in our administration. It's a foundational part of our mission, a pillar for progress. This year, we've designated more than $40 million to build new affordable housing units and plan to help thousands of residents preserve their current homes over the next several years. We've also implemented powerful protections for renters with our Tenants' Bill of Rights. There is nothing more important to me and our City Council than improving the quality of life for the people of St. Petersburg. And these are just a few examples of the impactful work that's underway right now. I will continue to keep you updated on progress made as we help more families settle into their new homes and stay in their current homes. So working together and listening to each other with our eyes on inclusive progress, we will continue to move the needle on affordable housing. To learn more about the Housing Opportunities for All plan, visit www.stpete.org/affordable housing. We are St. Pete.
Hi, I'm Aurelis, and I'm the owner of the Happy Snapper food truck, and we've been in business for a little over 3 months.
My name is Raphael. I am a full-time charter captain here out of O'Neill's Marina in St. Petersburg, Florida. I've been doing it probably for over 20 years. The role that I have in the food truck is pretty much I am the fryer. She pretty much puts everything together, makes it look nice and pretty going out.
I do everything else. I've always cooked. I mean, I've been cooking meals for my family since I was 12, and I'm not talking about like boxed macaroni and cheese. I mean, like full meals. And it's just something I've always liked to do. And my son actually played club soccer for Strictly. We went out of town and we decided to cook for the entire team and all the parents. And ever since then, after multiple teams showed up and ate, everyone was asking us when we were cooking again, and 7 years later, here we are. When I cook, I put my heart into it, so you're getting food that is happy and inviting and
it's fresh. You know, with a little Spanish twist to it, because we do have a couple of things on the menu that is definitely you know, from being from Puerto Rico, you know, we're gonna have some plantains in there, you know, and we're gonna have some rice. Our main thing is fresh fish with a Spanish twist to it.
Apparently we're putting out food that there's not many other trucks doing, and we're getting customers asking, when we're going to be back, where we're going to be set up. We're having breweries that are in St. Pete asking for us to come back to their location because their customers are asking about us. And I feel like St. Pete is a very good place for people that, they love supporting the local community, local businesses, and it's just a great place for anyone to thrive.
District 8 is located from the interstate to Tyrone Boulevard and runs north to south from Central Avenue to 40th Avenue North. I'm Richie Floyd, your council member for District 8. I'm standing along the shores of Jorgensen Lake Park, located directly behind our main public library, a place where students and residents throughout our city have visited and utilized over the decades and still frequent to this day. The newly renovated President Barack Obama Main Library will be an impressive, well-known asset to all in our community. Another major landmark in District 8 is St. Pete High. This highly rated school, built back in 1926, has served as a campus for generations of Green Devils in the Sunshine City. You haven't experienced all of St. Pete if you haven't stopped by Mazzaro's Italian Market. This true Italian market serves as a destination for lunch, fresh roasted coffee and beverages, and homemade pasta. District 8 is also home to one of our best business districts, Grand Central, with plenty of places to eat and shop. Grand Central was also the birthplace of St. Pete Pride and the Pride Parade, and still plays a role in our city's annual Pride events. If you're looking to escape the grind of the city, this district also features several city parks, including Gladden Park and Booker Creek Park, which includes new pickleball courts. District 8 has the right mix of people, neighborhoods, parks, shopping, and culture. In a lot of ways, it's the best representation of what St. Pete is all about.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown. And it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on the circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas, there's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's two Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization, has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program is a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Child's Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Child's Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always focused, they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Child's Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street and have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Child's Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. There's more to Child Park that I've seen more positive in Child Park than I have seen negative.
And my Child's Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
Hi, I'm Andre Allen, stormwater foreperson for the city of St. Pete. I'm here to talk about sandbags. First important thing you need to know about sandbags, we have them year-round. We distribute sandbags every second Saturday of the month. You can get sandbags at our complex, 1744 9th Avenue North. The best way to use the sandbags is to get some visqueen or a heavy plastic tarp and lay it down like in an L shape from the ground up against your door garage and stack your sandbags just like you're stacking bricks right in front of your doors. If you didn't have no flooding in your area and no flood water touching your sandbags, you should store them in a safe area just in case another storm comes through. If flood water touch your sandbags, we recommend you take it to Pinellas County Dump. For more information, you can follow us on social media at St. Pete FL.
District 6 encompasses downtown St. Petersburg and includes the Edge District, the Innovation District, and neighborhoods like Coquina Key. I'm Gina Driscoll, your council member for District 6. I'm standing in front of one of the many murals you can find in this area. For over 10 years, the Shine Mural Fest has contributed an indelible mark all around our city, and many of those locations are spread throughout District 6. Another great event in this district is the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg. This 3-day race draws in big crowds, some of the best car racing in the world, and takes place along our beautiful waterfront in downtown. Waterfront is a big part of this area with a number of waterfront parks, from Straub Park to Lassing Park to Grandview Park with its popular boat ramp. These are just a few of the many parks you'll find in District 6. Many of these also have fantastic art installations. That's what I love about District 6. The arts are everywhere. You can see it on countless murals, in our museums, our galleries, and in our theaters. You'll also find the art of food, the art of beer, the art of going full force or taking it easy. District 6 is all about the art of being who you are, the art of being St. Pete.
Hay un alfiler en una orilla de una ciudad en un mapa, como una esmeralda en la oscuridad o un ojo de pelícano. Oh península de sol, mar y baños. Aquí somos tan diversos como las conchas, la flora y las muchas aves que nos visitan cada invierno. Sí, somos bami, empanadas, knishes, injera, roti. Somos reggaetón, rap, cumbia, trap, jazz, rock y folk. Caminemos por el St. Pete Youth Farm para encontrar todo tipo de raíces entrelazados, alimentándose de la misma tierra. Aquí hacemos espacio para todos. Mira las historias pintadas en las paredes, calles y intersecciones. Neón, prismáticas y sin miedo de hacer ruido porque el arte brilla aquí, donde pintamos el arco iris por la ciudad con orgullo y decimos gay. Donde las vidas negras importan y donde una hija de inmigrantes puede ser su poeta laureada. Thank you. Hay un alfiler en una orilla, en una ciudad, en un mapa. Acércate, respira el aire salado. Mi gente, miren a su alrededor. Somos St. Pete. We are St. Pete.
set, hike. Go. Go, go, go.
I'm Officer Middlebrooks. I work with the City of St. Petersburg Police Department. I am assigned to the Police Athletic League.
And I'm Officer David Lopez, and my role here is to interact with the kids, create a positive environment, and be a positive role model in their lives. The idea of a Police Athletic League is very important.
It is important. It's important to have police officers interacting with the community.
It gives us as police officers the opportunity to create those relationships and change that mindset that police are there just to take you to jail. That's really not the case here. Kids know they can come here and have a good time and interact with police officers in a positive way. A lot of times they don't have certain resources, so we try and provide those resources for them. We have mentors here, we provide homework help, we provide recreation, we provide snacks.
My favorite part personally is probably the mentoring aspect of my job. There was a kid, they were having some problems in school. I started mentoring and having lunch with them and just giving them some positivity. And the teacher told me that they were doing better in class, that they were looking forward to having lunch meetings with me. So that made me feel really good, and it felt like I was definitely making a difference.
When these kids come in, it brightens their day to see the consistency of having a positive role model in their lives.
Foul on 3. 1, 2, 3.
A lot of times when they first start here, they may not take on to us as well, but as time goes on, you can see a relationship develop. There's one kid that started when I first walked into the center. He would hide behind tables. The beginning to the end period, from when he wouldn't even talk to me, he would hide from me, to now all of a sudden he can come up to me and give me a hug. That was a huge, huge difference. I always feel great coming to work. I mean, I know I'm gonna be having a good time with these kids, and we're here for a cause. We're here for the kids, and we want to make sure that we're putting them on a path to success. So being in a position where I can directly impact these kids on a one-on-one basis every day is a pretty good feeling, knowing that, hopefully these kids are changing for the better, and hopefully I have a role in that.
District 4 is centrally located in St. Petersburg, from Coffee Pot and North Shore to the east and I-275 to the west. It reaches as far north as 77th Avenue North and as far south as 5th Avenue North. I'm Councilmember Lisette Hanowitz, your representative for District 4. I love where I'm standing right now, where baseball legends played. Huggins Stengel Field hosted the New York Yankees spring training sessions with players like Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, and Joe DiMaggio, all the way back in 1925. This baseball field is located in what I consider one of the city's best parks, Crescent Lake Park, a 56-acre city park featuring the natural Crescent Lake, home to an incredible amount of wildlife. And of course, one of the city's most recognizable landmarks resides in Crescent Lake neighborhood, the Water Tower. Standing above the treetops at 110 feet tall, the tower features local artist Tom Stovall's mural and plays host to a pandemonium of green monk parrots. One of the best parts of District 4 are the many unique neighborhoods with their diverse architecture and residents that call this district home. Historical Northeast, Greater Woodlawn, Euclid St. Paul, and Crescent Lake and Crescent Heights are just a few of the great neighborhoods that represent the area. Our numerous parks allow our neighborhoods to enjoy casual waterfront strolls, swimming laps in the pool, play a few games, and a moment to reflect while taking in the nature that surrounds our city. Speaking of nature that surrounds you, tucked away in District 4 is a true tropical oasis, right along 4th Street North. Sunken Gardens is considered St. Pete's oldest living museum and has been around for more than 100 years. Meandering paths guide visitors through a living collection of more than 50,000 tropical plants and flowers. And don't forget about the flock of flamingos. There's really no shortage of energy, nature, neighborhoods, and great local businesses to enjoy while you spend a little time in District 4.
Water is an issue in the state of Florida. Do you know where our original water source was?
Back in the day, I believe it came from what we call Mirror Lake today. And back then, because it served as the city's reservoir, they imaginatively called it Reservoir Lake. And it supplied the city water for quite some time. And during the Spanish-American War, there would be troop deployments come over from Tampa to get water from the lake so that they could take back to the troops who were waiting to embark to Cuba.
They did. I remember seeing a newspaper article from the day the ships were leaving Tampa, and it almost became chaotic because a number of the ships that left Tampa had to come to St. Petersburg, take on water, go back to Tampa. The speedier ships wanted to leave Tampa and hurry and invade Cuba, and it became just some craziness in the middle of Tampa Bay there.
It would have been chaotic.
Very chaotic.
Today, we had our Contracts and Contacts bus tour in partnership with PSTA and several other businesses and agencies in our area. While the city definitely has tons of opportunities for our small minority women-based businesses, it's no guarantee that you can get on a contract here or there. So they need to know about all the different opportunities that are available to them in our areas.
We want to invest into our community. So for us to educate them and them educate us, it's a win-win for both of us. We also find that the community, when they can actually put their stamp on a project and say, I was part of that, it's just a wonderful sense of accomplishment.
There is lots of opportunity out there, not just within the city, but around the city, in the county even, for them to get work and do work right here locally, close to them. We just want to make sure we have the engagement and increase the likelihood of small businesses being able to participate.
In order for us to help them, we provide ways in which we can just put the word out there of the work that they do, so that way they can be contracted and win these projects. It's easy to say, oh, that's a $200 million project, and they're not gonna look at me. Well, you know what? They're looking for small businesses.
We did a lot of networking on each of the buses between the different groups, and there was a lot of really, really good conversation I heard being had. People was kind of saying like, oh, I could use you on this project, and I'm working on a project that I need this type of work on. And so those connections were going on, you know, even as we were riding the bus to the different stops.
It's a benefit to both the city and to us as business owners to come together, to network. After all, we live here, and so what better way to come together and make the city better than to use our talents and our skills and our expertise to make a positive difference.
It's been really exciting to see this program develop. We've been registered as a small business with the city for several years now. I'm really excited that they have expressed that commitment to encouraging small businesses like mine.
I think that it says that this city cares about its businesses and its minorities within the city.
For me, I feel like this is huge because a lot of times we hear people talk, but there's little action behind it. So this is a place where the talk and the actions align, where we see a real commitment from the city to increase the number of diverse suppliers and to create a pathway to allow us access to those opportunities.
We do plan on having a lot more creative, new types of events coming out of our office, so we're just looking forward to offer our business community something different and something that they can hopefully make new connections with.
The Pinellas Trail is probably the best way I've found to get all over the county without worrying about traffic or my pace. It's just a way to get around and have fun.
So in the spring, say on a weekend, on a Sunday, you'd find lots of folks out just walking, biking, just really enjoying the weather.
So the trail starts downtown by the water, and it goes all the way to Tarpon Springs, if I'm not mistaken. And I like it because it kind of cuts back behind the neighborhoods. There's murals, there's tree coverage, and it just kind of winds through the most beautiful parts of the city.
It's an awesome engineering feat, and it dissects the middle of an urban city, and at the same time, you feel like you're off to yourself. You're a little bit secluded, ample places for you to run, ride, and even collect your thoughts.
It's pretty quiet and peaceful. Quiet in the sense that there's typically during the day a lot of users on the trail, so you're never by yourself, but everybody's kind of in their own world, so it's not a lot of noise.
We were looking for a place that would be a hub for a healthy and active community, and one of the big things we wanted here was to have a place where people could run and walk right near our location. Pinellas Trail, which is right behind our facility, turned out to be the perfect location.
We do lots of events here at the store. We do probably about 100 free community group runs from here where we're using the trail.
Have a great walk, have a great run, guys.
The running community in St. Pete is so supportive and so encouraging of all of the runners, no matter your pace. Everybody's just encouraging you along the way. And so when I went to my first group run, I invited my mom to come and do an evening walk with me, and that became part of our weekly routine, particularly in the spring.
We do 2 runs a week, Monday and Thursdays, where we're running on the trail. So that's 100 times every year right there that we're out running on the trail with a group of people.
I retired from Pinellas County in urban planning, and so I was involved in the initial planning for the Pinellas Trail. We saw it as a means of providing a facility that could be used not just for recreation, but health-related benefits as we deal with obesity and other issues. So our planning was from the perspective of an alternative to on-road facilities.
So a lot of times here in the store, we encourage people, just go out there and see what happens. Don't have any set expectation for how far you're going to go, how fast you're going to go. Just get on the trail and have fun.
The scenery is probably why I started using the trail as much as I did. The murals, number one, are my absolute favorite thing, and they're constantly changing.
Not far from here, it's called Stonehenge Park. They have some beautiful murals painted on the bridges.
Stonehenge Park is like one of those really cool wonders of art, and it's just right here. Nobody knows about it.
So you'll have a cool blend between really fun art, awesome plants life. There's all sorts of berries and things growing I didn't know about back there. You learn a little bit more every time you go. Good morning. I love to specialize.
When I was working still, we did surveys along the trail, and on any given weekday, we found about 1/3 of the users were using it as a commute alternative.
If you've never tried the Pinellas Trail, I urge you to do so. You can walk it, you can run it, you can rent a bike at just about every few miles. You'll find a bike shop that's got bikes for rent.
And we've had people come in and verbalize like their thanks, but also like you just see them out there and they just look radiant. They look awesome and healthy, happy, and you can tell that they're glad they're doing what they're doing. We're just appreciative that we had a part in their success.
Trails give me the opportunity to really get out there and feel safe. There's bike lanes in some places, but to have a fully dedicated place, that helps a lot. It's more than just a long stretch of pavement, it's a community.
The trail is a wonder that brings everybody together.
Sign painting was a very blue-collar job. It wasn't a glorified art by any means. The people that were practicing sign painting, they had to find the most efficient means of going about it. So oftentimes they would draw it directly on and paint from there. And when you take that approach, it's prone to accidents. Sometimes you'll have the proportions a little bit off, or you'll see a little bit of these imperfections. And I think that's really charming. I think that catches people's eye. They feel a little bit more connected to the personality of the lettering or of the sign. At an art studio, it was a warehouse, and there was a lot of other great artists, and I realized no one there was really focused on lettering. In that time, they asked me to start painting signs for each different art show that came about, and that really got me the experience and working on a large scale. I totally fell in love with crafting the letters and building them up from scratch. There's reverse glass signs, there's wall signs, A-frames, we have blade signs, hanging signs. There's a wide array. One aspect of the work I do is gold leaf work. It's pretty magical to watch it happen. You're applying these thin sheets of gold to either glass or on the surface, and you paint the background and then remove the excess of the gold, and it kind of reveals the lettering that you painted. St. Pete has a really great small business community, and I've had the opportunity to work with so many great people that started out as clients and become good friends. I really appreciate the trust that people give me to help them and advise on what sign's gonna work best for them. At the end of the day, you eat with your eyes before you do with your mouth, so having a good sign will leave a lasting impression. And you might not always know why you like it or dislike it, but it sticks with you.
I think a trailblazer is a person who looks at the needs of now without high regard for the status quo or the way we've always done things, but focuses their work on how you make our community better today and for generations to come. None of us stand on our own, and so in order for me to be elected mayor, there were so many folks in generations before me that had to fight even for the right to vote, or even for the right to be a full-fledged police officer like Leon Jackson. I just looked at myself as the next in a line of folks who are working to move our community forward. Without the Leon Jacksons of the world, I certainly wouldn't be in this position. And without guys like Bob Stewart, former city council member and county commissioner, who's one of my mentors, who served with both me and my father, you know, without those folks also pushing, we wouldn't be where we are today. You know, I attended the last segregated class at Melrose as a kindergarten student, that I'm able to go back to that and talk to those students as the 54th mayor of our city. That's a lot for one lifetime. As I go around the classroom, I do this for Great American Teach-In, and ask the kids, what do you want to be when you grow up? And the last time I went, there were 3 kids that said, you know, I want to be mayor, and one young lady who said she wanted to be president. That's what it's all about. It's just making sure kids understand you really can achieve. Progress doesn't happen without someone who challenges the status quo, the powers that be, and speaks up for folks who are largely silenced. There is such a thing as a silent majority, folks who are too busy putting food on the table, taking care of their kids or their parents, to be involved in the political arena. And so the folks that do that represent a lot of folks who can't be engaged. Find someone, reach out to someone that you admire who's made it, and reach out to them. Email, Facebook. I guarantee a lot of folks will actually respond to that. I certainly will if someone's interested in elective office. Reach out, make that first step. Never be bound by the status quo or someone else's opinion of what you can or cannot do.
So a gentleman by the name of Percy Fansler had an idea of using an airplane, because back then a flight was basically just a novelty, right? So a lot of air shows and stuff like that, so that he had an idea of flying from point A to point B on a schedule, just like a train. Unheard of, but who the heck would do that? Nobody was gonna fly on a plane when you had a good old train. They arranged for Thomas Benoit and his airboat company to come to St. Petersburg. Roger and Tony Janis came with them, their chief pilot and mechanic / engineers. January 1st, 1914, they pushed that bad boy, that Benoit airboat, into the water, and 22.5 minutes later, landed in Tampa in the world's first commercial airline flight. Would you have flown in that plane?
I believe I would have. I think I would have.
It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Just brushing up on some of my favorite literary classics. Even if a page turner like this isn't up your alley, did you know our libraries offer so much more than classic books? There's also things like passes to local museums. You can download ebooks onto your Kindle device. And super cool things like a team gaming program. Visit your local library and see all it has to offer.
It feels like my whole career, I've just found a job, but never the job. Finding the perfect job that suits my life has always been challenging. I've always sort of just felt like a number at the places where I worked, so I think that I'm ready to find a job that will give me the benefits that I deserve. They always say that you're only as strong as your own network, so I'm expanding that. Beginning today, I'm asking anyone and everyone I meet if they know where I should work. Hey, don't you wish that you had a job that would contribute to your retirement fund without having to contribute your own money?
You should work where I work then.
It probably makes sense that I can't find the perfect job situation. I mean, who would ever leave if you had it so good? Hey, wouldn't you freak out if you could find a job that would provide you with a doctor that you could see anytime, without a copay even?
Yeah, and how about most common prescriptions too?
Yeah. Wait, is that a thing?
Yeah, you should work where I work.
Everyone always says, find a job you love and you'll never work a day in your life. But I feel like a job like that doesn't actually exist. It's just a thing that people say. Hey. You know what I want? I want a job that carries over my sick and vacation leave, instead of it just going away if I don't use it.
Well, you should work where I work.
Maybe my expectations are too high. Maybe a job is just a job. I mean, who really works somewhere that has the perfect package? Hey, little guy. You have a maid, don't you? You should take a page out of your book. Get a job without a desk.
I don't have a desk.
Wish I could find that job.
Well, you should work where I work.
I'm starting to think that there is a place that has the benefits that matter to me. A place where I can find a solid work-life balance, but there's no way there's any job possibilities, right?
You really should work where we work.
Wait, you guys too?
Yeah, man, there's plenty of job opportunities at the city of St. Pete.
Where would I even begin?
Easy. Just go to stpete.org/jobs and then go from there.
Oh, I have to go.
Okay, wait. He's got our mic.
I need to work where they work.
Cut.
Did it!
My art style is mixing a little bit of traditional painting methods with like a little urban art flair and bright colors. I think it's a way of expressing yourself to the community, and especially through public art like this, putting a little color into the community. It helps tell a story of the community. It helps have a sense of pride in the area. A lot of us live in the area, so you're contributing to the growth and belonging of your own backyard. We all share things in common, and I try to show that in a fun, colorful way, kind of through a lot of my artwork. My name is Francisco Gonzalez. I go by Frankie G.
Growing up, one of my biggest female role models was my grandmother. My grandmother was an incredible woman. She was hardworking, she was kind, she was sweet, but she was tough. And she really taught me from a very, very young age how important it is not only to work hard for everything that you want, but once you achieve those things, to give back to others.
When you look at who did I look up to, I have to say my mother was definitely the primary one, because she was actually able to take so little and provide so much. She taught me what fortitude was. She taught me what commitment was.
Even in this day and age, it can be really tough for women who are, aspiring to achieve their career goals or their own personal goals for their life. For those of us who are at this level, who have, accomplished some of our goals in life, we have kind of a responsibility to reach our hand out to that next young woman, grab her hand and pull her along.
Well, I think growing up, children learn from those who are around them. And even as they're babies, they mimic everything that their parents do and what they teach them. And I think having the positive role models that are necessary to make the right choices in life, role models are helpful.
Well, really, I think the sky's the limit when it comes to female leadership in our city. I think there is a day when we will have a woman in the mayor's office.
The future